Hello, happy Saturday. How is everybody? Thank you for understanding my burnout, my night rain burnout, and having to take the night off last night. I actually was in my bed by like 10 watching movies. Like, I am so proud of myself. How is everybody? Welcome in. Guys, before Gigi gets in, you guys have to tell her how proud you are of her, because we have literally almost finished Elden Ring in what, 2.5 months, playing once a week, and she has done so good, and she's just like all silly and she's like, oh, I'm trying, teehee. She has done so good. So you guys really have to tell her that she has done such a good job, because we're almost done. Like, legitimately, I'm sad to say, I don't want this like experience to end, because it's been so much fun, but we're almost done. Like, blessies. we've literally got 3 or 4 weeks left of base game. I did buy her the DLC, so the DLC is an option, and I asked her, you know, I said, do you want to continue playing and go right into the DLC? And she's like, I don't know, I might need a little bit of time just to kind of like decompress. So I'm not sure, but I'm hoping she's actually really genuinely enjoying it, because she's doing really, really well. She really, really is. Like, genuinely, honestly, I'm really proud of her. But we're almost done. Like, we've got maybe, I want to say we've got 3 or 4 weeks left max base game. Like, we have the area that we're in this week that we have to finish, and then after that we have basically 3 more areas left to cover, and then like we're done. Like, there's only like 3 more areas left of the game after this, and 2 of them are optional, which obviously we're gonna go. But like, yeah, we've done. I mean, I'll have to double check and see what achievements she's missing, because like there's probably some bosses that we haven't gotten just because I forgot that they're achievement bosses, or forgot how to get to them, or whatever it may be.
Hello.
Hello?
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 Hello? It's truly the only way to introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's like screaming for help. Hello?
Hello? Just pure panic.
Yeah.
Read a huge chunk of For Whom the Bell Tolls today. Are you liking it? Are you loving it?
Y'all never really had a hard... I mean, Fire Giant last week was tough. I think that was probably the longest together we've spent on a boss.
It did took us a little bit of time.
It did took us a little bit of time. My hair looks cute. Thank you. Thank you. I'm kind of obsessed.
Your new pink hair?
Yes. And like, I'm so sad that like my camera doesn't, like, it's not as pink on my camera as it really genuinely is. Like, it is very pink. It is very pink.
It's a lot pinker in the selfie that you sent me.
Yeah.
But it's definitely there.
It's got to be like just like my camera lighting or my camera filter, whatever it is on my camera.
Yeah, there's probably like saturation settings or something.
Yeah, white balance or shit, whatever. I like to look pale. I like to look like I'm dead on the inside, you know?
Oh, yay. Sometimes your exterior needs to match your interior.
Exactly.
I understand.
Do you notice anything different about the round table?
It's round.
It's on fire.
Is it?
Yeah, look around. Look at like the...
I guess there's like little embers around.
And like there's like the walls over here.
Oh, yeah,
all, like...
look, there's fire on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh no, we burned the tree and now everything's burning.
Yeah, because do you remember like where this actually physically is? Like, you remember how it's in the capital? It's in the capital, right? Yeah, exactly. So like this is like a different plane of existence, but like in the same place.
Everything is burning.
Everything's burning.
Burning. Right. You mentioned at one point leveling up my mimic. How does one do that? Okay, so for me, she's broken. So unfortunately, if I want to level, we have to separate. But she is over here next to the blacksmith. And she's man. Like sitting at, yeah, so she should be sitting here for you. Oh, there's nobody there. Okay, so she's like broken. Let's see if we can fix her.
Hello, Roderica.
I suppose
I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Okay, can we rest?
Because I want my mimic to be useful instead of dying immediately.
She's supposed to be here to level up. We might have to separate, and you might have to go to the round table on your side.
Okay. I just want to do that real quick.
Yeah. But you'll need the flowers. They're called great ghost gloveworts.
I think I've got a lot of those.
Yeah. They're like the white flowers.
Yeah, let me see how many I have. Oh my god. This is so unorganized. Where are they?
They should be under bolstering materials. The tab that has the smithing stones.
Bolstering. Oh yeah, I've got so many ghost gloveworts.
Globs. You got so many globs. Okay, cool. Glorps.
There's different tiers of them, so I'll separate.
Yeah, so separate.
Gotta keep it separated.
I'll kick you out. How's that? Ciao.
Yeah, because I can't. Oh no.
Get out of my world.
Get out of my world.
Get out of my world. Gigi, you're out of this world.
Oh my goodness. Sophie wants to make her presence known.
Take a look. Don't worry. I'll continue spirit.
There we go. Now she's out here like she's supposed to be. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so I'll
spirit tuning.
Go to my table.
If she's not sitting at the table, if your round table is on fire when you get there, which it is, okay, so she's gonna be at the fireplace in the main room.
There's things to pick up. Okay.
Because everyone's dead.
Everyone's dead.
You burned everybody alive. No, she's at because your round table's on fire. She's at the fireplace in the center.
Oh. This lady?
Yeah. And she'll be like, it's okay, it's not your fault.
Rise to the ground.
Why do I feel like I'm heavy rolling? Is it because I've been playing so much Night Rain? No, I have medium load. Okay, dang. I've been playing so much Night Rain. I'm like, why am I so fat?
Talk faster. Spirit tuning. Okay. Glub. I only have like a little bit of money. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you might need to get money.
I need money.
Money.
It is definitely, Andy, a funny warm.
This beginning, Gigi's first playthrough, she's doing great. I'm telling, like, seriously, I know that she doesn't want to hear it, but I think Gigi is doing so much better than she realizes.
No, I'm garbage.
No, shut up.
Garbage.
Oh, you know what? I actually have to fix one thing in my game real quick.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's gonna be so
I was playing with Key the other day, so I think I changed the mod.
Hi, Andy.
I just want to double check that I didn't forget to put it back.
Let's use a whole bunch of these. How you do? Yes, I'm here for spirit tuning.
See? Good thing. Okay. I didn't change it.
That's probably good. +9 is probably fine.
Fine.
Are you ready for me to join as
no,
a Wander?
I just had to reload my game because I played with Key on Wednesday and I turned one of the settings off that I wanted to turn back on for us.
Oh no.
It's okay. Not the likelihood of somebody invading us while we are playing is so low because of how far into the game we are, but
oh sure.
I just want to make sure I turn it back off.
If garbage was $1 million inside a garbage bag, I don't know. That feels like excessive, Nikki. I don't know how I feel.
What?
I said that I'm garbage, and then Nikki said if garbage was $1 million inside of a garbage bag.
Oh, Nikki, that's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said about GG.
For me.
Because I was gonna say about me, and then I was like, wait, she didn't say it about me.
About Gigi.
About GG. Yes, you can come back now.
Okay. Not everything's about you, Pink.
That's true, and I was just saying that Nikki said a nice thing about you. Oh my gosh.
What's funny, Andy, is like I told you that book is more spicy than I usually read, and you said it's like a nice, warm, fuzzy, cozy hug.
Are you reading a spicy book?
No, well, I've already read it twice, but Andy is reading that book, and it's not even that spicy. It's sometimes spicy, but it's not. It's just a little dash in there every once in a while.
All right, are you ready?
This spices bell peppers. Exactly. I don't... to be fair, you also haven't finished the book, but red ghost peppers. Yeah, okay. It maybe gets up to habaneros.
Oh, gosh.
Where are we going?
Dragon Temple rooftops in Crumbling Farum Azula. It should be your last tab.
Dragon Temple Rooftop?
Yeah.
What is the book? It's called For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Nikki's probably like, I've read it.
It just came out like a month ago, so...
Okay.
Probably.
So this is infamously called Bird Hell.
Yay! Bird Hell!
Let's go!
Whee!
Yay!
Hey, Bird Hell! Oh, that's right, I remember. I remember Burbs.
Yes, that's only 2.
Burb number 1 and
yeah, I wrote it.
Yeah. And it's spelled with an E at the end. It's fine. Wait, where did you go?
I just went so I didn't get avoided by the lightning. I just went in a little bit. I didn't get avoided. Okay, I meant so I could avoid, but then I changed it so that I didn't get hit. So I didn't get avoided by the lightning.
You didn't get avoided by it.
Guys, streaming is fucking hard, okay?
It is hard. Can you imagine saying words
all
from
the
your
time
brain?
While you're playing games?
Like trying to speak words? Can you imagine?
Could you imagine? Couldn't be me.
Imagine words.
Stop looking at your...
You four.
Where is the other one?
Bird.
Okay, finally. Okay. Electricity, can you just stop? Need a third? This is just regular base Elden.
Yeah, this is not the reign of night.
Yeah, this is Gigi's first seamless co-op. But I appreciate it.
I have baby.
Maybe later if you're still awake, old man.
Can somebody approve Andy's message that definitely should not have been blocked by...
Andy, are you saying naughty things?
He said the word meat popsicle. Apparently,
absolutely disgusting.
Disgusting. Twitch had very strong... That's
disgusting. You beat the third?
That's
nice.
Not a third.
Who'd you beat it with?
Automat can calm the fuck down.
Oh my god, I hate birds. And this dragon needs to chill.
Fuck birds. Is this dragon doing the ow?
Yes.
I died.
What?
I died. I got struck by lightning.
The dragon fucked off.
Maybe because he killed me and he was like, fuck you.
Yeah, he's like, I accomplished what I needed to accomplish. Goodbye.
My goals have been reached.
randos
You
on your
are
Steam Deck. That's
dead.
great. Yeah, I feel like unfortunately, I'm probably gonna have to get it with randos. Everything should be dead though. She should be able to come back.
Yeah, Dragon came back.
Not for me.
Oh, he showed back up for me.
Trees just broke?
Do you want... Yeah, because the dragon is there. Maybe you should, fast travel back to the Grace.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Hi, Zarl. How are you? Welcome in.
Andy is out here testing Automod.
Automod what?
We just...
Stop being naughty.
Popsicle. We just said meat popsicle is fine. And Automod is like, bitch, I don't care what you say.
Yeah,
I think it's dumb.
You added another word to the combination of words, and now Automod thinks it's a new naughty word.
Oh, because you said crispy. You're right.
You added another word to it.
How dare you use
Yes,
adjectives?
you hurt yourself? What did you do? Wait, didn't you go out drinking with friends last night, Izarl? Or no, Thursday night. Thursday? Wednesday. Last time I streamed, you said you were going out. What did you do? When was the last time I streamed? I don't even know anymore. It was Wednesday, I think. All right, Dargon. Wait, he's almost dead. Now we fucked off again. Wait, is that the one we... Did we fight that one earlier at all? I don't remember. Every night with this week with coworkers. Oh, I see.
That sounds like fun.
Oh, come get this
I'm just
smithing stone.
Coworkers. Where you at?
I'm here. In the gazebo.
Gazebo! Gazebo! Look out, it's gonna explode.
It's gonna explode by hackers.
My gazebo just exploded.
Part of the gazebo just fell into the ocean. Oh, memories. Guys, do any of you remember that? Do any of you get that reference? Seeb.
Well, I do have
yeah,
my
yours
side
is on the your video. Yeah.
I had my old coworkers that abandoned me. We used to go out for drinks every once in a while. Excuse me, Ferg. Ow! 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 Don't hurt. Oh, that's the wrong flask. Okay, I don't know how that happened, but...
You hear it at least once a week. Well, sorry. I'm kidding. I should do that with mine.
That often. That's not true.
Look, can I go through this door? Come on, game.
Because it's a window, not a door.
Yeah, but I could fit.
Have you tried crouching?
And this is what they did for 2 hours.
It's also, you know what, you're right. Sometimes, but that's random. So it doesn't always show up in starting soon or burp.
Okay, I feel like it's too quiet. Yep, there they are.
It's quiet.
It's too quiet.
Excuse me. Oh, hello. There's another man. A dog man.
A dog man. A beast man, you might even say. Oh, he's sleeping. Murder. Wake up, bitch. Wake up with your death.
No sleeping on my watch.
Wake up with your death. Nice.
Enjoy wake with murder. Murder wake.
The best part of waking up is being murdered in your cup.
In your cup.
Yes.
Dive roll. Dive roll.
Anything here? Doesn't look like it. How is it so sunny here? Where is the sun?
I've got so much blood on my face. From all the murders.
Oh my gosh, you are very bloody. Yeah, from all the murder. Yeah. Right, be careful. Baby steps.
Oh no. Oh no.
Baby steps.
This is my nightmare.
Baby steps. Don't throw things. That's not nice. Don't throw things. That's not nice.
Oh no, no. Okay, I did it. I made it. I didn't fall down.
Good. I killed him just to make sure that he didn't throw anything at you.
I appreciate it because it doesn't take much.
There's a grace somewhere in here soon.
Yes, we need to make sure that my FBI agent Steve does not come after me.
Oh, what if Steve goes on vacation?
Oh, then we're fine.
But then the guy listening won't have any context, any of the context that Steve has. Steve knows all your secrets by now.
He really does. Excuse me.
Can you, sir? Can you not? Can you not? I just healed.
Ow. Oh, he didn't actually hit me. Haha. Oh, I didn't have any stamina. I'm like,
Gerald fills in. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I forgot about Gerald. It's usually Steve. He doesn't go on vacation very often.
Yeah.
He and I are
it's his forced, his mandatory vacation to prevent burnout.
Mm-hmm.
Where's this fucking Grace? Let's try going up the elevator. I know there's a Grace nearby because we're getting close.
Elevator. I had to murder these pots.
I know.
It's very important.
I know. I waited.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Grace. I knew there was a Grace. Okay. So. Let me make sure. Okay, so this is the right way, because then we go up here. Okay, so we can't beat...
Fast travel to the Grace really quickly so that I can...
You can get your stuff back, yeah.
Well, and so that I get, like, respawn here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, now we have to take a shortcut, because we can't beat this boss yet. Because once we beat this boss, it sets, like, the next part of the story into motion.
Okay.
So, we're gonna beat the other boss that's in this area.
Sounds good. But we have the Grace, so we can just travel back here. When it is time.
When it is time.
It is time.
Now the question is, can I remember the exact way how to get here? Let me look. That's not it.
That looks like death.
Yeah, that's not it. I think it's down here.
That looks like the way that I would accidentally go.
I think it's this way. Y'all are skipping... No, we're not skipping pages. We're not gonna move the story yet. We're going to...
We're literally not reading. We're not turning any...
Here it is. I was like, where's the drop down? Okay, so there's a drop down right here. Be very careful. It's kind of hard. There we go. I'll move out of the way so you don't hit me. Okay. Okay, good.
I did it! I didn't die!
All right, here's another.
Oh, God. Hello.
Get used to it, because if we die, we have to do this run every time.
Oh no.
Okay.
So we just won't die.
So we just won't die.
It would have been perfect if I had missed that jump.
Oh God. So we just won't die. Ah.
Exactly.
Gertrude has died.
It is my luck. Survival, let's go. No death challenge.
Okay. So go lay down and take a nap.
What?
Lay down and take a nap.
What do you mean?
Lay down and take a nap. Oh, you don't have the button that says lie down?
I didn't know. I didn't have the button.
Oh,
I was like, what are you talking about? Maybe I just hadn't walked to there yet. Oh, it's sleepy time. Oh. It stopped rotating. Rotating. Oh, it's going backwards now. Uh-oh. Why not ride horse? Because we can't.
Yeah, you can't ride your horse in here. Your horse is scared of heights. And we're literally floating in the sky.
I wouldn't want to do that to my horse. That would be traumatizing.
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 Ooh, I have stuff on my screen. I can only see it now that it's white.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Look at my big, huge hat cutting through the ground because it's so huge.
It's okay, so are my antlers. Oh, this seems like nothing bad is going to happen here at all.
This is a totally normal place to be.
Totally normal Coliseum, like where normal people hang out, and that's totally a normal dragon. Super great. Nothing bad. Is it a dragon? Yeah, it's a dragon. Hello, sir. Oh, he's got... Oh, no. Well, that's not what you want.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well, you don't say. All right, here's this. Mimic. All right, let's do my health again. All right.
Good luck. Hi, Kevin.
It's fine. It's just Placidusax. It's fine. Placidusax.
Oh, no. I don't like it. No. I don't like it. Boop the snoot. Which snoot? Which snoot?
Any of them.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, I'm on fire.
Do you freeze? Do you freeze? Do you freeze? Do you freeze? Do you freeze?
This is going really well. I've already used 3 health potions.
Oh, we're doing fabulous.
I'm not hitting him with anything.
Look at this damage. Look at this damage.
Extreme damage. Oh, okay. I am dead.
Oh, okay.
He swiped at me and then I died.
Okay. Do you freeze? It looks like you were frozen already. Okay, cool. Hello. Sir.
I was a believer. Okay, wow. Thanks for that.
Look at this big crispy damage. It's not even yellow. Beautiful. Oh, did I actually do a stun on him? No way. I'm under his armpit. I can't move. Come here. Go. Run. Fine.
You're doing great.
Yep. That's what I meant to do. Totally meant. I meant to do that as well. That was.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Yeah.
You're doing great. Doing only the things that you mean to do. Perfect.
Nope. I got greedy.
I'm gonna stab him. I'm gonna stab him.
That's fine. It was a choice I made.
It's okay. We're doing it. We're killing it. We're crushing it.
I got a little greed came over me there.
Little greedy.
Little greebs, little greeby little hams.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the elevator. There it is.
I was just gonna fall forever. I'm really good at that. They say to stick with your strengths.
It's true.
And mine are falling to my death.
That is something you are quite good at.
Now this way.
Yep. Now we have to murder all over again.
I forgot about murdering. Don't hurt me.
So we should murder.
And then fast travel back.
Yeah. Same
You wanna
page.
hit the
Same
switch for
page. Oh, careful. And then there's like 2 guys in here.
So that it's, up.
Oh yeah, good job. Good idea. Hey.
Yeah.
Good idea. Why
is there so much lightning?
No. They have like, they like worship dragons, so they like do dragon stuff. It's kind of annoying.
Weird.
Oh, my nose.
Like your own person. A rabbit lounging in your neighbor's backyard. What a lucky wild rabbit feeling
Is
safe
there
enough to...
one more out here before we jump down?
Should heal.
Yeah, he's right here.
You should heal.
Yeah. I will do that so I don't lose my runes. Okay. All right, let's go back.
Yep,
Beside the Great Bridge.
Yep, we have to go separately.
I'm here.
Okay. An all-you-can-eat clover buffet. Oh, to be a rabbit in a field of clovers.
Okay. All right, attempt number 2. We got this.
We got this. I do like how every attempt is going to be like 15 minutes of murder before we can attempt again. Actually, just in case, I'm going to send the elevator back up.
Oh, good point. Yep.
Not that I don't believe we can do it. I totally do. I'm just being pragmatic.
Yes. All right, the job is right here.
Okay. Next to the tree. Got it. Oh, God. So many opportunities.
It's only the first one that's bad. All the rest are fine. Who found this the first time, I want to know.
Who just went jumping off of cliffs?
That's what I'm saying. Like, who was like, oh, look, I can jump there. And then who, like, I don't know, tried to go lay in this hole. I mean, I know it has a prompt, but I guess that's probably how somebody found it the first time. It's just seeing the prompt as you walked over.
They probably saw, like, the platforms off to the side and was like, I wonder if I can get to that.
True.
And we skip a Rooney.
Okay. All right. That.
Runes? I need to not forget my runes.
Yeah, but where the fuck are mine? Oh, they're right there. Okay, I see them. I'm booking it straight to them.
Yep. Of course, mine are like right where he is. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I need my runes. Don't look at me. Oh.
All right, I got mine.
I got mine too. Okay.
What are you weak to, my dude? What are you weak to? You can be frosted, which is sweet, cool. That's awesome. I love to see that. But what is your weakness? Tell me what you are weak to.
No.
Tell me what you are weak to. Tell me your weaknesses.
Okay.
No, just freeze. Okay, he froze. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like... Oh, nice! Good job!
Did I stun him? Hell yeah.
Hitting him with the eyeball.
We got, okay. Oh, did we? Oh no, he still has all of his heads.
Oh, yeah, no. He unfortunately keeps his heads.
Okay.
Yeah, he disappeared. Okay.
He disappeared.
That
seems like where he's from. Got him.
Okay. No, sir.
Please, God, no.
Please.
No, sir. No. Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh, he's going right for my mimic.
Stop fucking off. Oh my gosh, heal.
No.
I don't like that both heads do things.
Okay. Ow.
You know what the craziest part is? Is that there was supposed to be a third head and it's gone. There's just a neck stubby.
A nubbin.
Come on. Just slow damage over time, I guess. All right, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Here he
God.
comes.
Automod is being especially, like,
Rude?
obnoxious today. Yeah. It's like you can't say anything.
Was it butt?
Yep.
Oh
It was
my gosh, you
specifically
can't say
in the
stab it in the butt.
No.
Well, because Automod doesn't know what you're stabbing it with. And it could be something naughty.
Oh no, not naughty.
It could be
We can't have
naughty.
naughty. Get wrecked, you dragon bitch. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Fucked off again?
Oh no, 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 no,
Where?
no, 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 no,
Where?
no,
There.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
Don't die.
Heals. Flasks.
Where-
That is lasers. That's
There he is. Oh my
lasers.
God, why-
That's
fucking
lasers. That's lasers.
That's stupid. Why do you have lasers?
He killed me. It's all you, Gigi. You can do it.
Okay, we got this. We got this. Get fucked, dragon. Hi. Uh-oh. Oh, you fuck. Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? I'm scared.
There.
Don't worry, I found him. It's an
Lasers.
EDF.
Lasers. Careful. Yeah.
I was dodging so many of the lasers and then I didn't dodge
Lasers
that.
are a little unfair.
Like, I feel like fucking
Where did the lasers come from? Oh my gosh.
God damn it, now I have to murder everything again. But we got so close!
Gigi, I don't want to hear it because listen, when you fail in Night Rain, you have to do the entire run again.
Yeah,
like
but
the
this
whole
isn't
45-minute run.
This isn't Night Rain, it's
I
okay.
know, but that's what I'm saying. So like this is like so easy now. I'm so spoiled in Elden Ring now.
Send it back up.
Who ordered the dragon with lasers? I would like my dragon without lasers, please. My sandwiches with no tomatoes and my dragons with no lasers.
Ow, ow, don't kill me, you bitch!
I have so many runes. I have so many runes, you fucker. You can't kill me.
Sans lasers. Stop spitting fucking lightning at
I
me.
have so many runes. No. No. No.
No! You.
Get murdered. All right, last guy. Over here.
I have so many runes. I have so many runes.
I have so many. Oh, I just knocked him off to his death. Okay. Easy.
Okay, you
all right,
wanna
I'll go.
Okay. Oh boy.
Oh, that was too funny. I just hit him once and he just fell.
Okay, I was waiting for you to load in.
Oh,
so.
sorry. Yeah, I was trying to pull the thing, but yeah.
Yeah, you're good. I saw your. No, I sent the elevator back up.
I saw it. It was very dark. I didn't see it at first.
You didn't want to fall to your death accidentally?
That's true. I did not want to lose my so many runes.
But I have so many runes. I have so many runes. I have so many runes. I'll just go ahead and send him back up.
Right, we gotta go nice and easy.
I ain't going back to prison.
I ain't going back to prison. Exactly. Alright.
Oh my god. This is my nightmare.
Yeah.
Yep. Ugh. Got it.
Got it. Gaming. I'm a gamer.
Pro gamer. Hashtag gaming. Let's not accidentally roll off of the edge, please.
Oh god, that's my worst nightmare. I hate that like the run and the roll button are the same, and it's just a matter of if you hold it long enough for it to register.
Right? And that's kind of what happened to me with one of my deaths last
I remember
week.
the one where you just like stood there and just went boop.
Exactly.
I know exactly which one. You were just like, I'm gonna run backwards. I know exactly which one.
That one got clipped.
Oh, that one was very funny. All right, my runes are right there. All right, this.
Where the fuck are my runes? Where the fuck are my runes? I think.
This.
Oh, they're on the other side. Oh my god, I have to go all the way across. Dingling and heal, and I'm gonna do like a wide berth. Thank you, Andy. Oh god. I'm frightened.
Okay, I got mine. So many.
Approximately 5 years. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, if I die this time, I'm dying on the close side of the fucking arena. Jesus Christ.
You're gonna plan that ahead?
Yeah. Because this is stupid.
Good luck.
Okay, hang on. Almost there. Okay, I got
the whole time. Gigi's like, just come to me. Just come to me. Just come to me.
Come over here.
Come over here so I can hit you.
Come over here so that if I die, I can have a shorter run to my runes. Thank you very much. We're planning ahead. Oh.
I just got smacked.
As would I. Do not you. There we go. Now I can hit him.
Okay, frost proc there. A little damage. Little dammies. Okay, don't do that. Okay, don't.
He's
where,
so gonna.
Where? Here it comes. Ah! I looked too slow. Okay.
Oh god.
Okay. Those. Okay.
Get bleeding on, bitch.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You got me in the backswing. Okay. Love that. Love that.
Yep, we're good. We're good. No, don't you fuck. Don't you fucking. Okay. Could you not right now with the fire?
What are you doing?
Okay. You fucked off again?
Yep. Gotta spin your camera.
There he is.
Here it comes. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he went right for my mimic, so at least there's that.
Okay, that's, hey, I'll take that, because that means he's not on us.
Exactly. She's dead now, but...
Oh, well. That's not quite as good.
But you got it, at least. Don't.
Don't.
Don't do that. Not doing that?
No, don't!
No,
don't do that!
Okay, I understand that you have a lot of feelings about this endeavor, but... No, I needed to dodge. Instead, okay.
Oh no.
I died.
Okay.
I tried to dodge and I didn't.
You
I
are
was in the middle
very far from the entrance of the arena.
Okay. I didn't. I said I was gonna plan and then I didn't. Okay. Okay. Listen.
I wasn't saying that like you didn't do what you said. I was like, you are so the opposite.
I know. I think it's not as far away as it was last time though, because I had to go all the fuck away.
No, I think you're gonna have to go straight directly all the way there.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Oh god. My so many runes.
My so many. All right.
Oh god.
I spent a lot on upgrading my mimic though, so I only have 55,000.
Yeah.
which is so many. Okay. At least, no, the first time I died kind of right in the center.
She was like underneath his body.
No. Do not. No. So many runes. I have so many runes.
I have so many. So many. Okay.
Oh, good. Where is he? Where is this
He's
man?
in this corner. Being a bilch.
Scary corner. He's so scared.
He's so scared.
Little bitch hiding in the
now
corner.
let's see if I can just knock this guy down again, because that was funny. Nope.
No, he moved.
Yeah, he moved that time. He's dead. Okay, I will teleport.
Holla at me when you've loaded in.
Mm-hmm. I'm here.
Okay. I love this little hack.
I know. I hope they never fix it.
Okay. We got this.
Oh, we've gotten super close.
Yeah. We consistently almost murdered the dragon. That time I just got stuck in an animation, and I was like, well, okay. It's like, once I hit the button to do my blood shit, I'm kind of fucked if you try to attack.
I do wish that there were more things that had kind of like immunity iframes. But, alas. Only dodging.
Okay.
Alas.
I'm a fright. I know.
This one, I mean, this one you can't really fall unless you like go off the side, but it's still scary. Yeah.
I have many skills.
Yeah.
Falling off of it is one of them.
Also true.
I will find a way.
Try not to.
You need to go eat, but invested. Okay, we'll get it on this.
This is the run. This is the run, Andy.
Didn't go deeps. Okay. Oh, that time I got the prompt. It's fine. Okay, bye.
Goodbye. See you later.
Do that. And a cheeseburger.
Where am I? Oh my gosh, my runes are right under him.
Where are my runes? They're... I don't even see them. They're so far away. Oh no. How far away did I die?
I wasn't kidding.
Oh my god, it's behind a pillar. Okay,
okay. Kidding when I said you are very far.
Oh my god. I think this is still technically closer than last time, but comparable. Okay. Got him. I'm just gonna stay on this side of the fire.
Ah, damn, okay.
I know that his head was making the fire come out from behind him, but it looked like he was blowing fire out of his butt.
Oh yeah, it's because one of the heads turns around. Yeah.
Like, I know that with my brain, but my heart...
He's farting fire. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
Ooh, whatever that was. I think that was just a bleed proc. Nice.
Oh,
don't hit me with your tail. That's rude.
Ow! Okay.
Oh, you died?
Died.
Oh no, okay.
He threw rocks at me.
He threw rocks at you?
He threw rocks at me. It was kind of rude,
I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, he like swipes his hand and then rocks go.
Oh, because like he's like swiping the ground.
Yeah. Sorry, Andy. I fucked up.
Backswing. Did you
fire.
like not do that?
At least it was quick that time, Andy. So this next time, this will be the one. This one's the one.
Many runes.
My so many runes! And every time we get another 5,000 that gets added to it by murdering all these
I know.
Not my so many.
My so many runes.
So many runes.
I kind of want Chipotle now. Now that your brother said that, I'm like, a Chipotle bowl sounds like really fucking good right now.
What's your go-to Chipotle order?
Just a bowl, honestly.
But like, with what in it?
Oh, so I can't do spicy.
Okay.
So no spicy. So it depends on my mood. It's either chicken or beef, depending on just what mood I'm in. And then I like the white rice with the cilantro rice or whatever. Is that what's called? Cilantro rice, right?
Yeah, cilantro lime rice.
Yeah, that's the one. And then just like regular taco bowl stuff on top of it, nothing fancy. Extra sour cream.
Yeah. I do the chicken. I do a chicken bowl. I always get the same funky thing. Chicken bowl with I do the pico and the corn.
Oh yes, the corn. I do like the corn. Yep.
And I
forgot that they do the corn there. I'm going back up.
I do sometimes go brown rice over white rice, even though it's the same health benefits. It doesn't fucking matter. But it feels healthier if you're getting brown rice.
After Nikki's debacle, yes.
Always.
Always.
Are you good? Have you?
Yes, I'm sorry. I immediately started pulling up DoorDash.
No, you're good. And then like cheese and lots of lettuce and sour cream and sometimes fajita veggies, because that also makes it healthy.
Fajita veggies if it's cold, like if it's cold outside.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I know. I do the fajita veggies all the time, because the more vegetables you add, the more healthy it is.
Okay, so yeah. Chicken, white rice, black beans, roasted chili corn, salsa, sour cream, cheese, lettuce. That's just what my last one was.
And then I do guac. And sometimes if I'm feeling extra spicy, I'll get a side of chips and queso, but genetic weirdo that doesn't taste soap either. I mean, a genetic
I don't taste soap. Yeah, I like cilantro. That's so funny. Like, that's just, isn't that so strange that that's a thing?
It's only like 10% of the population.
Yeah. That's, I just, it's so, like, genetics are wild, man. Science is crazy.
You finally got the money.
Yeah, let's go. Did Sonic, like, corporate reach out to you, or did you get it back from the...
Be like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Because sometimes if you like reach out to corporate to complain, they'll like give you extra stuff too.
But complain in a nice way.
Yeah, or sometimes genuinely, if you're just like nice, sometimes they'll reach out to you too. We went, keep in mind this was back in the day, 2013 prime. When I was like super into like my Instagram and I would like post my entire life on my Instagram. I used to like post pictures all the time of like Dunkin' Donuts coffees and like, oh, it's winter, here's my Dunkies, whatever. And Dunkin' like DM'd me on Instagram one time and they're like, oh my gosh, we love all the love you give us. Like, can we send you like a swag bag or whatever? And I was like, hell yeah.
That's rad.
Yeah.
Okay, no, we're good. My so many runes!
My game got just a tiny bit laggy there for like a half second and I was like, no! Please! My so many runes!
Say, not today, old friend. Next time.
Soon. Oh my god, my runes are directly under his butt.
My runes are closer than last time.
My runes are quite literally directly under his anus.
Anus?
Like when he lands, they will be inside of him.
Justin.
I just want you guys to know, when he lands, my runes will be inside of his anus. Look, oh, they're inside of him now. Yep. Sir, can you move so I can get my so many runes?
I so many runes! Okay,
please,
I got my
please,
runes.
so many runes, please, please, sir, please.
Don't. Why do you have a spear? What the fuck is this?
It's actually not a spear, it's a fork. I just want to point that out.
I have not seen him do this before. I didn't like that. Why are you pulling out new shit?
New shit, new shit.
I like new shit. Okay. Hey man, Killdozer is a Colorado legend.
Maybe he wants them there. Well, he needs to ask me for consent to use my runes then.
Yeah.
You can't just take people's stuff to put it inside you. That's also... You also need consent for that, guys.
You can't just put people's runes inside of your butt. Like,
yeah, you come on. That's so disrespectful. You gotta at least ask.
And also, like, respect the answer, too. You can't just ask. Oh, okay. I've gotten struck by lightning twice in a row. Don't do it again! Thrice in a row.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's the thing! It's that thing we picked up!
The thing we picked up?
Yeah, remember that weapon that we had to climb on the top of the spike in the capital to get?
Oh, yeah,
it's that, but like made of lightning.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but I actually like finally saw it for the first time because I was far enough away. Good job! Hell yeah!
Where's his face?
His
face?
Get his face!
I got his face!
Amazing, I'm so proud.
Get murdered, bitch.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Don't fucking... I am about to run out of healing potions.
No.
I've done very poorly this time.
No. No.
I have 2 left.
No.
I know.
No.
There he is. He doesn't like me. Okay.
No.
Ah. Oh my god.
No.
He's just coming directly for me.
No.
No.
It takes me a second to cast magic. Oh my gosh. Magica.
You're mean this time. Like, we did way better the last several times. Okay. You're just gonna
no fire. No fire. No fire, please. No fire.
Last healing potion, baby.
Nope. I'm dead.
We have to no-hit him for the rest of the time. Okay, sure. Yeah, I see you. You can't hide from me, bitch. Yeah. I'm just gonna run away.
Piss elevator. Video game. Hello. Yes.
That's correct.
Video game.
Oh, you with this fucking...
This is good. Yeah, you're in the area. Yeah. There we go. Good job.
Yeah, I'm... Oh, God. Hey, I didn't die that time.
You didn't.
I also haven't done any damage to him yet. In a minute. Oh, no. I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna miss.
Swipe. Good job.
I can't heal, so this is what we got.
Leroy Jenkins, let's go.
No. Okay.
I know. 58k runes. Gonna
64,000
be inside of him again.
I think mine are also going to be potentially inside of his butthole.
19. I think we're fine level. We're just performing badly.
Yeah. Not that it's fine. He whipped out some new shit this time.
Whoa.
Like the staff thing, he didn't do the first several times we did it. He was like,
yeah,
you thought you knew it was coming? Fuck you, here's this staff. No, he definitely didn't.
I mean, the staff and the lasers are, I feel like, are a little overcompensating for his missing head, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
He's like, please don't notice that I'm missing my head because I'm just gonna do all these
impaired.
really obnoxious things instead. And maybe they won't look.
No, my so many runes! My so many runes! Oh god!
Careful. Oh! Oh my god!
I killed him!
Oh
and then
god!
Oh no!
You're so many runes!
64,000!
Oh no!
Oh, there's so many runes!
So many!
Oh no! Don't worry,
God.
I'll get these 3,000.
Oh,
sorry.
no.
One from before. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't need to re-heal, so Ghost, I can't tell you how many times in this playthrough I have lost all of my runes.
Yeah, were you here when she I didn't want to say it out loud. After we beat Radon and she rode into the ocean and lost all of her Radon runes.
The other scene, I was like, I could just walk there. No, I can't.
So she went to go pick up her rune drop and she went right into the fucking ocean.
Turns out, can't swim.
Oh god. What's up, Dave? Welcome in.
I don't
I'm
need
coming.
to
I'm sorry. I know. I was laughing too hard. I'm coming.
I understand. Yeah.
She's like, oh, my runes are over there. And she just...
I'm gonna go get them. Go gallop through. Good.
Oh, God. That one was too funny.
This one at least...
She's like, are my runes gone? I was like, yeah. Yeah,
I think that
unfortunately.
was my first time losing all of my runes. Oh, this man isn't dead.
Yeah, it's okay. He's dead now. Oof, too funny.
My so many runes.
I know.
Yeah, I thought that was close. You almost pulled a GG.
I almost did.
What could possibly go wrong? I could see them. They were right there.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god. Don't worry, Andy. This is gonna be the time. This is the one. And then you...
I see my runes. They're right there. Ah, Gertrude has died. I was like, did you just go into the ocean? Although my favorite one, my absolute new favorite one is this one.
This death?
No, cool. this one. Look at me.
Oh, that one? Yes, that one's a good one. I was trying to run!
That's my favorite,
it was like, you mean dodge backwards? No. In fact, that's not where the fuck
my runes, okay. My runes are not under him this time. Look at that.
I don't have runes. Never mind.
Yeah, because there's so many runes. Unfortunately.
Okay. I forgot for a second. It'd be hilarious if we got it this time after I just lost all of my runes.
Oh no. I mean, it would be great if we got it, but it would be very funny.
Yeah. It would be
but you'll get so many more runes now.
Yeah, that's true. I just won't get to level up enough. Okay, I need you to fucking calm down, dragon.
Shit, I didn't have stamina. You not.
Fucking calm down. No. Okay.
I'll try. I don't even know. Glintstone Ice Crack's fine, I guess.
That's true. No runes to lose means no fear. That's not true. I have 3,000 runes. I could lose my 3,800 runes.
Oh,
How
no.
terrible would that be?
That'd be so... You'll never recover. You'll never financially recover from that.
I will never financially recover from this. Oh, the fucking staff! God damn it.
I prefer we didn't. Thank you.
Held message for misogyny. Okay, Twitch.
What? Who's being misogynistic?
No, he said big ass bitch.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I think it's Andy. I think Automod specifically is just like, I don't want you to speak.
Talking.
Like, I don't get it.
It's okay. It used to get mad at Ferret for talking about Alaska.
One time, the word French got automodded in my chat. Yeah. Like, and we were actually talking about, like, French people, like... I was like, apparently Automod doesn't like the French.
Or Alaska, which is hilarious, because Ferret lives in Alaska, so she was just talking about, like, Alaska. And it was like, bullying. Oh, okay.
Bullying? Are you bullying Alaska? Like, what the, where, what? Already? Oh, okay. I have 3 heals left.
Oh, there goes my mimic finally. At least she lasts longer now that I leveled her up.
Yeah. Oh, okay, tail.
No, leave your claws out of this.
I just healed. Please.
I'm running away.
I just need to get another freeze on him.
Trying to get him to...
Okay. Here.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Okay.
Got him. He's right here. I can hit him.
Nope.
Nope. I hate
Yeah, nope.
He's like, you think you can hit me, bitch?
Oh, come on. Don't. Damn it.
You weren't even throwing fire on that side, this side, you little bitch. Oh, did he just... Oh, he did the thing. Run away! Okay. At least I know that you can run away from it.
Yeah, you just have to be out of, like, the pulse.
Hello. Please don't hurt me. I'm a baby! Oh, don't blow your fire bullshit at me either. That's so stupid. Get stunned. No.
Nice bleed, nice bleed. Get out.
Oh, no. Yeah, I saw it. I couldn't. That was too late.
Yeah.
Yep. Where the fuck? Oh, I blocked. I lost him.
I was spinning my camera and I didn't even see him.
Yeah, he disappeared. Where did he go?
He's like, here, motherfucker.
Watch me.
Okay.
I'm still gonna get ya. Oh no, my so many runes.
Oh no.
my 3,000.
Oh no.
It's all I had.
Unfortunate.
Time to guns a-blazing. Don't worry, Andy, this is gonna be the time.
4 hours later, Andy's like, please, can I go to bed? Please.
Oh, god damn it, he did it. Oh my god. Well, I lost my 3,800
What?
runes.
How did, but like, he's not even over here.
I don't know. The lightning is just following
But, like,
me. I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know. I don't understand how this guy actually aggroed though, is what I'm saying. Like, we weren't even over there.
At least it was only my not so many runes. How dare you?
No.
Oh yeah, we got our I forgot about our sleepies command. Hi, Ferret. We were just talking about you.
Hi, Ferret. I'm so scared.
My so many runes!
My so many runes!
I don't care anymore.
Ah! My so
Run
many
away!
runes!
Don't lose your so many runes!
No!
It's okay, I got him.
Okay. One more. Oh no. Wait, why are you in here? You're not supposed to be inside. You're supposed to stay outside. You're an outside dog. Oh,
Okay.
that was so scary. That was so scary.
You went to the Ren Fair and pet some goats? Oh my god. Are you loaded?
Yes, I just loaded.
Good night. Have an area where you pay $5 and can sit with some baby goats. Amazing. Worth it. Hashtag worth.
Okay.
They're all babies. Well, of course they're all babies. They will always be all babies.
Oops, all babies.
Okay. Oops, all babies. This time for sure.
Yes.
I was doing really good until I didn't anymore.
Until you weren't doing good anymore, yeah. That's usually how it works. That's usually how it works in this game. I was doing well until I wasn't doing well anymore. Oh my gosh, my Chipotle is here.
Go get your Chipotle.
I will. I'm just gonna go down to the gravestone and then wait. My Chipotle, for those of you who don't know how to say Chipotle.
What am I hearing that's beeping?
My phone. It's my DoorDash delivery.
Gotcha. I was like blink.
It's like bing ding ding.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Alas, I shall BRB.
Okay, I'll ask.
Okay.
Triple A, you needed a toe? Chipotle. Chipotle. I think the Colorado Renaissance Fair has like a petting an animal petting area. I don't think I've gone to that since the last time I went with a group of people that I just got really, really drunk with. Which has been several years. The last few times I go, I just pass out from heat stroke. You bailed after a few hours? See, that's the kind of Ren Fair experience I need to have so that I don't pass out from heat stroke. Apparently. Because I didn't pass out this year, but the previous year I did pass out.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Cheeseburger is done. Get a burger.
Get burgered in your face.
Burger, get.
Okay, where are my runes?
Get burgered, idiot. Burger in face.
I think they're all the way around him.
Well, don't have to worry about my runes.
I see them.
Again.
I see them. Oh, you know what we should do before we go in next time? I think we picked up a Seeb. I wonder if we have Seebs, enough Seebs.
Oh yeah. Have fun. We have been having so much fun.
Yeah, dying is like the most fun I've had all day.
Yeah. We've been doing really well though. We've been getting very close.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Once again, I was stuck in an animation, and once again, I am dead.
Oh.
Oh my god. That was immediate. Okay. So, forget what I said about doing well. At least I didn't have to worry about my runes.
Yeah. That was a good attempt.
That one didn't count.
We're just rune farming, guys. We're just rune farming. 5,000 runes at a time. 5 minutes each.
Yeah, it's gone so well for me.
We're just rune farming. We're just, yeah, we're killing these guys over and over and over and over and over again. Not to get to the boss fight, but because we're farming runes, guys.
Yeah,
come on.
yeah, which is why I lost all of my 64,000 runes.
Well, sometimes your crops don't make it in a farm, you know?
Yeah. Basically, there was a blight.
You play enough Stardew, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes your crops just don't make it.
Want to check real quick?
Oh, yeah. Let's check our seeds.
Yeah, I don't have anything I can do. I have no flasks.
You don't have... Really? I had enough for one. Interesting. Alright, let's go.
Let's do it. Gonna fight a dragon. Gonna fight a dragon.
A two-headed dragon with lasers and fire fart.
Uh-huh. Farting fire. Don't lose your so many runes.
I'll try not to.
Don't be like me. Okay, don't.
Okay.
Don't
so we
strike
didn't aggro the other guys this time. Now we did. I think I hear him now.
Don't die! You're so many runes! These dog bitches. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I forgot.
It's fine. I didn't need those runes anyway. Well, now I don't give any fucks anymore, so...
I forgot about the dog command. Get a load of that. I need more dog sounds. What, we mean we don't all remember everything that happened in the stream that was just fucking around for 3 hours? I'm gonna fast travel.
Yeah, go ahead. I have nothing to live for anymore.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It randomly chooses between currently two sounds. I need more dog-related sounds for it to choose from. That stream was dumb and silly and nothing happened in it. That is in fact the other one. Well, it just did it again. But yes, the other sound is in fact Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? And it just wants to do that one. It doesn't want to do the other one. You went to a Fall Out Boy concert, they had a giant fucking dog puppet, but for why? That meme had just become popular. We did talk about movies. We talked about movies for a very long time. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? There it is.
Fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball! Didn't ask why with Fall Out Boy? Why would I ask why about Fall Out Boy?
No, you don't ask why with Fall Out Boy.
Oh, gotcha. I read didn't.
It's okay, Andy. I'll read chat for her.
I read chat. I just don't know how to read.
We're women. We don't read.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Chop it in the tail.
Yes, it's done. It's done. Can you get him?
I'm so far away. I'm so far away.
I'm in his pit.
I got him. No, he moved at the last second. Sorry.
It's okay. I was in his pit. I couldn't anyway. Okay.
And
watching. There he is.
Yep. No. Where you at?
Here. He's here. No.
Just ignore me. You don't see me at all. It's just regular fire. It's not lasers yet. Yet. There he is. No. Oh, you fuck. He got both me and my mimic. Little bitch.
Don't use all my stamina by the time I get to him.
I did have these. Gotta make sure I get those 5,000 runes from before. Totally forgot. Kablamo. Hello, sir. Ouch. Oh, no, don't, I'll die. I'll simply perish. Okay, I'm still alive. I don't want to die. A sixth of the way there to the runes that I had before. I'm just, where is he?
Who's in the sky?
I got him. Fucking lasers!
Fire into the lasers?
Oh, you bitch. Okay. No. Oh my god. It's so Metal Concert coded.
Oh, come on. That was a bitch move.
Get bleeded on, bitch.
We're so close. Don't get greedy.
I need to heal so much. We got him.
Here it comes.
There he is. I found him. Oh my god, what if my mimic takes him down? I think that would be hilarious.
It can happen. No,
It
come
probably
on.
will. My mimic is way better at hitting him than me. Where is he? Where is he? There he is, there he is. I found him, I found him, I found him. Hooah! Oh no, 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 he's gonna turn it into lace! Oh, I'm so scared! I'm so scared of this
Gigi, it's all you pull it through, Gigi!
Okay, 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 okay. Hello, I was all the way across the land. You fuck. No, 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 no. Don't strike me with lightning. Where is he? Where is he?
Behind,
Where
behind.
is he? There he is, there he is, there he is. Okay, 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 okay. No, 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 not the lasers. Okay, there goes my mimic.
Beautiful dodge.
He's so far away! I just need to hit him like twice. He's gonna run away. He's gonna zoom away from me. You fuck! Where is he? Where is he? There he is.
Yep.
Shit. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. We got him, we got him. I just need to run. God damn it!
I know. His phase 2 teleport is very annoying.
He's so far away from me! Oh my god.
Oh.
Ah. Bitch. Uh-huh. Just die!
One more! Let's go, Gigi! Let's go!
You did it took 7 years!
Touch the glaze!
Sweet victory! He had like 3 hit points for the longest time because I just could not.
Because he just kept teleporting, I know.
Oh my god. Got too excited there for a second, but now it's the right time! It was the perfect time.
I'm so proud of your fearlessness.
I got so scared. I'm gonna level up.
I was like, how come I can't get to where you are? But I can.
22? I could level up so many times if I hadn't lost all of my runes.
It's like a drug, a very stressful drug. It's true.
So fucking stressful. Okay, I leveled up. Did you get your runes?
Yep, I did. It did.
I need to panic a little bit.
It's so stressful. It's so stressful. We did it! Did you get your chibi?
Yay! Yeah, I got a chibi and I got a thingamajigger.
We have to check at what chibis you're missing, just to make sure. Because I'm pretty sure I've gotten all of the achievement bosses for you, other than like the ones that are coming up.
There was the one that I didn't get.
Was it the Godskins, the ones that I ended up killing? The duo that I ended up killing?
Oh no, it says that I have it. How do I have it when I didn't? Whatever, it's fine.
All right, so let me, scroll down and see boss names. Let me see.
Giant, Commander, Null, Shardbearer,
Yep.
Moog, Godfrey.
Moog, we can't get to yet.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
so maybe it does.
the other Moog. There's 2 Moog achievements, because there's 2 Moog bosses. Yeah.
Moog the Omen, Lich Dragon, Askel, Dragonkin Soldier, Regal Ancestor Spirit, Ancestor Spirit, Shardbearer, Reichard, Godskin Noble, Valiant Gargwals,
Gargwal,
Radon, Renala, Red Wolf, Royal Knigget, Red Rune,
Knigget. I was like, what? Yeah.
Leonine, Misbegotten, Margate. So I still have, a bunch of armament things.
Yep, those are just collectibles and stuff. Yep. Okay.
And a bunch of hidden ones.
Yeah, the hidden ones are the ones we need. So you have Malenia, Loretta, Moog, and then obviously the ones that are like story bosses that we haven't beaten yet. So hopefully that's all of them, and that the rest are. Well, if you click on global, it'll show all of them, and you can unhide them.
How have I not got an achievement for round table hold?
I don't know. What? You might just have to literally start a solo and just go there.
Yeah. Magma Wim.
Oh, Makar. Okay. Magma Worm Makar. Okay. We'll have to take a little shortcut for that. Okay. I forgot about him.
Maliketh, the black
Yep,
blade.
that's coming up.
Moog.
Coming up.
Hora Luke's
Coming
warrior.
up. Luke's.
Loretta Knigget of the Erdtree.
Okay.
Elmer of the Briar.
We beat him. Didn't we? Didn't we beat Elmer?
I don't know.
No, we did.
I don't have.
Oh, we didn't. We went in there and we touched the Grace real quick and then we left. I remember. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to tell you? What's your brother's name, Kevin? Do you want me to tell you how to get to Moog? There's 2 ways to get to Moog.
And then ending.
So you can do Vare's quest. Vare, you know, the guy that's right at the very beginning of the game, and he calls you Maidenless. You can do his quest and you can fight this invader called Magnus the Beastclaw. Or you can get the Erdtree medallion and you can go to the consecrated snowfield, and there's a portal that's got like a puddle of blood around it. And that takes you there. That's the way we're gonna go because we didn't do Vare's quest, so when we get to the consecrated snowfield, I'll show you. Yeah. There's just a random portal in the snowfield that's got like a puddle of blood around it. No problem. Okay.
Yeah, so that's. I see.
So now we continue. So now we can go beat that boss that, like I said, we had to wait because it progresses the story. So we go to beside the Great Bridge.
I'm still so stressed about that.
You did so good. You clutched it.
I just needed to not die so I could get close to it.
I know. That's the problem. Some of those bosses, like, they go into super defense mode once they get close to dying, and they just like they like stall so bad. Sorry, I was just drinking my Starbies.
I dodged most of those hits at the end.
You did. Right, so there is a tree sentinel guarding this, but once we beat him the one time, he won't be there anymore.
Is there anything over here? This way?
Oh, actually, I don't remember. I think it just connects to the other part over there.
I just want to check.
Yeah.
I'll go do a splory real quick.
Little splore?
Little sploo. Get splored.
Get splored on. Ooh. Are you alive? No, you're not alive? Oh, there's a ladder. Where does this go? These are all dead. But we did not kill them.
No.
Interesting.
Oh boy.
Look what you've done.
I don't even know what that means.
There's a chest in there? Something's gonna come and block us. There's no way there's just gonna be a chest here for free.
It's just sitting there. Nothing bad could possibly happen.
There are men. Invade. See? I knew it. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. They're like, free chest.
Not a man. Get bleeded on.
Don't do it. Don't you heal. Don't you heal. Don't you heal. No!
Ow!
Don't. I said don't do it. I said don't do it. You healed again?
Twice! Oh, that...
Oh! You killed my friend.
My god. Did you die?
No, he just did a sucky thingy. Tried to suck me off.
Oh. Gross.
That's what I'm saying.
Here on Twitch, TOS.
On my good Christian Minecraft server?
Is he dead? Did you kill him?
No, I didn't kill him. He returned to his world because he's a pussy. Because he can't handle this heat.
Coming back. I wonder if that was because I died, and maybe when I come back,
I don't know.
Respawn.
I woke up the other men, though.
No! There were other men?
Yeah.
A man! My runes. My so many runes!
Please, no. No, no,
no!
It's okay. I knew it. I know I did it.
Okay, I got him. I will avenge you!
I mistimed my dodge there. I saw it as soon as I did it.
You have been avenged.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sanctuary stone. I'm gonna open this chest and see if there's something in it.
Let's see if this man comes back.
Ooh. An old lord's talisman.
Oh, it is a legendary.
It's a legendary.
Mm.
Legendary.
Did you get any of the legendary trophies for it?
I think so.
I don't think talismans count. I think it actually has to be an armament.
Well, I was looking. You get a trophy for finding all of the legendary talismans.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. Because I was gonna say, because you've already picked up a legendary. You've already picked up a couple legendaries.
Yeah.
Because we've gotten.
Oh, this one's good for you. Extends spell effect duration.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it when I get there. Okay, Bernal, are you coming back? You're not coming back. Are you a bitch?
He's a little bitch.
There he is. Okay, he's coming back. Ah! Sorry, I called you a bitch.
I'm not.
No!
Don't die.
Get out here, you hoe.
Don't hide inside of the building.
No, don't suck me off. He's gonna suck you off. See? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do healies. Don't do heals. Don't. Don't.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't. No.
No. Oh. Okay, this is my new arch nemesis. We have to focus this man up.
He's just a man. We just killed a Dragonlord.
We just fucking murdered the fuck out of a dragon, but we can't kill this man.
We can't kill this man.
This man. Ugh. No. He's getting wrecked.
We killed a two-headed that's supposed to be a three-headed dragon, okay? I can kill a man.
We can kill a man. He keeps healing though, that's the problem.
I know, because he's a bitch.
What, are you afraid we're gonna kill you so you have to keep healing? Well, you're right, we are gonna kill you.
God, what a bitch. Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready now, Bernal. It's gonna be a 4v1. Let's go.
Did you bring your mimic out? Okay, hold on. I'm almost there.
I'm fucking around now, Bernal. You and your stupid name.
You know what? Fine. I'm gonna do it too.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a 4v1. Let's go.
Let me get my runes. My so many runes. I have like 25,000.
Get absolutely stun locked. Burn hall. Burn hall.
Burn hall.
Burn hall.
Why do you have an H in your name? That's stupid. Ow. Okay, hold on.
Yeah! Get fucked on!
I like my mimic is still fighting. Oh, we got a lot of shit.
That's a totally normal way to react, right?
Get shitted on!
Get shit on!
And we're wearing dresses, so it's even. I forgot about the dogs. They scared me. Okay.
Hell yeah, Mimic. One more. Oh, my Mimic is tearing it apart. Look at, good job. Look at, oh my, just let her do it. Just let her do it. Yeah, I can't see your Mimic either.
Yeah, my Mimic is currently kind of fucking it up.
So is mine. She's all on her face. Yeah. Hey, you don't, it's dead. You don't need to use the magic sword. Chill.
No. Gotta do it.
She's like, I must.
It's a little sad that I can't see your Mimic.
I know. I mean, technically, I guess we can probably just fast travel back.
Nah. Well, we probably should. To
get all of our shit, yeah.
Since we used all of our shit to fight this one man.
What's here? There's a thing.
A thing?
Yeah, and a man, but no, a thing.
Oh. I was like, where did you go? Ow.
Yeah.
Get wrecked.
Get shitted on. Get shitted on.
An
Where does this go? An elevator.
A levitor.
A levitator.
Look at us exploring and finding shit.
Wow.
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 Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Guest Lord on.
Hello?
Bitch. Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Nothing here. Anything on that side?
There's a chest.
Chest. It's purple. Oh, I've seen people wear this, but I don't think I've ever found it. Wow.
We did it.
Wow.
We found new shit. New shit. We found new shit.
Not nude. Don't get confused.
No, not nude.
Don't
nude.
get confused.
No.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't.
Just don't get it twisted. All right, now I definitely think we have to. Oh my gosh, my Mimic is just running. Oh, sweetie, you can't make it over here because you're dumb.
I don't even see mine. Mine is just sad, probably. Like, hello.
Hello.
Oh, we can. Oh wait, there's something. Is that a grace?
Yeah,
oh,
but we've already been there. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been here. We've been here.
Okay, so now we can go back to beside the Great Bridge.
Let's get this other up first before we go down. Yeah. Sounds about right.
I do have to go back and I have to retroactively add a clip, a quote from last week. When I told Gigi that she inspires me to be myself, and she went, "Aw, that's stupid."
Hello, sir. That was a good one.
Oh, that's rude.
Here. Just a little bit too. Why do you have lightning?
Because he's a draconic tree sentinel.
You're a draconic tree.
Well, everything's draconic here. This is Dragonland.
Ow. Whoa. Ow. That was dumb. Fucking rude, bro.
Nope. No.
No. No. Ow.
Yeah. Oh, good job.
I avenged you.
You did.
Malformed dragon shit.
Helm. A dragon helm.
Actually, I kind of want to look at what those look like. The gauntlets, at least. See if I can find something cute.
Cute.
Something cute. That's not cute. Not cute.
Are you looking for cute gloves?
Yeah, obviously.
They are cute. The bracers are kind of cute. So like the ones we got from the Godskins.
I don't know if I got it.
Yeah, the Godskin Apostle bracelets and the Godskin Noble bracelets.
Oh, these ones?
Mm-hmm.
They are kind of cute.
Yeah.
They also aren't good.
No. Listen, it's cute or not cute.
Fair. These ones aren't bad. And some cute boots, maybe?
Cute boots. Well, you can wear whatever boots you want because your dress covers them.
That's true.
So you can be stronk boots.
The strongest boots in the land.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, these are some strong boots.
I don't even see them. You're covered. See?
No, I think I'm slow though.
Oh, are you heavy? Or
that made me. Why it still said medium? It says medium load.
but did you go from light to medium?
I don't think so. Let me switch back. I don't remember what I was. I don't remember.
No, it
what
shows
boots
medium
I was
before. Oh.
What boots was I wearing?
That I don't remember. Medium's not bad though.
Medium's
You just don't want to be heavy.
I just don't know why it feels so much slower. Yeah, like it. I was medium, so I don't know why it feels so much slower.
Yeah, roll. Yeah, that seems normal.
Okay.
Okay, this is kind of a difficult boss, if I'm being honest.
You got tickets to see Taiko in a couple of weeks? That's exciting.
He has 2 phases.
2 phase.
2 phase. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why that felt so much slower. It felt very sluggish.
Oh, bad kitty. Bad doggy. I forgot. Doggy. You are doggy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, ouch. Okay. Okay. I'm learning.
Okay.
Oh, I need to be careful not to roll off the edge. That's a problem.
Try to be in the center of this arena. Yeah.
Ow. He is all in on my mimic right now.
Better than being on us. Okay.
That's true.
Okay. Woo!
If we beat this boss, first of all, congrats, but it also means you have to dip out. Fair enough. I understand. You could just lurk. He got his nails done.
Oh, death.
Are you gonna start speaking Shakespeare to me?
Blade once more.
Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good for me. That was very dramatic. Oh no, does he do blood now?
Oh, he does worse than blood.
Cool, 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 great.
He does something called destined death. And it will slowly start taking our health away.
Amazing.
Yes. So just try not to get hit with it.
Sure. Oh, did he become hot?
He's a dog.
Okay, never mind. Just kidding, I take it back. Listen, I was just looking at the hair and the abs, okay? I missed the dog part. I can't listen.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's destined death, that red ship.
Okay. This seems like a problem.
Yep, it can be.
Oh yeah, I see you. Listen!
Just pay attention to my mimic. That's all I'm asking. Okay, chill. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. See, so now you've got gray on your health bar. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, it's gone. The gray went away.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay far away from him and just bleed on him a bunch. Oh, ouchie. Oh. Wow, he's very agile.
Yes.
Are you gonna do bleed on me? Don't die!
I didn't.
Oh, no.
Okay, just dodge. Just keep dodging. Okay. Alright. I've got the destined death on me, just ticking my health away. Alright. First try!
Oh,
Let's go!
We did it!
Whoo! I had to do him a bunch of times on my playthrough.
To kill what? Blade. We got black blade ribbons. Okay, bye! Those spoilers.
Thanks
for the lurk, at least. We crushed it.
We struggled more on fucking Placidusax than we did on Maliketh. That's funny. Maliketh was just very distracted by our mimics, which was very fortunate for us.
We struggled more on the random man than we did on this boss.
Yeah. And this boss is hard. Yeah, I struggled quite a bit on him.
He was very distracted by our mimics. That helped a lot.
Yeah, because normally he'll be super hard focused on you, and like the destined death is everywhere, and it's hard to avoid.
Yeah.
The rune of death is unbound.
The rune of death.
And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns.
I like the second guy. He's like, oh no, the pretty tree is on fire.
Oh no, who did that?
I don't know. I didn't do it.
I didn't do it either.
I didn't do it.
You'll be
it was not
Lord
me.
Yet.
Technically, it was some bitch. She did it. I was sleeping.
No, yes, you were sleeping.
I was sleeping. I didn't do
because you were like, yes, sure, let's commit a cardinal sin.
She didn't say what she was doing.
Yes, but she was like, would you like to commit a cardinal sin? And you're like, why not?
Yeah, but I didn't have context. Technically, I did not give full and informed consent. She didn't say what the sin was.
True. So if the sin was murder...
I just needed to know what was going to happen.
Was that different?
I'm not saying that I wouldn't have burned the tree. I'm just saying that I can't be held responsible.
I just need to know the reasons, the positives and the negatives behind burning the tree, you know? I just need to be informed.
Make a pro-con list, and then...
Yeah. So here we are. We're back. And everything's on fire. It looks exactly the same as when we left it.
Yeah.
I can't just, it's like the same picture. It's like that meme. It's the same picture.
There is no change between these two. I'm gonna get more health points.
Yes.
I think I can level up 3
Level.
times. Level up.
Okay. Let's get
more dexterity.
int. Okay, I need 30k more. Let me see. What do I have in terms of runes?
Like 90k more, so I'm good. Basically an entire level's worth of runes.
Basically. All right. So, remember how I told you that after we beat this guy, now we have a choice. So here is your choice. This area that we are in right now is technically the final area. Like if we were to just straight do the story, like this is the last area of the game in terms of story. Would you like to finish the story and then, or progress towards that and then go backwards? Or do you want to take a side quest and go to there's 2 other areas we haven't explored yet?
I am a side quest lady.
Okay, so we are going to completely take a little detour and we're going to go back to the mountains and we are going to the Grand Lift of Rold again.
Okay. Where are the
mountain tops of the giants?
Gotti.
Okay.
We're going on an adventure.
Exactly. Now, anyone who knows Elden Ring knows where we're gonna go is gonna be excited.
I'm definitely an all side quests before main story kind of person.
Perfect. I'm the same way, but I just didn't know if you were like, no, let's just continue doing it. Okay. So, when you get up to the top, there's gonna be a prompt, but then there's also gonna be a second prompt that tells you to do something else.
Okay. Hoist medallion.
Or
hoist secret medallion.
Yes.
Ooh. Ooh. What could it be? Hello? Look, I found this on the ground. It reminded me of you. Oh, him's green. Him's got green eyeballs.
Green.
Green. Oh.
Now, instead of the elevator going up, everything else is going up.
Yeah, but everything is going up. Wow.
Wow. Here we are. We're here.
We're here. Oh.
I don't need a cutscene as well. Come on.
Okay.
What the hell? Double cutscenes. It's never done that before, but this is the first time for everything, I guess. Okay.
I'm glad we went exploring in the last place. That was fun.
Oh yeah, to find that guy, that man.
That man and the cute clothes. Hidden path to the Halig tree.
The Halig tree.
Halig.
It's hidden.
The beast eye quivers. Oh no.
No, don't
Is there
quiver.
a man in a boat? Oh no.
Don't quiver. Nice. Easy. It's over here.
Beast eye quivers. Doesn't that mean there's a man in a boat?
Or, yeah, but sometimes there's just the things.
Oh, oh no, a moderately inconvenient enemy. Oh no! It's the Kraken!
Ah!
Get stabbed in your eyeball!
Froze all over him.
Far too many tentacles for my life.
I freezed all over him. You can cut them off, which is fun. Okay. He is now deceased. Now I can pick up this item. A warming stone. A land octopus ovary. My favorite.
Gotta make sure you know where you're getting those
My
eggs
favorite. All right. I don't remember. Okay.
I assume we go up.
Yeah, we do. Okay, but also
That looks like a thing.
there's hidden. It's hidden. So hidden. But I don't remember where the hidden is. I think it's over here. It's here. Okay. Okay. Now.
Oh, what's up?
Yes. No, we're still gonna go up. I just want to check something. I want to make sure that I'm remembering the right path. And I don't want us to die, so use.
I'll find a way. Don't worry.
Okay. I was correct. There's the path right there. Aren't you so excited to have to use an invisible bridge?
Oh no.
Aren't you so excited about a bridge that we can't see?
That sounds like something that I would be very good at. Ow! 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 Why? Ow! No! I'm dead.
Okay.
I had two men.
Sir. Stop.
Steak Alberta. Did you die?
No, but he just scared the piss out of me because he jumped on me.
Yes, but... Oh my god. It loads so
slowly. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Okay, ditch.
I'm coming.
Okay. I'm just murdering, so it's nice and safe for you.
Oh, thanks.
Ditch. Okay.
And runes. Good.
Good.
Good. Crazy. Globe warp.
Oh. Touch.
Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna travel to it real quick.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, nope. Can't. Never mind.
You can't?
No.
Is it locked?
Yeah.
Okay, so touch it. That's fine.
Rest at it?
Yeah. Because it means we're locked.
Okay.
Okay, so even though these guys are gonna be back, we're gonna have to go back. We have to do the invisible.
What's up? There's a lot of fog and scary things up. Okay.
Wait,
Sorry.
why is yours so foggy? Did you go out the door or start to go out the door?
I looked there.
Oh, you peeked. Okay. Okay. Was that necessary?
Keep your tentacles to yourself, sir. Actually, ma'am, because you got over.
True. You little shit fuck. It's okay, because now the other girls. I didn't. That's the worst part. I didn't even have my Pinxel brand diaper.
Okay.
I went to the steak.
I had literally like 2 hit points left, and
I know.
He landed on me. I couldn't.
It's a little rough here, but
I couldn't heal in time.
Hey, knock that off. Knock it off.
Knock it off.
Knock it off. Why do these guys do so much damage, though, is the real question here.
The men or the...
The men.
Yeah, because they've got that, like, slicey thing that they do.
Yeah, but they're just little tiny little men. They shouldn't be doing much damage.
Got the octopus.
They're just little baby men.
Little baby bed.
Okay, now. Let me do this. Switch to rainbow stones. Can I craft Rainbow stones.
Rainbow sparkle.
Apparently I cannot craft rainbow stone. Oh, I can. Okay. Make like 10 of them. Okay. So.
Oh no.
I know.
Oh no.
I know.
This is my nightmare.
I know, but that's why I'm gonna try to do my best to line the path.
Oh god. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now, this is the scary part.
This is the scary part?
Yes. We're gonna go directly across as well. I'll keep putting these down.
Oh god.
Okay. There's men. Hi, Wolfie. What? Men. Please don't men. Please don't men on me, please. You mend all over me.
Fucking rude.
I know. Now I have to hop back through the scary part.
Oh, Agnes.
Agnes, no.
Agnes, no.
It did. I actually got the email today and it was like, your digital goods have been delivered. And I was like, thank you, Throne, you dumb idiot.
Oh, what is Gigi? What's I'm trying to figure out what song. Oh. Yeah. It's Gigi's nightmare. Do 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 do.
Hi, Jen. How are you? I'm fantastic. How are you? Okay, so that way, which means this way.
It's a mental breakdown.
Okay. What's this? A sacramental bud. All right, now I'm back out here, and then here. This is the last way to go. Ready?
No. God. Oh.
Goes down. It is a decline. Don't get scared.
I'm gonna be so scared. Wait, are you going up again?
Nope. I'm just getting this guy. Hold on.
Protect me!
Okay. Didn't go. And then in.
There's another man!
Another man!
A man!
Okay.
Always needs more kazoo.
You're just gliding. You're not walking. It's very funny. And then hop.
Hop?
Hop.
Oh, okay.
Yay!
I landed on you.
Okay, now I think we go through the window. Yeah, there's an octopussoir here. Surgery Monday, pretty sore. Oh, you feel good enough? Hey, that's progress. Yes. Okay, kill the men. Okay. Yay! What does this do? I don't know. Let's pull it. There. This couldn't possibly go wrong.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Pull the lever. Everything's fine.
Hello?
Oh, no, like, he did not seem interested at all in what was going on.
Not go away. But what's through here?
I don't know,
Is
but
this the way we have? Oh.
Yeah, I think this is a more explory. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, no, all over me. No.
Gross.
I know. That's the problem. Oh, it stopped with the scratchy thing.
Got him.
There's one more. I thought there was one more. Yeah. Yep. Apparently he was in a dark corner.
I'm sorry.
What does do the health mean? It means do the health. Do healthy.
Do the health, police.
Do healthy.
Health. Thank you, police. Obviously, do the health means do the health, duh.
It means be healthy. Like, look at them teeth. Yeah, do the health.
Do the health, do the teeth.
Be healthy.
Eats.
You gotta be so health.
Like toothless.
That way.
Health.
And then this way. And then this way. And then this way?
There's no fucking way that I'm gonna redo that.
Oh, yeah. No, it's fine. It's all good.
No.
To participate in self-care health activities included nourishing foods, drinking the agua, taking Zyme medications, and touching a grass. Exactly. You see...
One single grass.
Mama Jen RN is a registered N, so therefore she knows. She is a specialist in the health.
I did touch a grass today and killed it. That is correct. On purpose.
That's too many things. Listen, baby steps. Oh, wait, what's uppies? So there's clearly a boss in here, but what's uppies?
I don't know. Let's find out. Probably more men. Oh, there's an elevator.
Elevator.
I wonder if there's anything sneaky under this elevator.
Oh, another stealth evader. If you're feeling really froggy, brush your teethsies too. Oh my gosh, that's so much self-care. That's so much care of the self. Oh, where's this? Oh wait, this is back here. So then this means that this goes here. And this should be right back to the top.
Is it because wasn't there a grace here?
Yeah, so this is the one after the land octopus.
Whoa,
so we just went in a circle, yeah. Which means, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh no!
It's I know it seems really scary, but it's just straight lines. Like, I promise. Like, so if you hop down, okay, and then immediately line yourself up with this door in front of us. Okay. Okay, and then turn around and go to the door directly in front. Okay, now stop. And you want to line yourself up with that door there. You're a little far. Yeah, there you go. Like, you're a little far to the side.
I was following the stones.
Oh, I didn't see the stones. Their stones are not here for me anymore.
Oh, okay. They're here for me. So.
Okay, good. Okay, and then you're gonna hop down to the... You did it!
I still had the stones.
So I did not have the stones. That was scary.
I was like, what? I'm standing right on the stone that you put down.
That's trippy, I know. There's actually one more of those that I did not make us go to do in the mountaintops.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there is one more of those, but we didn't do it. I didn't make us go do it.
Let's see. Hello?
Okay. Hello?
Oh no, it's you!
Murder me! Murder me! Murder me! Murder me! Hi, Tatiana. Welcome in. How are you?
Hello!
Okay, Mimic. It's done.
I know. It's just like, die!
Mimic's going ham. Oh my gosh.
Hi!
The beast eye quivers.
Quivers. Alright, so now we can actually go to that grace.
Okay.
There's no friendly fire. I know. If there was friendly fire in this game, it would be a whole different story. And I'm going to sit so I can rest. Tatiana, how was your day? How was your Saturday?
Pink is in a bubble. Pink is Galinda.
In a puddle?
And
I'm in a puddle?
The wicked's lives are lonely. Goodness knows the wicked die alone. I could level up. Let's see.
She came down in a bubble, dog. Grow up. Grow up.
Grow up. I keep forgetting that I have that as a sound. Am I wrong?
Look at me and tell me that I'm wrong.
Am I wrong? I need to isolate the she came down in a bubble, Doug.
She had a magic wand and she came down in a bubble, Doug.
No, she wore a crown.
Oh, yes, that's right. She wore a crown and she came down in a bubble. That's right. She wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, Doug. It's about the Wizard of Oz. I think they were playing, like, some sort of game, whether it was like Trivial Pursuit or something. And
So
the answer was... Go ahead.
They were arguing about whether Glinda the Good Witch is a princess or not.
Yeah. 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 She wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, Doug. Grow
She's
up.
a princess.
Grow up. I like how the other guy who's like, I'm gonna punch him in the face.
No, he's like, I'm gonna stab him.
Oh, I'm gonna stab him. Clearly I haven't listened to it in a little bit. She's a witch. She's a good witch. She says so, yeah.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
But she's not a princess. True.
Yeah, I'm gonna rest here real quick so that I get
the fast travel. Good point.
She's morally gray. A man.
Yeah, we're not fighting men, though. We don't have time for men.
We're always fighting men. Ooh, things. Oh no, this man really wants to fight.
Sir, I'm just trying to collect runes, okay? I just need money. I'm poor. I'm so poor.
Money, please.
Sir. Okay, that's the edge of the world. Let's not go over there.
Gonna cry so much when I go see for good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
She's the daughter of wealthy parents, not a princess. I mean, depending on where you're at, that could basically be the same thing.
Okay, so
I think there's two new songs.
Oh my.
Ow! You just fucking jumped into me. That was mean. Okay.
All right, archers, chill.
Sorry, dog. I think there were two. I think I read that there were two. I could be wrong. Oh no, I lost you.
I am also lost. You're supposed to be able to use the lights to follow the path, but
okay.
I have lost lights.
I died.
Oh no. Okay.
I got murdered by a giant ghost.
Okay. Let me go back to the Grace and we'll try again. My husband called me princess? Yes, Jen, it does count. It does.
So counts. You should basically be a ruler of a country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! What? Oh shit, where did I die?
Probably have to stay on the path, honestly. Which I know is hard to do because you can't see anything, but if you just keep checking your map, there's a road. I also gotta go piss girl once we get to another Grace.
Oh, I got him.
Okay, I'm a little further to the side here. Here. I'm still to the side of this road. That's nothing. That's not safe.
Oh, there's lightning. There's lightning. There's lightning. There's lightning.
Okay.
There's lightning. Oh god. Oh god. Lightning balls.
Oh, I found the lights we're supposed to follow. I found a Grace. Okay. Yeah, just the other day.
Yeah, I watched it and I felt feelings.
I'm sorry, I can't hold it anymore. I gotta go piss girl. So I'll be right back. I'm at the Grace if you want to
I'm just
travel
gonna
here.
travel.
Yeah, okay. I'll be right back, guys.
We're gonna take a real quick burb. I will also be right back. Hi, Tatiana. Hello. Okay. Burp time. Yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna go see it because it's been a long time since I've seen a good like rom-com, like a new one. Like, cause I can rewatch 27 Dresses until the cows come home, but
Okay, I'm back. Also, it started storming like really bad. So I just had to make sure that the windows downstairs were closed. Which they were, so that's good.
oh good.
Okay, I'm gonna tag this. Maybe it'll kind of help keep us in a direction till we can fucking see anything.
My shadows.
You have shadows even in the snow? That's crazy.
Yeah. Just a
Oh,
couple.
do you want to try to kill these guys? These two trolls
Oh, I
carry.
did think you meant spice. Is that not what you meant?
What?
I was talking to Andy. Sorry.
Oh.
To rolls. What were you?
The new
what
Switch
were
2.
you-
What did you get on the Switch 2, Tatiana? I haven't picked up my Switch yet.
I have a whole bunch of house shit I need to pay off.
Yeah, I'll probably end up getting it. I'm supposed to get a raise when we move to our new location next month, because technically the new location is further away, so they're giving everybody a raise. So I might grab it then.
Fighting somebody else.
Yeah,
was
she
like,
invaded.
I missed.
It's okay. Oh, you did so good. Stabbies.
Got
Get
her.
stabbed in your face. I don't know who you thought you were. Anastasia.
You got a big ass knife though.
A kniff.
Ow, rude.
Get frozed on.
Ow. Okay. I avenged you.
Oh my gosh, she just flopped so hard. That was very funny to witness. She like went face first down. That was very funny. The kazoo hashtag kazoo crisis. Sometimes my bot does really well. Like the summary this like when I started stream, it like does like a little summary of like last time on Pixel stream. And this one was actually really good. And then sometimes you get stuff like that and it's like hashtag kazoo crisis and it's like, what are you doing?
I can't buy a Switch 2. I need to make costumes. Very fair.
I think we should kill these men.
Okay. Rude.
Breath of the Wild. Oh, do you mean Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? We kept some Switch 1 games. Nice. I'll definitely get it. I'll definitely end up getting it. I just didn't get one on release this year.
Oh, Andy, you wanted more stuff with Belle in the War. I don't know where you're at in the book, but you do get some stuff for sure. To not spoil. Wow, he's mad. Okay, he's dead.
Mine's one hit away. There we go. Now mine's dead.
Look at us double
Good
murdered.
job.
Let's see what's in here. Loot. Loot. Is it something good? Flowing curved sword. Why are these wolves stuck? Now they are not stuck. Okay.
Now they're running. Supposed to get a raise in April, but you never did. Your boss said he was uncertain with the tariffs. He gave him the benefit of the doubt. But you work for a web development company. What would the tariffs
what would the tariffs do with anything? People are using the tariffs for excuses for everything now.
Like, it makes sense for some stuff, but
I've seen, and again, like, I'll be honest when I say, like, I don't pay attention maybe as much as I should, but I've seen a lot of stuff saying that, like, the amount that places are raising their prices is, like, borderline price gouging because they're not actually accounting for the tariffs. They're, like, using the tariffs to do, like, 60% price increases.
yeah.
Crazy. Crazy. Love it.
Rhymed crystal, bud.
Did you get the map?
Main client is car dealership. Got it. No, where's the map? Oh,
Right
there
there.
it is. Got it. I
Mappa.
understand now, Andy. That makes more sense. I thought he was just talking about, like, for your stuff.
Okay, nice.
I was like, that doesn't seem real.
There's
Ow.
a beetle over here.
There's a
And
man.
a visible beetle. Oh no. Oh no.
He shot me with an arrow!
Oh yeah, these bitches. I hate these bitches. They can't walk.
That was really mean.
They can't walk, so they have to ride on like the backs of these wolves and stuff. But it's crazy. They do so much damage. I'm about to die, about to die, about to die, about to die.
Don't die!
I died.
Oh no.
It's okay. It's okay. We need to stick
no.
together.
We do. Birds of a feather, we should stick together.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh no. Ow, 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 ow! You shot me twice! I'm running away, I'm running away, I'm running away.
I'm almost here.
Almost here, Agnes.
Okay. I'm here. Alright, this
You're
bitch is
Agnes.
off. She's off her thing. So we can hurt her. She can't walk. Which I know is mean. It's like we're like bullying this cripple, but she's literally shooting us.
It's self-defense!
Careful of the other girl. We're here.
Ow, ow. I'm fighting a wolf first. A dog. Oh no, oh no. Ow. Yeah, 3 months seems reasonable. Ow, ow, what?
Okay, chill, lady. Chill. I don't want to have to kill your wolf.
Fuck. Ow, what? Get
Oh my gosh. Okay.
That was challenging.
Challenging? Well, I hope you're ready for another challenge because there's another lady over here.
Oh, no,
I know.
Lady.
Another lady.
Oh, sorry. You said there was a beetle. Did you get the beetle?
No, he's invisible. He's one of the ones that you have to get him in the thing, the way. Don't shoot me.
Why are their shadows being dumb? No, don't. Ah! Don't do magic.
Bitch. You son of a bitch.
Beetle, beetle, beetle. Oh no.
I hate that their wolves are so much stronger than the regular wolves because they're like big.
Ow, 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 ow! No! Oh. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna warn you. Where we're
Okay.
going is a whole town of these people.
Cute.
Yeah.
I don't like them.
I know, but we need to. We need to do it.
Okay.
It's what the people want. Because the boss that everybody knows, like the boss that everybody knows from Elden Ring, is behind this town. So we have to do it.
They must die.
They must.
All of them.
Okay. Whomst do you think you are?
Oops. Hoops, do you think you are?
Okay.
Yeah, my textures are all fucky. It's okay. Or my shadows, I guess.
Alright, where is this girl? Here, this is what I need. Come here. No, come here. No. Oh shit, I don't have night comment, but here we are.
Oh, I need my runes. Okay, got 'em.
Damn it.
Did you die?
Yeah. It's okay. I was trying to trade with her by casting, but fine. I got my runes though, so I'm okay. And
Ow,
we probably
ow,
should
ow.
just push forward a teeny bit and try to touch the grace. But it's okay. Okay, I never put...
Where did this bitch go? She shoots 3 at a time?
Yeah, and they're like magic tracking arrows.
Ow, 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 ow. Okay, well I killed her. Now we just gotta kill her wolf.
Okay. And then this wolf. Oh, and there's another lady, but she's not on a wolf. She's just on the ground. Oh, there's 2 just on the ground. Okay, I love that for me. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop.
I can't.
Stop.
Ow, ow.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Heal, bitch. Ow. Oh my god, the shadows. I can't.
Stop.
There's like a section right here. Agnes, no! Oh no, now they're coming for me.
I know.
Ow, 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 ow. Okay, okay.
I die
okay.
here so
Those
much. I die here so much.
Drink your little drinky poo. Another wolf? Where did you come from? I murdered all of the wolves.
Where's this beetle? Like, I can only barely see its tracks.
Okay. Maybe I'll try. Oh, that's a terrible idea. I'll use my bow. Bitches are gonna use your bows, I'm gonna use my bow.
Oh, you don't like magic? Sorry. I don't like getting shot in the face with an arrow either. But here we are, aren't we? Oh my gosh.
Got
Get
her.
killed. Get killed. I have 112k runes.
I don't. How many do I have? I have 106. We should find a grace.
There's a grace here. I just have to find it. There's a grace in the entrance of this town.
Liturgical town.
Liturgical. I don't know what that means.
Well, in theory, it means like a liturgy is like for. I could be getting this entirely wrong. For like a church. I found it. Like it's the text.
Liturgical town. Oh yeah, good job. Good job.
Wait for you to get here before I rest.
Yeah.
Just so you don't get inundated with enemies.
Okay, so now I could be wrong, but I believe there should be a torch. Hopefully we picked it up. That shows invisible enemies.
We got a torch for like beasts.
Beasts. Okay, so heavier than a normal. Okay, so we don't have this torch, I don't think. Another thing, I can't remember what it's called either. But there's a torch that will show us invisible enemies because there are a few of those assassins here. You remember like the black knife assassins that we fought a couple times?
Yeah.
There's a few of them here, and they are invisible unless we have that,
I don't like
that torch. Do you want to go take a side quest and go get the torch? What is it fucking called?
I wouldn't hate that.
Questy. Torch.
Oh.
Sentry's torch. Okay. From the Hermit Merchant in Hermit Merchant's shack. Okay, so that is where? Is that in Limgrave?
Limgrave.
Hermit Merchant's shack.
So pretty.
Okay, where is the Hermit Merchant's shack, apparently?
Oh, there's a tree. A seeb.
Northwestern part of capital outskirts.
Did you get the seeb?
I will get it in a second. Oh. Wait, is it right here? Okay, so outer wall burial, or oh, I guess I have to come back
Wait,
too.
no,
I know, I'm coming back. I was just dumb. I was just a silly goose.
Well, you were excited about finding the place you needed to go.
Also that.
A silly Billy.
Silly Billy, if one may even say.
If one wanted to be a silly Billy.
Okay. Where is this seeb?
Where I am. I am standing at the seeb.
The seeb. Oh, you found a seeb. Wow.
I found a golden seeb.
A seeb. Nice.
Oh no. Somebody's shooting at us.
Oh no,
I wonder if I can
go back.
upgrade it now.
Oh yeah, we should probably level up.
I leveled up, but I want to see if I have enough seeds for flasks.
Okay. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up.
What? Am I blind? There we go.
What's even funnier is that you're the one that found it.
The grace? I
Yeah.
know. I cannot yet. Okay.
Okay, so now we need to go to
Seek fluid intake
Limgrave?
immediately.
no Outer Wall, Battleground, and Altus Plateau. Technically, it's capital outskirts, which is all the way at the bottom.
Gotti.
Oh shit, that tree's on fire. I wonder how that happened.
Oh no! Oh no!
How'd that happen? Crazy.
It's a mystery! Wow.
Crazy. Yeah, like it's really on fire.
Like, super on fire. It's fine. Whoa, where did you go? There.
It's very much on fire.
It's just a little bit on fire.
Just a teeny bit.
Just a teensy weensy.
Teensy weensy.
Oh boy, those shadows, man. I don't know why sometimes it's fine and sometimes
Yeah,
it's just like,
I don't get it either.
Oh no, men.
Not men.
Not men.
I'm gonna skip it by going this way. Oh, there's a grace here.
A grace?
A grace. We'll rest at it, so they
We'll
won't be
rest at it.
aggroed.
Hermit Merchant Shack.
Hermit Merchant.
A merchant.
Where is he? There
Right
he
here.
is.
Is someone their customer?
A customer. All right, it is the Sentry's Torch. Oh, it's 7,000, eh? Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, then that means I need to sell.
Oh, you should have so many like flowers to sell.
I've got so much.
That's what I was like. You should have so much stuff to sell.
I'm just gonna sell like a
Like I have 458 Roa fruit. 495 Dukist Herba.
Ooh, I have 302 row of fruit. Herba.
Arba.
I have 112 volcanic stones.
I have 16 ovaries.
I'll sell some row of fruit. I don't give a fuck. I need like. I'll just get that money. Purchase. Okay. I now have 99 runes.
Okay. So then you can put it on your offhand. The hand you don't use the most.
Other torch is.
Yeah. 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 And then you should just be able to put it on your back and it should count.
Oh, I can't wield it.
You just put it, you just need it on your back. So like put it in your inventory and then double hand your katana like you do anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Now double wield your katana. Perfect.
I don't have enough faith to use it properly.
That's okay. We don't need to actually use it. We just need the benefit of it in showing us invisible enemies.
Go. I understand.
I understand.
I understand. Where are we going?
Back to Ordina Liturgical Town.
Liturgical Town.
Liturgical Town.
Which is in...
the mountaintops, I believe. All the way at the bottom.
The bottom.
The bottom.
Bottom.
The button.
Button. Okie dokie, artichoke.
Okie dokie. All right, let's go. Okay, so all of these are going to be blocked until we start the puzzle, which I think is up here. All right, see these invisible dudes? They won't hurt us now, but once we start the puzzle, everything that's here, that's ghosts, will be not ghosts anymore. Okay, I think it's right here. It should be. It's like an Everjail, basically.
Evergoal.
An Evergoal. Yeah, it's right here.
Evergirl.
Right here. Light the 4 figures in the Evergaol.
Yowl.
Evergaol. Okay. So. Now we're here. Okay. So now we have to find all 4. See, one of them's right there. Directly across on the roof. Can we hop on the roof from here? No, that's probably too far.
Okay. Can we get on our horses?
No. We're in an Everjail, technically.
Yeah, but you know.
I know. Alright, so there's one over here where this lady was, right here. Oh, see, there's an invisible guy right there. Ah! He's not invisible though, because I can see you, sir. Well, actually, it's a ma'am. I'm sorry, it's a ma'am. I'm sorry, Miss Jennerby. You're cool because you're a girl. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool.
Like,
we're cool.
Girls supporting girls.
Girls supporting
but also
girls. Okay, that's one.
So sorry.
I'm so sorry. I really wanted to be supportive of you, other girl, but you tried to kill me, so... Okay, now, how do we get... uppies?
Uppies. Hi, Grace. Mistakes were made. Did you have a little bit too much fun at Pride?
Uh-oh. Just a dart. Dort.
How does one?
Oh, there are archers on the roofs. Careful. I found a ladder.
Good to know.
I found a ladder. I don't know where it goes. I'm climbing it. I have an arrow in my arm. I have so many arrows in me. I'm gonna die. Yep.
Hello, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Fight her. She murdered me.
No. Oh.
She killed me.
I didn't realize that my health was so terrible.
Unknown has died.
I'm unknown?
Rip unknown.
Oh
The game is like, I don't even know you anymore.
I'm Gertrude.
I don't even know you anymore.
Wow, fucking rude. That was rude. That was pretty fucking rude.
that was pretty fucking rude, actually. That was very disrespectful. Like, I'm climbing a ladder. I'm literally defenseless right now. That was just so rude.
Ooh.
It's meat. It's cured meat.
Delicious.
All right, can I get my... I can't even get my runes because they're blocked off. Nice. Okay. Meat.
Oh no.
Yeah, remember last week when I was like, you inspired me myself? Yeah, and then you also do shit like this, so it goes both ways.
Oh no. Don't.
Okay, so they
At least I
stayed
leveled
lit.
up. I don't have so many.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to get up here and fight this lady with you. Or not? How do I get it? Where's the ladder to get to her?
I didn't use a ladder. I jumped up like the sides of this.
The ruins? I see. Oh, okay. Or not.
I fell down.
That's actually what I meant more, was just to not jump.
God damn it.
Stop! Stop! Stop it! If I could just target her, I could shoot her. Yeah, put her down. Nice. Oh no, I keep hitting everything that's not her. Okay.
I'm gonna... Oh, nope, there's an assassin.
An assassin! No! No, my runes!
No, my runes! Oh wait, I need to get my runes. Okay, hold on. I forgot about my runes.
Dude, you
my
did
runes
not leave me in a fight to go get your runes, Gigi!
Sorry, I didn't get my runes!
I didn't either! But there's an assassin!
I'm coming! Don't die! I'm right here! I'm literally right here! Do not leave me! I'm sorry!
I can't believe that. Oh, an assassin trying to kill us. Let me go get my runes real quick.
Listen.
Oh my gosh.
Do not hit me with your fucking brown knife.
Whew. Okay.
See, look, we're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. Yep, go get your runes now. You're free to go get your runes now.
I got them already.
Oh my god.
You attended Pride. DC is hosting World Pride this year. Going to use shoes like going within 100 miles of Ball Stadium on Avalanche game night, except 1,000 times worse. Okay. That sounds horrible. I would have died. Or more accurately, I would have probably murdered somebody because of there being too many people.
Yes. Okay, here's this one. Lighting. Now, there's one over there that we have to light. How do we get to it? Oh, can we go from here? Oh, I'm so smart.
Yeah, there's a little bridge.
There's a lady. Shoot, where is she shooting from?
I think she's up. Oh, I think she just fell off of the roof. She's now on the ground.
Okay, good. Sorry, idiot lady. Not my fault, you're idiot lady. Oh my gosh. So apparently is my character idiot lady? You?
Can I shoot her? No.
Ooh, another lady. No. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Oh, this does so little damage. Ow,
Okay.
ow, 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 ow.
I got her.
Ow, okay, okay. Ow. Oh, I fell down.
So did I. We have to go all the way back anyway. It's okay. It should be easy once we kill all these people.
Is that you who screamed?
Yeah, I just mocked her scream.
Oh. No, I meant like the original scream.
Oh, no, that was her.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how she died. It was very interesting. Right, can we like cheese? Can I cheese on this? Yeah.
I can.
Oh wait, but then how do I get here?
Yeah, I was seeing that. So I think we go back this way.
Yeah, the way we went before. Mm-hmm.
And then
think of cracker cheese and salami. It's gone already. Well, that's what snacks are for.
Sounds like a great choice.
I know. And I mean, there's like, think of all of the worst things that you could have snacked on. You know?
I don't know anything on those streets. Did you fall down?
No, yes. I tried to get off the second ladder, and instead of just getting off the ladder, she rolled for whatever reason.
Oh, here. They're not enforcing it. Terrible idea. Yeah, enforcing a thing is more important than having the idea about a thing. I'm not mad at my choice. Mad it's already gone. Understandable.
Yeah. I get that. Especially if it's something that you were like really enjoying. Yeah. And you're like, oh, now it's gone. I can't enjoy it anymore. My lack of self-control.
Light flame.
My character just stopped moving and just put their hand out like I was lighting the flame with you.
We're going to light it together.
All right, is that all of them? Is it only 3?
Oh, that was only 3.
Oh, there's one. No, there's one there.
Oh, damn.
Wait, is that one? No, that's on. Oh, there's one there. There's 4. I see it over there. Okay. So how do we get over there now?
Where?
Over, if you come on, stand on this bridge right here. It's oh, you can't see the tower. It's literally through that tree directly ahead right there.
Okay. Well, I think we just need to go back onto that roof that we were on before. Where we murdered the lady.
No, I think it's over here. Gotta be this way. How do we get on here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's the roof where the lake is.
Okay.
And then there's a bridge.
Bridge?
Bridge? How do I get up there? Ooh, on the chimney? Chimney, yeah.
Chimney.
Yeah.
I've never done heroin. I've also never done heroin. That's good.
Securely on Metro Line 1, they just have to transfer to Metro Line where it will be much less crowded. We like less crowded.
Yay!
Wheel was broken in town. Oh no, they're gonna have to pee so much. Sorry, that was so stupid.
No matter what you do, it's true. No matter what you do, it's better than heroin.
What about meth?
Nikki, you've never spoke more true words.
What if it was meth? Would that be better than heroin?
Bleth this meth.
This meth?
I think there's an armor set in here as well. Let me see if I can... Yeah, I think you can get that Black Blade Assassin armor in this town. I'm just trying to remember where it is. But I'm pretty sure it's in this town under like a bridge, if I remember correctly.
Well, Grace, I hope your travel is going smoothly. And that you get home safely. Oh, is that it? No, there's nothing there. Maybe there was something there, but there is no longer.
Oh, hi. I wish like there was like a map of the actual area. Oh, I think it's over here. I think it's over here actually. Yep, it's right here. I found it. I'll wait.
Are you up?
Down. I'm not actually in the town.
Oh, I see you.
Okay. You get the armor.
Ooh, I kind of want to wear
It's
it.
actually like it's actually not bad looking.
I want to look cool like an assassin.
Ass. He's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
It's very girly pop because the Black Knife Assassins are girls.
That's true. The gauntlets aren't as good.
Oh, they're not as like much protection or whatever.
Wearing. I do like the little cape.
I like the invisible cape.
Where you is? Oh, did you go up?
Yeah. I jumped on the roof of this house through the crack in the wall there. Yeah. Right there, the little broken... Yeah. And then jump again. Yeah. Oh, don't jump over. There you go.
Get excited. Whee!
Okay. Oh, you can take your torch off now if you want to. We don't need it anymore.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
I've got my bow out. That's what I was murdering with.
Yeah. I just meant you don't need to have it equipped anymore if you don't want it.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Ready?
We're going to go on an adventure.
Oh god, an adventure.
An adventure.
Unplanning Whee!
It's important to have a little joy.
Okay, Gigi, I love you so much. This is going to be gravity hell.
Oh no.
Immediately fall. Immediately fell. Which is hilarious because I was going so slow.
Did you get the grace already?
Nope.
Okay, I'll get it.
I went to get the item that's directly behind where you spawn, and my girl just went, hop.
I'm familiar.
Even though I went very, very slowly.
There is an item.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah. And she just went, hop. Let's see if your character also does the hop.
Okay, I got it. It's just so sweet.
That's so sweet. Okay.
I'm gonna murder this bitch. Fuck you, snowman. Oh, goodbye. Oh no.
Yeah, don't fall. Okay. We're very littles.
Oh. Don't do an extra swipe after they're dead, please.
Okay.
Can I sneak up on you?
Rest.
Okay, we're good. This is terrifying.
I hate this. This is when you were talking about losing runes, I was like, man, Gigi has no clue how many fucking runes I've lost in the Erdtree. I've lost millions of runes in this place. Just like ever so like just going too close to one side or the other and sliding off a branch. Like
a branch.
A branch.
Okay. Oh, we're both girly pops.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Paul Simon also had a concert in DC tonight. Oh my gosh, DC must have been hell.
That sounds like so many things. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god.
No, don't blow bubbles at me, please. I beg.
I can't dodge.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with dodging on this place.
There's an item down there.
There's so many items. This is like, it's like bait. Oh, yeah, I think we can go around to get down there. Like, I think we go down and then up that branch.
Okay. Oh, there's ants.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So we can continue on this one to get that guy. No. Don't bubble at me, please. No. No. No.
Do not. Oh, no. Ah.
stop. I need that. I need that.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Ow. Ow. Oh, fuck
Stop
you for
with your
being down
bubbles.
there.
Bro,
There's
stop
somebody-
with the
there-
bubbles.
actually a bubble. Ah. Hello, sir. Oh no. No. Ah. Oh. So this is awful. This is horrible. Okay.
Gigi's
What
worst
is-
nightmare
what-
has come true, chat.
Why is there scary lightning?
Stop bubbling at me.
That noise is obnoxious.
Come on. Oh my god. The fact that he just keeps, like, every time I hit him, he gets knocked back. I can't hit him again. He's back. Okay.
Maybe if we drop down? Or do we have to go down and around to get up there?
I don't know. Let's see where this ends up. All right, so ants.
Okay, this is at least a larger space.
Yep.
To stand on, so that's good. Ugh, but that's not.
Nope, that's a
That's
branch.
Yep, there's a gap there.
Okay. Put this ant above here.
I'm so stressed. No, be dead. Oh, you are not in a good place for me. Sir, where the fuck are you?
Okay, I got the 2 ants.
You fall down? Where'd
Yeah,
you
he
go?
probably fell, like, off the map. Okay, there's another ant up here.
Just attack these 3 snowmen.
Okay, that ant is dead.
Why do I have my bow out? Ow! Ow! Oh no. I'm just gonna run away. I got
This
scared.
guy's got a humongous butt.
Wow, you can't just talk about people's butts.
Oh. I can, though.
Ow.
When you
Ow.
see, you'll
Ow.
understand.
Ow, ow, ah! Oh, I got snapped.
Yes! I killed him.
I died.
Oh no, you died.
These big fuckers with their giant, like, stabbies. Evil snowman! Yeah. The evilest of snowmen.
Do you guys like my bulbous? Do you like my bulbous head?
Oh my god. I have to jump down. Okay. This is... Oh! They're right where my runes are. Those fucks. Oh my god. This is my nightmare.
Luckily, the roots part is like just only in the beginning, and then there's actually like a town we go into. Or I guess not really town. I don't know, village, tree town. I don't know. The branches part is only the beginning.
Okay. Maybe I can shoot them with my bow.
This is still not all the way up? No, this is back at the beginning up? Oh my gosh. Okay.
More
That's a
of those
deceptive
here.
loop. Alright, can I make that? What do we think, chat? We think
can-
that's a drop we can make?
I
Nope,
do 2
because I
points of
fell.
damage. Oh no! Ow,
It's fine.
ow,
It's
ow.
fine.
Agnes, no.
It's fine. Erdtree canopy.
Canopy.
Cannot be true.
I'm just going to very slowly eat away at this man's damage. And then craft more arrows.
Okay, hold on.
I should have more arrows, like, in my backpack, though. How do I access that?
You just have to change them in... Oh, do you mean in your, like, storage?
Oh!
Because those come back every time you rest.
Well, there goes my runes. He just, like, appeared fucking bubbles around me, and then I instantly died.
I hate it here.
Hate it here.
I hate it
That
here.
was like 60-something thousand runes.
Yeah, but
maybe
we'll get
more.
so much more.
I'm so upset. Fucking snowman ass bitch. Can I jump down? Because, like, my runes are right below. Let's try.
Yeah, you can make that. It's just gonna take... Oh. Okay.
Sure
what
can.
I was going to say, you can make that. You just have to go on this flower root part here.
Well.
Yeah.
It's okay. I only had a couple of thousand runes at that point, so.
But yeah, so if you go on the branch right below and then jump down, you can make it.
Oh, like onto that.
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, and then jump down. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Unless I missed.
Unless you miss. Missing
go
is,
around.
I can't help you with that. Unfortunately.
I was gonna go around because
I told you I've lost millions of runes in this place. What is your character wearing on your head? What are you talking about? This is always what my head has looked like. You guys can't talk about my deformity like that. It's very disrespectful.
I missed again.
Oh no.
Okay,
I just turn around and just watch her go.
Going
Oh,
around.
God.
I am going around. Oh my god. Are you wearing a snowman hat or something?
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, just fuck a shortcut. I'm going around. It's fine.
Okay.
I just see a bulbous head protrusion. Bulbous.
Guys, this is what my head looks like. You can't just talk about it like that.
Macadamia. Gazebo bulbous headpiece. Blubber. Macadamia. Oh, what's this? Oh, I never actually got the thing that was over there that I wanted. The reason why I kept dying is because there was a thing that I wanted.
Oh, I lived.
Don't die.
I know.
Was it the bubbles?
Yeah. But I like somehow lived?
I think I had a little bit of damage on me, and so that's why I died, but like it was so much damage. Prattling pate? Pate?
Pate.
I'm gonna go with pate.
Pate. Alright, motherfucker. Stop dootin'. I don't know what you think this is. Dootlandia over here. No! No! Oh, you do so much damage. Oh, you do so much damage. Oh, you do so much damage.
Blood flowers. Nor, did you die?
No, I didn't. I didn't. Oh, I can't hold it. That was so scary. Guys, that was so scary.
So scary.
Oh, I can't craft. Ah.
I know. I gotta get over here, though. Woo. Arnar.
Arnar.
Okay.
What's up here? A ladder.
A ladder. Okay.
Did you also find a ladder?
I just saw the ladder from across the way. You're on it. I'm not. I'm above.
Is there stuff that I need up there?
I don't know yet. There's men.
Oh no, not men. Snowmen?
Yeah. 3, 4 snowmen.
I'm just gonna murder these fucking flowers. Please don't bubble me. No, I asked nicely for you to please not. Is this scarlet rot actually? Not
yeah. This whole area is rot, unfortunately. How are you alive?
Okay,
no.
Don't die.
I'm going to. I have no more health. Sir.
Oh no. Wait, what is getting me? Oh, there's another flower. Oh no. No.
I was casting.
No!
It's okay. He's got like 1 hit left.
I can't get there though. How do you get there? Oh, do you jump down this way? I feel like if I try to do this, I will die.
Yes, I jumped down there. Yeah, it's very risky business.
I missed.
Oh no.
I was just ever so slightly off to the left.
I know, it's very hard to line them up sometimes. It really, really is not the easiest thing in the world.
Well, at least you had already spawned in, so we weren't both dead at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
15,000 wounds.
I know, I've got 100 and something. Does Host of Fingers? Yes, I absolutely hate that they're called Host of Fingers. I don't know why they're called Host of Fingers. I don't think it's ever, like, been explained. Yeah.
I would have so many more wounds if I hadn't lost them.
Okay. Oh, great. I've got Scarlet Rot. Do I have a bolus? I do. Okay, go first.
So just slightly off to the right of where I was the last time. Okay. Okay, I got it. I did it.
Okay, now. Pick a flower. Pick a flower.
Yeah. What she said. Oh, that's a big flower.
Okay, fat man. Prepare to die because you're almost dead anyway. Now, what is up here that costs me my life? Oh, the Oracle Envoy ashes. The little dootman.
Ah.
Doot.
There's a big fucking flower off to the side.
Yeah. We can try to murder. Murder Miranda. Miranda.
Sharona?
Yeah. I'm not sure why these are called Miranda, but that's what these flowers are called.
No.
Careful of the rock, careful of the rock. Nice. I went
It's
forward.
done with the laser.
I went forward.
Head.
Nothing? Oh, acquire
There's a thing
materials.
right-
Butterflies.
There's a thing right there. Aeonian butterfly.
Aeonian.
Aeonian. A. Aeonian. So stupid. Okay. Wonder what's up there. Oh, there's a thing on it. There's a thing to loot. Did you already loot it?
Oh, yes, I did that. I got that one.
Okay. I did not go.
I got to that one. That's where I ran to heal when I was being attacked.
Attack.
Alright, so how do we... Oh, we go hop down here to get back on track. We go here, yeah.
Oh my god, Wolfie.
Yeah, my stream hasn't been PG since a certain somebody stopped hanging around.
That's fair. That's fair. My stream usually isn't. But I think it's mostly because people enjoy my reactions to certain things that people
You're
say.
just like, oh my. Right, I need to rest because yeah.
I'm like out of shit.
I need levels. He should not be named as a giant wet blanket and a giant asshole. Yeah. Yeah.
How do I only have 20? Oh, because I lost
Because you
all of
died.
them.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately.
Unforge.
Okay.
I didn't get more of my shit, so maybe I do need to craft more? I could have sworn that I had more in storage. Because I crafted, like, way too many.
Yeah. Yeah, they come back every time you rest, so if you don't have any, then you've probably used them. I mean, you
hardly
crafted a
ever
shit ton
use
like
them,
the second or third time we played, though.
I crafted a shit
Oh my
ton
god,
a
a man!
Oh no! Ow, ow, ow.
I was trying to eat my bowl. Holy shit.
Oh, there's another one coming. Okay. That feels excessive. Ow, 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 ow! Don't! Did he murder you?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm right
I
at the base,
avenged
though.
you. Yeah, I avenged you too, so. You little bitch. Okay, now I craft. How do I see what's in my storage?
I think it's actually here at Grace. I think it's literally a sort chest. Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder what would have happened if Nate found out that I was a stoner.
Gasp.
He probably would have, like, absolutely lost his mind. Never spoken to me ever again. He didn't know. No. Do you guys remember when he, like, gave me a hard time about drinking Gatorade?
Drinking, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's not
Drinking
healthy
Gatorade?
for you. You should just drink water. I was like, okay, but I wanted Gatorade.
Sleep bone arrow. Interesting.
So
Fletched sleep
fair. So Wolfie, when I would stream with him, I would like take puffs like when I would get like a raid video or like if I would like run to the bathroom or something.
Oh. I was crafting.
He's not Mormon. He's like born again Christian or something like that.
That a weed?
But he's the only one in his family who's like super religious, which I find very strange. Like the rest of his family are kind of like shitty people. If I'm being totally honest.
Can you just jump down so that I can finish crafting? Let me craft.
May I please have a weed? What a weird pseudo boyfriend you had. I know. Listen, I don't make the best choices when it comes to men, okay?
Men. God damn it.
I've never claimed to make good choices.
Just want to craft. Okay, hold on. Let me craft.
Okay.
What do I want? Maybe I'll make these. Okay, I'll make some of those. And I'll actually equip them.
We all have a few terrible choices in our history. Yeah, but mine was like documented on stream for 2 years.
Fine. The internet doesn't ever remember.
No, things are not permanent on the internet. That's crazy.
A man!
I like his creepy Joker smile.
It's really not nice. Ew, what's this? Is this spider eggs? Are we gonna fight spiders?
No, 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 no spiders. That I promise. Yeah, it was like a weird online companionship. I don't even know. I don't know.
I mean, making friends with somebody and like discovering that they fucking suck also isn't great.
And that's also true. He was very good at hiding how fucked up he actually truly was. Because he played off this whole like I'm a little Jesus boy act really well.
Oh. I jumped over here.
It's okay. I didn't mean to go where I did, but choices were made.
I'm gonna fight this. Oh no, I'm gonna fight this man. Just kidding.
He was so controlling. Okay. Yeah, but he had blonde hair and blue eyes and a little like fluffy little haircut, and he played video games. Okay. So you know.
Okay.
You know, it's like it was meant to be.
Yeah. You know. Okay.
All of my weaknesses rolled into one.
Okay. Listen. Okay, I'm dead.
I can't help you. I'm being attacked by 2 flowers right now.
I have simply perished. There were 3 men. I saw 1 man, and I went to go fight the 1 man, and then the 2 other men.
Can mask that hard? The mask, you can ask my chat though. The mask started wearing off very, very, very quickly, and it was like everyone was like, wait a second. Like, who is this?
Who is this man?
Who is this?
Who is this man?
But he also like he used to love, like, he would tease me so hard, but as soon as my chat would like give him any of the business back, he would be like, you're like, could you please have your chat like not be disrespectful to me and like all this other stuff. And I'm like, you what? What? Yeah, but then I tagged him one night and he fucking yes, Wolfie. Can you please tell your chat not to be disrespectful to me?
Apparently he's too far away for me to murder.
Yeah, I would never forget the time that he sat in voice chat and let his like boys like drag on me for like forever. And then when I was like, oh, like you got like you just, that's cool with you, like that's just fine. He was like, well, what? I didn't say anything. I didn't do it.
Okay. I'm about to be done.
I remember exactly what it was. I made a joke because he would always tell me what to do, and I made a joke about like, please no backseating. Like I have a rule about backseating or whatever. And Wolfie said something like a couple minutes afterwards and was like, Nate, don't backseat or whatever. And he fucking lost his shit.
Oh my god, what a fragile child.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I made it.
Oh, I didn't actually pick up my runes. Oh my god, I almost died so many times.
Oh, I just summoned my mimic instead of healing? I love that. And it killed me.
Ow. No. Okay.
No.
I am dead.
Yes.
This man has killed me so many times, and by so many I mean twice.
Yeah,
my
this
so
area
many
is
runes.
rough.
My so many runes.
So many runes. Beast Raggedy he did. I didn't say it, so it's I didn't say it. I just allowed my friends to say these things about you.
And didn't like
for an extended period of time and didn't be like, hey, you know, maybe don't say that. Like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't need a white knight, but you could at least be like, hey, maybe don't say those things to my friend.
No, it wasn't to me. It was about me. They were playing a game together. Like, him and his boys were playing a game. And somebody was like, Krista's not playing tonight, right? And Nate was like, no, it's just us or whatever. And they were like, good, she's the worst. And they went on and on and on. And he like just sat there and like laughed.
Fucking dare.
Yeah. Like, he like would forget that I like was a mod in his stream and I would have his streams up. Like, just because I wasn't playing with him, I was still there. Like, did you
fucking exist?
Did you think I wasn't gonna hear that, or I don't know? And then I said something I said something too, and I was like, "That's cool," and he was like, "What? Oh, hey, like what?" I was like, "Yeah, okay." That was the beginning of like the
downfall.
Yeah.
We'll go race.
That would earn somebody an auto ban for my entire life. Yeah. There's a lot of
You got there.
How do I say this?
That's all that matters.
There was a lot of self-worth issues that I was experiencing at that time. So it was like, either this is what I have or I have nothing.
Who is this wriggly man?
Wriggly man? Oh, do you mean this? That's a snail.
Oh, okay. That should be too hard to murder.
But I hated how much that, yeah. It was more just like you said, like it was like seeing his true colors like really kind of hurt me, because that wasn't the person that I, for lack of a better term, like that wasn't the person that I fell in love with. That wasn't the person that I developed this friendship / relationship. Like that wasn't the person. And that hurt a lot. But yeah, when he just started like lying to me about stupid things. Like he'd be like, oh, I have a meeting after work tonight, so like we can't stream together like we do every Monday or whatever. And then he would get home at the same time that he normally would, but like want to play something with his friends. And it's like, you could like that just instead of lying, just be like, hey, I want to like, you know. And it was just
the friends I want to play with tonight.
Yeah. And that's when I started to be like, okay, like you don't need to just be dishonest about it.
You lead.
Oh, I was like, there's another snail here. Are the snails summoning, or are they just existing?
No.
I don't know either.
Nope, can't make... Well, I might be able to make... Nope, I shouldn't try to make that jump. But I also kind of want to try to make that jump.
What jump are you trying to make? This one to the roof?
That seems very far. I don't think... Okay. Did you just fall off?
No, there's a below.
Okay. 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 I'm scared.
I hear beetle though, which I thought was below. Oh, this door doesn't open? Beetle.
Oh, hello, man. Ow.
Beetle.
Oh no, he's eating me! No!
Oh, hold on, I'm coming up.
You're coming up. Coming up.
I'm coming up.
I want the world to know that the poop
Takes a
is
while to figure out
flowing.
that nothing is often the better choice. Yeah. Yeah, and also it took me a while to like play the things that I used to play with him. Like there was like I would be like, I don't want to play this game ever again or whatever. And I was like, he can't forever destroy things that I enjoy, you know.
You can't have that hold over you.
Yeah. Especially because like I did not have that hold over him. One of the very first things that he did after we broke up was he made a new Valheim world with all of his buddies, which was like the thing we did the most.
Right. What a dick.
Yeah. Anyways, we don't need to talk about him anymore.
No. That's enough about
That's enough of that.
That's enough about that douche noggin.
I feel I've been very, very respectful of him for the past couple years and not talked shit about him when he deserved to have shit talked about him. Where is this fucking beetle?
I don't know. I'm trying to find it.
Oh, I found it. It's a red beetle. Not worth. Whoa, no, sorry.
I?
Yeah, there's another man in here. I was too busy chasing the beetle. It's okay. I saw the beetle and I got greedy. I got greedy.
Like a greedy. How do I get there?
Okay, jump.
Flinging poo everywhere. Get flinged on.
I know. I just feel like I don't know.
It's hard. It's okay.
Yeah, like you want to be the bigger person, but at the same time, I'm like,
But also fuck that guy.
He literally doesn't deserve it. Like he doesn't deserve the respect of like not talking about how terrible he was.
Right. How do I get?
And especially because not only did I lose his friendship, oh great, but I also lost like that whole circle of friends that we were friends with as well. Like Chris and Kami also like took his side and went with him. You know?
Sucks.
And Sam.
This is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna try it. I don't know, how do I get there? Oh.
How do you get where?
It's like a room.
A room?
Under this building.
It's not over.
No, there's a room under this roof that's got shit in it.
Okay, so if you go this way.
Like, my thought is maybe just jump to it from this roof.
Fuck it, I just lost my runes, so. Yep.
Okay. That's not
RP, exactly. Exactly. But on the other hand, one of the good things is that now everybody like Aya and Dem and Terry and all of them have now come back to my community because they weren't fans of them anyway.
Viridian Amber Medallion.
Oh, I think that's increased stamina.
Ooh, stamina.
Stamina.
I need to figure out where I need another talisman slot. I need to figure out where I missed it.
Yeah, I really don't know, and it's annoying because like, how do we go back and get it for you?
Right?
Okay. Hop. Oh, my runes are below, right there. Nice. My non-existent runes. If I hop down here... Alright, is this man still alive, still waiting for me? Yes.
Oh, probably. I never killed him. I didn't know where you were.
It's okay. I got him this time. My runes.
Yeah.
I hit 90,000 runes and they're gone.
Oh.
Right, there's nothing? There's nothing.
So worth it.
Even drinking Gatorade?
There's a thing over here.
It didn't matter what I did, Wolfie. It didn't matter what I did. He had something to say about everything.
Didn't you know that this is incredibly unhealthy?
Like,
You're making all of the
I love
wrong
how I was like, I'm done talking about it, but I want to keep talking shit about him. Like the time he made me cry when we were playing Tiny Tina's because I died after he died and he was telling... I thought that was connected. It's not connected. It's not connected.
Oh no.
It's okay. So he died while we were fighting the boss, and then when he was telling me what to do while he was dead and I was still alive. And I was like, I know, I just can't. I can't do what you're saying to do. Like, I know what to do, I just can't do it. And he's like, well, if you know what to do, why aren't you doing it? And I'm like, well, because the boss is shooting, at me. Like, I can't do the thing you're telling me to do because the boss is trying to kill me. Like, I understand what it is that I need to be doing to fight the boss, but I can't do it at this second. And he basically, like, just kept, like, yelling at me and, like, screaming at me about, like, well, if you know what to do, just do it. And I was like, you're dead.
No.
Your character is already dead, and I am not dead. Like, shut up. And he literally made me cry because he just would not stop. And I wasn't crying because I was, like, upset about what, like, I was so frustrated that I was like, what, like, why are you speaking to me like this? You're dead.
Yeah. I'm similar, where, like, if I am feeling a strong emotion, I just have tears.
Yeah.
So, like, if I'm extremely mad at somebody, I'm just crying. And
Yeah.
then it really undercuts my rage.
Yeah. You're like, I'm very angry. I'm not
that makes
sad.
me more angry.
All right, dudes. Like, no, don't come in here. Don't come in here.
Ow, 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 ow. Stop. I can't kill these guys.
I know, and I don't remember there being two of them. I don't remember there being two of them. That's fine. That's fine. Sirs, just come in here and fuck up everyone's day. That's fine. I want his staff, though.
I'm scared. Get bleeded on!
Erdtree.
I'm dead.
It's okay. I'm on my way back.
He was very nearly dead, though. I'm only mostly dead.
Only mostly dead.
Only mostly dead. But now you get to hang out with me more.
Yeah. No, I've made
and
some...
a lot of other people that are nice to you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I genuinely, honestly have met some really, really amazing people that I probably wouldn't have met while spending time with him because he consumed all of my time.
Yeah.
I wonder... Maybe I shouldn't think about it, but, like, I wonder in hindsight, like, how many people don't watch my stream now, like, even though it's been, like, 2 years, because of him in the past.
It's a possibility. Came in and saved the day.
Yay!
All right, so where does this just go across to that? Is this, hold on, does this go here? No, that's connected, so why does that matter?
I think it does. Because there's
Is
bridges.
this just for butterflies? That seems kind of silly for that to be just for butterflies, but whatever.
I'm not getting butterflies.
Yeah, no, like, not worth.
I will fall and die.
Okay, so what's
I will simply perish.
here?
Did I get my shit? I did.
Oh, there's a rune, a big rune in here, a hero's rune. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
nice.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, there's a boss over there. I know that. Is there anything behind you?
What?
Yeah, in that big open area that looks like an arena right there.
Sure.
Yeah,
The one that looks like a boss arena?
The one that looks like a boss room? Yeah, there's a boss in there.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool. Oh, here's an elevator. Where does it go? Let's see.
Where are you? Where are you?
The other bridge. Yeah.
Elevator.
I'm gonna take this
Step on the
stupid hat off now.
elevator.
It was funny for a minute.
Also heal.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about your health.
I'm so healthy. What do you mean? Oh, now I'm so naked. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no, that's a bridge.
Whee.
Oh.
Is this a grace?
Grace. Yeah.
Is this the same grace?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is just this. Okay, so we unlocked a shortcut.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can go back.
That's good because we're probably gonna need it.
Have yet to start up a game. What are you feeling, or what are you thinking, or what was your intention when you sat down?
Do something cozy.
Cozy.
I'm setting it back up.
Okay. All right.
Just in case. Not that I don't believe
case.
in us. I just, being
Okay,
pragmatic.
Do this. Okay. And then do this. And here she is. Okay. We've already fought her, but we fought her ghost version. If you remember, we fought her. Yeah, we fought her when she was a ghost in the magic place.
Oh, right. Oh no, not the knives.
Nice. So much Minesweeper. Honestly,
ooh, we love Minesweeper.
I've been playing some phone games at night. Like in my bed.
I've been playing fucking Merge Dragons.
Yeah,
so
I play Merge Cooking. And I've also been playing, I hate even saying it. I've been playing Whiteout Survival, which is like,
oh my god, really?
Yeah.
I keep seeing ads for that.
It's not bad. It's really not bad. It's just so funny.
Mad at cell phone ads, so like mobile game ads. So if I see a game that's on a mobile ad, I'm like, I'm not gonna play this ever. Ow!
Oh, no. Oh,
I got
no.
knife.
Yeah, I saw. I think it's a glaive, actually.
Well, no, it was the magic knives.
Yeah. All right, I'll just die so we can try this one again.
I'll just die.
I'll just die. I'll just simply perish.
I'm just gonna die.
So I have been like playing phone games now, just like in between downtime at work, like in between like walking to different tasks and stuff like that. And so I got an advertisement for that missed play thing, which I'm sure you guys have heard of or seen or whatever.
Is that the one where you get paid money to play
and
games?
I was like, listen, if it's a scam and I get nothing, all I've done is like play phone games that I was playing anyway.
I need to travel to where you are.
Yeah. And I'm about to reach my first tier to potentially be able to get a DoorDash gift card. So I will let you guys know if it is fake or not when I spend all my points that I've been earning.
How long did it take you to get to this point?
Like a week, honestly. And I've just been playing like before I go to bed or like walking different places in the office and stuff like that.
That's not terrible.
It's not like that's what I'm saying. Like, are you gonna get something every single week? Probably not. But like, even just once, getting a $25 DoorDash card, I'm like, bet. I've heard the first payout becomes easy. Well, like the rate that you earn your points changes. Like, they want you to download different games. So like, if you play the same game and you never change your games, the rate at which you earn points will start to like diminish. Unless you just change games, which seems silly, but for phone games, they're all the fucking same anyway.
Right. Ow. Don't.
Okay.
Don't.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. I know you want to do it, but don't do it. I need to remember how long it takes for my animation for the blood shit to do its thing, because I always forget.
Yeah, my mimic's already gone. We'll just keep stunning her with freezing blood.
Right? Oh no, not the swords! Ow, 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 ow! Not the swords! Not the swords! Bleed, bitch!
Just stun her with ice and blood.
Ice the blood! Ice the blood!
Oh, that was too good, actually.
Fucking clutch.
Oh, all right. How much did we
Oh,
get
I never
from that?
actually picked up my runes. Shit.
Oh, geez.
We got 200,000.
Yeah.
Good thing we clutched it because I forgot about my runes.
Oh my gosh, JJ. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Level
Yeah,
up.
see, you start getting runes like so much faster here. Like I just got 2 levels from that.
I'm gonna get 3.
Nice. Nice.
Hell
Hell yeah.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay,
What's over
now
here? Is that just candles or is this a thing?
stirs.
It's just candles. Sorry, there was a
Oh
place
yeah,
that was lit up, but I was
my
like,
first
is it a
time
thing?
I checked it too. Yeah, it's actually like this is actually lore, which most people like. Unless you've played the game, you're not gonna know what the fuck this is. But this is Malenia and Miquella, who are actually twins, and like they're being hugged by their mother, who is Marika.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. See you later, losers. Thanks for the art lesson. Nerds.
Later, shit lords.
Nerds.
This is pretty with the like leaves
Yeah.
on the stone. I love it.
I'm a big fan of this little like town that's in the trees here.
Yeah.
It's like Rivendell.
Yeah, kinda, but with scarlet rot.
Ooh, can we jump off?
I wouldn't.
But there's a treasure chest.
Oh. How do you jump? No, you can't. If you can.
Oh.
Don't.
Okay.
Don't. Anyway. It was for science.
But what if I did?
You can. Don't. Oh, gosh.
I don't know what button I would press.
There's got to be a way up. Because there's stairs on the other side.
Okay, let's take the stairs.
That was funny.
Because it was great because you were above me, so I just saw you fall past me. I was like, oh. Yeah.
Oh,
literally
let's just take the stairs.
We could jump to our death,
We
or
could take the stairs. We could take the staircase that goes directly to where it is we're trying to go. Hurts. Sometimes my stupidity hurts me.
At least we know now that
Yeah.
you can't jump off of a ladder.
That's true. It's true. No, you can jump off of a ladder. You just you just
right.
fall.
You can't successfully jump off
You
of a
can't
ladder.
launch yourself backwards off of a ladder. You can just let go of
And
the
then-
ladder.
And then land exactly where you would like to land.
Elfeo, Brace of the
nice.
Haley Tree.
I like this. This is pretty.
I do. I hate how dangerous and scary it is, but it's very pretty here.
I want a Lego set of this.
Oh, that would be cool. Bandai needs to get on it.
Oh. Okay. Listen. I know your spear is golden and made out of light, but that doesn't mean that you can just
But you get to be rude,
stab.
you know?
I touch it.
We touch
both
same
touched it
time.
at the same time.
I waited for you, yeah, so that we could both get it. Yeah. Okay. Now we... Oh, a man?
A man?
A dead man?
I helped.
Oh, more mans?
Oh no, that's so many men. Oh.
Exploding men. Oh, what's here? Men?
Not men. Men!
No.
Oh, whoa! Get bleeded on, bitch!
All the men
What's
have
this?
deceased. Rune? Okay.
What you got? What you got? Why is this so shiny? Can I jump in it?
Yeah, that's not quite how light works, game.
No, it's really not. And it went away as soon as I jumped in. It's fine. This man's just sitting here.
Waiting to be murdered. Good job. Kick him off.
This is Sparta!
Oh man, are you alive? You're alive. Okay, you were sleeping on the job. Sleeping on the job.
No. You fucking deserve to get murdered. Oh, wait. Hello, sir. Oh, these were the men who were looking up at the tree all sad. In the
Oh
cut-
no. No. Okay, well I went down, so.
He's already dead, so it's okay. There's a smithing stone up there.
No, I'll miss it forever. Don't shoot arrows. We're right here.
Arrows aren't allowed. Home is good. Yay, I'm glad you made it home.
Home is good. Oh look, I can just go right back up.
Yeah.
Smithing
The
stone.
smithing stone.
Oh wait, can we go on this route?
A route?
Yeah. Oh, yes,
it
we
going?
can, but I jumped off.
Let's find out
But yes, we can.
where it goes. A route?
Full disclosure, chat, I have been here 3 times in all of my playthroughs. I usually don't go over here because it's scary.
Gigi likes to explore. Gigi wants to see everything. Ooh, a ladder.
A Miquellan Knight Sword.
Oh, this is a big ladder. Hello?
Ooh.
Is there any purpose?
Is
to
it
this ladder?
elevator? Okay, contraption does not move. Okay. Wait, but is it far? No, it's... Whoa, it's way too far. Okay.
You were just like, I'm just gonna
Well,
jump.
no, I was like, is it something like, can we hop down there? But that's too far. I bet you we can hop here, but also, why? So maybe just go back up?
We could try to hop.
But
Just
why?
level
Like,
up.
where does it go?
I don't know.
Right, so... Yeah, we can hop.
Okay.
Oh, this is broken, which probably means we can go down there too, but we'll wait. We shall
didn't
wait.
Oh, there's a thing to loot.
Ooh,
And
a
by thing, I mean a
crystallion.
dead body. Ooh, a rune.
A
A new
crystallion.
maroon. Oh, there's a big, large man over here. Oh, you went that way. I went the opposite way. There's a
Yeah.
big, scary man.
No, we don't want the men.
Please, bitch.
There we go. Yeah!
Got her.
Okay. Pillage those remains.
Got pillaged, bitch. Yeah,
Oh.
there's a large man over here.
Hold on, I'm gonna shoot this guy across the way.
Oh, I moved forward. That's bad. That's bad for me. I love how little damage my bow does. Because I haven't leveled it up in forever. Can we get there?
Alright, where's this giant man?
Can we jump to there?
Probably.
That's probably too far for us to jump to.
Oh, yeah, it might be.
I don't know if I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit.
Oh, a tree man.
Like I said, it's a large man.
That is a very large man. He's a tree. I don't know if we want to tree it up. Let's try.
There's something behind him, though.
Oh, there's always something behind them. Oh, and it's a legendary as well.
I'm gonna do my biscuit.
Oof, oof, oof. He hits very hard.
Oh, no,
He hits very hard.
Whoa. Got quite a reach on him.
I know. Okay, it's half.
No.
Okay. Chill, sir. Chill.
Gonna get you from behind, baby. Oh no, lasers!
Yeah, they're on me. A biscuit. Biscuit gravy.
I love biscuits and gravy so much. No. I need to heal. Don't hurt me.
Oh, he's so close. Come on, stop running away so I can hit you with my fire.
Whoa. Bad. Bad lasers. Bad. No. I got lasered.
I got him. Okay.
I need to respawn.
Okay. So, what's the closest grace to you then?
The first one.
The first one and then taking the elevator? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see what this is.
Elevator?
Somber Dragonstone. Okay.
It feels useful.
Yeah, well, I mean, because by this point, it's for us to be leveling our stuff max.
Yeah.
No biscuits? No bitches?
This is... Oh no.
No bitches?
No bitch kits. Ah! How are you alive?
Shrimp mac and cheese. I'm not sure how I would feel about that.
Delicious.
I mean, I guess if I'm in the mood for shrimp mac and cheese, but...
That sounds delicious. I am not going to lie.
How do you have shrimp mac and cheese? Did you make it
from
or
whence?
Or is it a one you have to make? Is it a pre-pack? I need information. Because I know it's not like craft. I know crafting got that shit. It's you. You're bitches.
I'm bitches.
Alright, I'm trying this jump.
I don't know if I got...
You can make
I
it.
must
Okay.
have gotten room for it. Oh, to that other balcony?
Mm-hmm.
You can make it?
Mm-hmm. You can.
I'm so frightened.
I hear beetle, but I don't see said beetle. Oh, there's a man. I'm just gonna wait.
Ooh, there's another place that we can jump down over here, but...
Yeah, there's lots of downge.
Downge?
Downge. Yeah, I haven't really explored this entire area very much. I don't come here unless I need to, because it's not required.
Exploring. Dying.
What was the other one that you said? Oh, Elemer of the Briar. Okay. We'll do that before I finish the game too. I thought we did Elemer, but then now I remember that we fucked off.
There were a bunch of places where you were like, we don't want to go here yet.
Yeah, that was one of them. Remember, it was the castle that was in the poison swamp.
Sure.
Okay, so Gigi does not remember, but that's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
There were a lot of places that we went, and I don't remember a lot of them.
Yeah, it was a few weeks ago, because it was when we were in the big, pretty open gold area that you like a lot. And then there's like just a poison swamp in the middle of it with a castle. And I was like, yeah, we should not be here.
This is a bet. Hello. There's a man.
I like how your blood is hitting him like tink, tink, tink.
Sir. Oh, no.
Whatever that is that you're doing, stop it.
Ah!
Sir.
Don't.
No. Hit me with fire. What is this wall?
What is this wall?
What is this wall made of? Wall?
Oh, it is so flashy in here. Oh my god. Oh, he's not dead! Ah! Okay, now he's dead. Whew. It's the upgraded version of I'm not dead! I'm not dead! Oh, I'm not dead. I am dead! No, I'm not dead. Let me just use... Oh,
a man.
Oh, no swift speed.
A spell speed?
Yeah.
Okay. I just... Triple Rings of Light. I like that one. That one's fun.
What is that one?
It's a incantation.
Oh, I will not be doing that. I am afraid of magic.
Yeah, magic definitely is a learning curve. I would not lie.
I would never lie.
I am not going to lie. So we went this way. Oh wait, there's another looty that I didn't looty here.
Immunized white cured meat.
Okay.
What am I hearing?
A beetle.
Beetle.
Goodbye.
Did you jump? Oh, you. Okay.
I hit him. I hit him and he fell.
Did you fall down? All I saw was the health bar falling, and I was like, "Oh no! You pulled a Gigi."
Uppies.
I'm murdering. What the? Oh my god, there are so many men.
Yeah, I don't have any magic left, so I just gotta hit these people with my bonk.
Get bonked. Oh, you got poisoned. Oh no.
Yeah, don't do that. That's
Okay.
rude and disgusting.
Honestly, rude.
Disgusting. Goodbye.
Disgusting.
Don't shoot. I'm right here. Don't shoot me. Goodbye. Oh, another man. Okay. Oh, we need a grace. Oh, we need a grace. We need a grace so bad.
So bad.
Okay.
I could definitely level up if we get a grace.
Yep. Okay.
Ooh, there's the beetle. I found him.
Ballistas! So many ballistas.
Okay. We gotta not be going.
So many ballistas.
We have to figure out how to get to there, and I think we do it from wherever that
You can
is.
get on this route
Yeah,
over
on the-
here.
yeah.
Wait, where did I? You can get on this route over. Yeah,
there's-
here. Okay.
Is that a man?
Yeah, there's a man right here.
Excuse me, sir. Would you please get wrecked? You're right here. You're right, Grace. My bad. Oh, I didn't loot his body. I needed those bolts for the crossbow that I don't use. God fucking... I fell off the route. Oh my god,
A man.
I keep falling off.
No, a man. No, a man. I only have one heal left. My last heal. Oh no.
I helped him.
Yeah.
Got him. Okay. Do you want to... You could fast travel back to the Grace. And that'll get you your shit back.
Yeah. That's probably the best idea, honestly.
Or there's... This beetle is a blue beetle.
Oh, okay, that's good.
At least that'll give you your magic back.
I'm gonna go...
The flower!
I'm going to go across this beam.
Okay.
And down.
Oh no, I got Scarlet Rotted! What is the thing that I need?
A bolus.
I don't know where to find them. Oh no, 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 no.
Right there's... No, you were back. Go back to the second tab.
Okay.
And then it's the second item, and there you go.
No, 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 no. Back up, back up, back up. Let's not get Scarlet Rotted again.
There's so many dudes in here, and I don't know what to do about it.
Maybe I'll have my Mimic fight.
I know, I was just like, should I summon my Mimic? Alright, this is what I'm gonna do. Alright, this is what I'm gonna do.
Why
I'm
did
gonna
I get
use
hurt? What just
Warming
hurt?
Stone.
Oh, summoning my Mimic.
Yeah. Oops.
Right.
Switch to...
Get it.
a Warming Stone.
No, you're not hitting. Oh, there's another flower. That's why.
Okay. Drop this. No. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why can't I drop?
Oh, no, 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 no. Did you just die?
No, I'm fucking running though. Okay. I'm about to kill the ballista guys. Okay, I killed the ballista guys.
Hell yeah. I'm fighting this. I've been fighting this flower for approximately 17 years. I'm really just letting my Mimic do all the work. Oh, no, 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 no,
the
no, no,
game
no.
won't let me drop a warming stone though, which is a little annoying because how come? Do I have to do it like this? Leave? No. Yes. No. I can't. Why can't I use them?
I brought it again.
Oh.
Hello?
Anybody
Well,
here?
I murdered the beetle. Did you get your magic back?
Yep. Okay. Sweet.
Oh, there's more ballista dudes.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can get to them.
I can hear them. I can't see them. Where are you?
I found a Grace. I found a Grace. I'm touching it.
Touch it, do it.
Yeah, I touched it. Okay.
Oh god, men! Don't crossbow me, you whore! Ah! Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, well there goes my Mimic, but she ate up a lot of that damage, so she did great. I'm proud of you, babe. You're amazing.
Okay.
Touch me!
There we go. Okay, I'm going to go so I can get all my stuff back. And I'm gonna fight these guys from the other side. Ooh, a ladder.
This is a terrible idea. You've got fancy clothes. Oh no, there's more of you!
Yes, that's the room where I was like, there's so many, and I just ran. I was so nervous, I just ran. All right, I know where you are though, so I can come back to you. Oh, there's a tree in my way. Maybe I can't come back to you yet. Hold on.
That's okay.
Wait, I didn't think you could enter.
Ow, ow, ow! Oh. It appears that I have simply perished.
I have also perished, but I'm out of grace.
Oh no.
It's okay. The only problem...
Unknown has died.
The only problem is this guy might be waiting for me. He's not. Okay, thank God.
The castle-sized dust bunnies are revolting? Do you mean revolting as in disgusting, or revolting as in starting a revolution? Okay. Oh, hello. You can't do that.
Oh, my sound just unsounded?
Oh, that's not good. It can be two things. That's true.
It can. You are correct, Dave. It can be both.
It can only be.
There can only be one.
It can only be one. It was a joke. No jokes. Only serious business.
This is actually a tree. Unfortunately, which I feel like no, it's not, but
No. I made a terrible thing. What did you do?
I was casting from above, and
Oh, no.
I stepped forward to cast and fell literally on top of this enemy that I was trying to kill.
Did you get your runes back at least?
I'm going to get them right now. They're at the top over here. You can come to this grace too.
Well, I don't know where my... I'm trying to remember how to get to where my runes are.
I think it's here, like where I am, and then backwards, because like the what you call it, guys, the ballista guys are over here.
Uh-huh. Oh, maybe it's...
So I think if you come here, we can go back. I think.
Should I think I make it this way? Oh, I almost just made a terrible mistake.
I want
Oh,
to
there's another beetle. I'm gonna
this
murder
guy.
it.
But I cannot.
Can't hit me.
Okay, fine.
Oh my god. That was almost really bad. Hello, sir.
Okay, I got
Ow.
2 of
Ow.
the ballistas.
Don't hurt me. I have I have so many runes. Oh god. Oh no, 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 no. Oh god. Oh no, 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 no. I can't select you. There you are.
Oh my gosh, my comment won't go there now. Damn it. Okay. All right. Can I? No. No.
Oh god.
No.
Oh god. Oh
No.
no, 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 no.
No.
Ah, ah, ah.
Oh my
He's
god,
almost
Tree,
there.
I have so many runes!
I don't want to die!
Chichi and I are both trapped on opposite ends of this map right now. Oh god.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, that was almost
Okay,
horrible.
where is he? Can I jump back? I don't think I can jump back onto this route. That's the only thing that sucks. I think I have to go down.
Horrible. But I found a chest.
There's an item over there.
Clean Rot Knight Finlay.
Clean Rat Knight Finlay. That's a good. She's a really, really good one. Her story is actually really cool if you read the thing. Like if you read her description. She basically during the war, you know how like Radon and Malenia were like the last 2 survivors of the war, and then Malenia did her Scarlet Rot thing, which made like Radon go crazy. So Malenia was so like hurt and like on the verge of death after doing the Scarlet Rot because she had never done it before, and Finlay literally carried Malenia's like basically broken and crippled body all the way back from Caelid, which you remember, Caelid is hell. From Caelid all the way back here. She carried Malenia the whole way.
There's a fucking tree there.
Yes, that's what I've been slowly just like whittling his health down.
No.
Yeah. All right, let's rest so we can get our runes, or we can get our levels.
I can't get my levels. I haven't gotten my runes.
Okay, so then we have to go back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. careful, careful, careful. Oh, okay. I don't know whose lag that was. Was that me or the game or I don't know. But the tree just stood still and then suddenly was someplace else.
Come in here? He can come in here?
Yeah, he can come in here. He's been coming in here chasing me.
Absolutely the fuck not.
I've been going to the top of the ladder trying to like just do like pot shots on him. Okay. Burn, tree, burn. How many trees do I have to burn before you'll learn this lesson, old man?
Okay, okay, okay. Now I need to get my fucking runes.
Okay, yeah,
Where
so
all
you
the
should,
men
in
are.
theory, you should be able to go back now.
Don't. Ow! No! Don't! Don't hurt me!
Okay, okay.
I
you
need
hit
my
hard.
road! Don't hurt
Okay,
me!
you hit hard. Okay.
No, 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 I have so many runes! I have so many runes!
Oh god. Come back. Just come back and go in the room, yeah.
Oh my god. No, 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 no.
Go in the room, go in the room. I'm gonna try to... Follow me!
Did you just die?
I did, but it's okay, because the grace is right here. Did you go up the ladder?
No, I just hid.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I haven't even... Oh god.
That's fine, that's fine. But I'm coming back, I'm coming back.
I've never seen a ladder a day in my life!
I've never seen a ladder before! Whoa, you motherfuckers. Let me pick up my runes first. Let me pick up my runes first, motherfuckers. Okay. Come here. Come on.
Like it's a full level's worth of runes and I need them!
Okay, okay. Okay. Wait, what are you doing out here? What are you doing? Go away! Go away! Go away!
Help! I felt bad! Oh, there's the ladder. I found it. Oh no!
No, it's okay. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want you to miss your runes. I'm gonna try to. Okay, so I'm gonna try to bring them inside. Go up the ladder and jump off.
I
Yeah,
am up
right.
the
Okay,
ladder.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna try to bring them inside.
Okay.
All right, let me get my runes first, though, dudes.
I need to figure out where the fuck my shit is, though. Where are? Oh, is that? Oh, it's
Okay.
it's there. How do I get there, though?
Okay, guys. All right, I'm bringing them in.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for them to be fully inside.
One's inside.
Oh god, I was really afraid that was gonna.
Okay, they're both in here.
Okay, I have already.
Okay.
That guy, you know what? You can live. You get to live. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, now go get these runes. Go get these guys to keep them off GG again.
What do I get? I don't remember how to get there. I don't remember how to get there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Why are these two random dudes so strong?
I don't know, but I don't
These two
like
random guys are just like so ridiculous.
I genuinely do not know how to get back to where my shit is.
Can you see? Can you see your runes from where you are?
Well, not where I am right now. I could see them from where I was. So I'm
Okay,
just
I was gonna say like maybe I can try to potentially see them. All right, fuck you.
Oh, this way. Oh no, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get onto this branch. If I can
Fuck,
figure out how
come
to get
on, my
this
guy.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here and then branch.
Yep. Fight my mimic.
There's things. Here. we're in business. Goodness. And my runes should be right here. Right where the man is. Okay. Oh no 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 no. Hello. 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 Ow. I ran away. I've brought horror upon us in the form of a man. Ow, 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 ow. Oh no, there's 2 men! Why? Don't. Just don't. Simply don't. Have you considered not doing this? That would be really great. I'm gonna... Ow, ow. Why do these men suck so much?
Okay. Be careful because there are so many men in here and they are on my fucking runes and I have so many. Nope, no. Not today. Not fucking today. Not happening.
No. Oh no. Oh my god. Fuck you and your stupid spectral swords! Oh my god.
300k fucking gone.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Why did those fuckers, the gold guys, aggroed those fucking crystal guys and brought them out because the gold guys still kept chasing me? I'm so angry. I had 300,000.
That is so many.
Yeah, and it's because these fuckers aggroed these other guys like idiots.
I'm out of heals and they're just following me! And I have Scarlet Rot.
Alright, Crystallion, I fucking get it. Jeez.
I hate all of these men!
Yeah, just kill me at this point, honestly. It's so frustrating. Like, what's the point anymore? All my runes are gone. Because you fucking idiot, Lanedell, whoever, Halig Tree Soldiers, whoever the fuck you are.
Okay, I died.
I can't see anything.
God, I have to go. I'm about to spawn in the middle of a bunch of fucking people. Oh my god.
Yep, and this is because those idiot soldiers aggroed these guys while chasing me.
I know.
What? Like, why? What is the point of both of you? Jesus.
I had to run past so many guys.
I'm just, at this point, like, I'll just stay here and continue just dying on a loop because there's no point anymore. Oh, look, here you are.
Well, I have this. Don't.
Fuck off! Just stun lock me. That's cool. Stun lock me because there's 2 of you. I'm so annoyed that these guys followed me so far. He aggroed other bosses.
Oh my god. Just mimic, do the thing. Just mimic, be mimicking. Fuck you, and your stupid Scarlet Rot ass sword. God damn it. Don't. God.
Oh my god, finally.
The game just crashed.
Okay, I got 2. Your game just crashed? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so frustrated right now. I can't believe I lost 300k because of these stupid idiots.
It's okay. I'm about to be in the same boat.
Well, because these guys aggroed these other dudes. I'm so annoyed.
I have to run by 5 of these shield spear guys. Not 5. It's like 4.
But it's still enough to be annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and look, they didn't even aggro the last one. Nice.
Yes, I know that I didn't close the game properly.
It's called a crash game.
It's your fault, game. Round table hold. What is happening? Why do I have all of these conditions on? I spawned in with every condition.
It might just be like reloading whatever the last thing you did was.
No, I mean every condition.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like it might just literally just be reloading and just like resetting all your shit. Oh, come on. Nope. 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 Okay. Oh my god, I don't even care.
Oh, fuck. I forgot. Why did it spawn me here?
So unfortunate what it just did. Oh, that's where oh, because that's literally where I just was while I was waiting for you. So just hop over the route. Yeah. Up here.
Where?
Up here.
There? Okay. Okay, I can... Oh, my game crashed before it registered my death.
Oh.
I
That's
still
awesome.
have new runes.
That's awesome. Okay. So do you need to go back or do you need to, can you continue?
No.
All right,
We
let's
can
go.
continue.
Nice.
I'm gonna use them real quick.
Yeah.
Do you mind?
I don't mind. I wish mine weren't gone because I had 300,000.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault at all. It's these fucking NPCs that aggroed those crystallians.
I know, but you were doing it to save me.
It's okay.
And I feel bad.
It's okay. These guys are just, for some reason, they're so powerful and they like don't need to be. Like they're just like foot soldiers. Like why are they so strong? See, like that hit is so much.
Oh my god.
Look at if we die, we're like right at this grace. That's the one good part about being right here. It's like, oh cool, we died. We'll pick up my runes really quick. Fuck you. Okay, I got one.
Oh, that one just fucking disappeared. How do you have so much health? Have we not been fighting you?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, they're so ridiculously strong for no reason.
Jack shit
They're
to
just
him.
soldiers.
It's like nothing is doing damage to them.
Okay. And you're only worth
They are
6k.
dead.
That's not worth enough.
Let me... I'm gonna get some runes because I'm only like 20k away. So I'm just gonna...
Okay. Let's pick up whatever this thing is right here. Oh, who is still here? Oh, you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now if I die, I don't care. Oh, did all of these guys respawn? Oh, because we rested. Right.
Not we.
Because I rested.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, it's okay.
My bad.
It's okay. They just ballisted me from, 100 yards away. It's fine. Oh my god, these guys respawned too.
I'm sorry. I didn't think about it.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You spent your runes, though.
I did.
Okay. Can't wait to lose all my runes again.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. It's these fucking soldiers. Like, every other enemy over here has, like, not had the tankiness of these guys. And then their range is also frustrating as hell. Alright, let's get this guy. Don't shoot. That's rude. Oh, yeah. You... Okay. Through the wall. Fine.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Oh.
Nice.
The strat.
But yeah, the OG strat. We should have never left it.
Strat.
We should have never abandoned it. Okay, and then we just have to be careful of the guys above that also have ballistas. There.
Can I get them from the ladder? No. I can't quite.
Night Comet reaches though. Nice, okay.
Hell yeah.
Alright, I need to get some level. I need to get at least some runes back here from losing that. Ooh, there's stuff in there.
Gotta be careful, it's a man with a fucking crossbow. Oh shit, don't fall down. Ooh, there's something down there.
Alright, there's guys up
It's hard to
here.
jump. Reasonably easy to kill. Oh, another man.
Okay, nice. Alright, now let's get this man.
Logically murderable.
Okay. This one. No, this one first.
Yeah.
Okay. This one. Please don't throw your holy shit at me.
What the fuck? Ow! Ow! I died.
You didn't even aim at me. Come on. Shit. Face in the other fucking direction. Bullshit.
I've run away from this man before.
No, we gotta kill people. I need my fucking runes back. I'm angry.
I know.
Not at you. I'm not angry at you. I'm just angry in general.
This game is tearing us apart.
How could you do this to me?
I am sorry. Hello, sir.
Get murdered on. Okay.
Goodbye.
Now, what's in here?
Another man.
Another man. Yep.
These men.
Oh, I've been impaled?
Yeah. And then you get Scarlet Rot when he does that.
Yeah, fun.
I died to that several times.
Okay. This way? Nothing? Okay.
Oh,
This way?
because we've been here before.
Uppies. Well, let me take a bolus so I don't die of rot.
That would be good.
Okay. Another man.
I really need to use my heavy attack more. I basically just use light attack.
I use light attacks mostly too, honestly. Heavy attacks just I feel like are too slow sometimes.
It's so fucking slow. Ugh. These men, I remember these men. We've already murdered you.
Another man. Nope, nope, nope. Oh my god, why did you do that? I know this game is 3 years old, but they have to patch that shit. They have to patch. When you're out of magic and you just look at your wand, it's like a 7-second animation.
That's so long. I hear you.
Just make it so you just don't cast magic. Like, why are you doing this whole animation of being like, what? And it's only magic users. Because if a melee user just doesn't have stamina, guess what happens? They just don't attack. They don't need to like look at their sword and be like, what is this contraption I've never seen before?
This doesn't even work.
Yeah.
I've never
seen this in my life. How does this work?
Okay.
It's just magic users that gotta discriminate against.
It's magicist. It's castist.
It's castist. Exactly. What is this that I haven't picked up? A great bolt. Men.
Men behind you. Don't. Ow, ow, ow.
Okay, he fell. Excuse me.
Get absolutely right.
Excuse me. I don't know why my throat is itchy suddenly.
Wings bolt.
Itchy throat.
I hate that.
Oh yeah, the man sitting. And then doesn't that mean that this man's sleeping? Yeah.
Yep.
The sleeping man.
Put your glowing sword away. These are the same men as those other two men. But these guys are so easy to...
But they're so strong for no fucking reason. A man?
No
Can you believe it, Astro? Could you believe it?
Can you believe a man
4
would
years,
have
1 month, and
audacity?
22 days since the incident. Since the incident.
It's me, a man.
It's me, a man. Oh my gosh.
A man.
In my good Christian Minecraft server.
Where did you go?
Back down the stairs.
Oh.
Back down the stairs.
Down the stairs and down the stairs. There you are.
Yeah. Oh, what's here? Ooh, a
There's
beetle.
a man in there. Ah! There's also a chest through that door when you get past the man. But you had to defeat the man.
The man?
inside.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I can't defeat a man.
That's what I was yelling about. While you were yelling about the tree, I was yelling about the man.
It's obviously it's a yellable thing I see. Okay,
Yeah,
kill this
he's
man.
one of the men with the spears.
Oh yeah, a clean rat knight is what they're called on Forge.
But that's where you get the thing that you were like, that's really good.
Yeah, I want Finlay.
We just
Put your
no magic
put your
against
stuff
both
down.
of us.
Like what the hell? Still me, a
man
man with a
spear?
spear. I honestly, not to be like that guy, but I think that the clean rats are women.
Really?
I think they are. I think so.
It's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell, but I think that they are women, according to the lore.
Well, there you go.
I went up this pole. Did you see it? Here.
No.
Turn around, turn around, turn around. Hi. Turn around. Hi.
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 Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I almost did it again.
A chest. There's a chest up here. Oh, another somber ancient dragon smithing stone. Yay.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
We can level so many things that we didn't have before we got here. Because we've been using the same weapons the whole time. Okay, so I think we can hop here. Yep. Oh, no, I'm there. Okay, a dead
Get
man.
fucked.
A dead man. Okay, now hop here.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, let's go. What was here?
That's where the scary men
Yeah,
are.
where I ran through and then yeah.
And then they murdered me.
No,
Oh,
no
no,
murdering.
no. No. These are the men that kept killing me. But you have things to do? I just stayed up until like 3 in the morning and finished it. No, not the impale. Ow, ow. No, don't impale me. I only have like 1 more ballast left. Can we make those? Are they makeable?
Yes, they are craftable. You fuck.
Another man! You are not a part of this. There's too many
Okay,
men!
I got one.
Oh, no, running away. I am running away. Okay. Oh, what?
Okay, I got one. Don't shoot at me. Okay.
Okay, I'm fighting these lower level guys apparently because they decided to insert themselves into something that did not concern them.
Oh my god, they're so disrespectful. Oh my god, I just rotted?
Oh no!
It's okay. I deserved it.
Excuse you.
I deserve to
Also,
rot.
you're gonna come out right here where we were.
Yeah. All right, now.
Hello.
Hello.
I see you.
Now, how do I get
Can
up
you go?
there?
Are you able to? Does the ladder inside? Are you able to jump from that balcony onto this?
No, it's too high to jump up. It's okay. I think I can do it over here. Yeah, I can jump from here to there. Yeah, I got it. I'm back. I can come back. From here to here.
Where is the remaining man?
To here. Okay.
Oh, you didn't die from. You died from rot, not from being
Yes,
stabbed.
yes. Correct.
Did you get all your shit?
Yes. I rotted away from the inside. A man?
A man!
Okay, what's this? Oh, the Erdtree soldier ashes. Great, thanks. All right, I don't think I'm gonna get 300k back, unfortunately.
No.
It was the tree. The
But
tree
a
gave me a
lot.
lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have enough to do a level?
Yeah. Yeah, I got one level. It's okay. You won't die from that, hopefully.
I did not.
Okay,
I almost
good.
did. I was like, oh no. Jumping to things is bad.
Okay.
Oh, what do I want? I want more endurance. Or I want more vigor. I need more health. I'm scared. There was something up here that I didn't loot, so let me grab that.
Okay.
I saw a thing as I was jumping over and missed. I was like, a thing!
Shit.
No! Oh, it's a night helm. That's so useful for me. Just gonna smash your shit. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to kill all these guys too, aren't we? Or did you already kill them?
I don't think these guys respawn.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, they do. But there's loot back there, so maybe we want to try. Maybe we can get just 2 of them. Maybe the 3rd one will chill. Nope. It did not.
I fell in.
It is not chill.
Okay.
It's very unchill.
I joined the party.
It's very unchill. Okay, I'm just gonna keep trying to stance break them. All right. Nice.
I've been rotted. Oh, I died.
Hey, don't come up here. This is my safety
That's
tree.
not allowed.
That's my safety tree.
The only jumping I do is to conclusions.
Same.
Like in Office Space. I jump to conclusions, Matt. Get absolutely fucked.
Okay. Next one.
No, don't shoot things at me! No,
I'll
don't
see myself out.
Don't.
No, Nikki, don't go.
Don't. Get wrecked, you bitch.
Okay. 3rd one. Wait. Did we get all 3? Oh, we got all 3. Yay.
Here's my runes. Okay.
I hate the tree.
Okay, where do we go next?
Okay, now we go up this tree.
We're doing so good.
Wait, can we go? Is there anything over here?
Ooh, there's a thing.
Yeah. Well, a wound. A big wound.
Ooh, a big rune.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
Not in this pond here, but this pond over there, a ulcerated tree spirit's gonna spawn, like the big long wormy ones.
Oh, sure. No. Fucking bug ass bitch.
Anything up here? Nope, nothing to lose. Alexa, stop.
I'm so curious as to what she's hearing.
Oh, I used to have my alarm set for midnight to take my medication because I was bad at remembering.
Oh no, it's Scarlet Rot!
Yes,
oh,
it is.
No. What are you locked onto? I got rotted! Oh no, I'm about to die. Oh no. Oh my god. I have literally a health left. How am I still getting rotted?
Because
What
your
is
rot
rotted
meter
mean?
isn't going down.
But I just took a ballast.
Were you in rot?
I don't know. I don't think so. I was standing in these flowers. Is this thing that's over here worth getting?
It was rot grease, so probably not.
Oh, this is bad.
Okay, what's the best way? I think
Well,
just straight
I
that
got
way is the
rot.
best way.
And I don't have another ballast, so I made a mistake.
Hold on. Can I drop you one? Let me see.
Can I craft one?
Here,
Nope.
I dropped one here.
Do not have
Here.
a recipe for it. Where? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, fucking wrong. I'm working. Don't kill me while I'm trying to heal you.
Okay.
I like it. How do we do this without getting rotted?
I'm not sure we can, but Let me see if there's a we might have a talisman that might
protect.
I thought one of these talismans did. Raises immunity. Immunity governs resistance to poison and rot. So it's the immunizing horn charm. It's the one that looks like a branch. Yeah, right there.
Which one?
It's like, it's in a row all by itself. It kind of looks like a little antler branch type thing. Up 4 rows.
Am I stupid?
Up.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yep.
It just says raises immunity.
Yeah, but if you click on the switch display, it says immunity governs resistance to poison and rot.
Oh.
Alright, I'm not sure how much this will protect us, but this is something. But we have to get to... Oh, I don't even know if it's gonna let me tag. But, like, we basically have to get... No, that's not there. We have to get across. It doesn't let me tag, like, that close here. Yeah, I can't. Okay.
I am frightened.
Alright.
Well, it makes us go so slow,
I know. So I would get rotted, honestly. And then just take potions. Rolling goes a little bit faster. Not much, but a little bit.
If I get to this... Can I get out of it? Nope.
Okay. Now, where do I go from here? Okay, so then we just go down.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have one more bolus? I do.
They're coming.
Yep. Alright, hop here.
Oh my god, I almost missed.
Okay. Hop.
Ow, don't.
Oh, I did miss.
Oh, no. I'm just gonna
I didn't really miss, I slid.
Stop throwing shit at me! Okay. I'm just gonna hide.
Yep, go up. Yep. And then chill. Okay. I'm running.
It's okay.
There should be a grace in there. I believe there's the drainage channel has a grace.
Is it down the ladder, maybe?
I want to say it's really close to there. Yeah. I just know that the drainage channel has a grace.
Well, I'll go down this.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want me to rest at it?
In a second rest. Okay. Got those guys. Okay.
Can you fast? Oh, you need your runes.
Yeah.
Right.
It's okay. I'll get my runes right now. Okay, or just chill the fuck out. Drainage channel. Okay. Oh, okay. Nice.
We did it.
Now, which way did we come in from?
Down this way.
Okay. So it's uppies.
I assume there's other stuff that we have not picked up, but we were panicking because of rat.
Rat!
Rat!
Arun. Okay, so this is the way we came, so let's go with the other way. What's downies? Downies.
Get rotted, bitch.
Oh.
A steak America.
Oh, a branch. Where do you go, branch?
I'm so scared.
Do you not go anywhere, branch? Wait, no, you go here.
And
And then here.
And then do we take this branch over to that thing? And then that thing to that branch, I think is what we
Oh, I see. And then it goes here, and then there's a door. There's a door here.
Oh, there's a door?
Yeah. Right here. It's an item.
Okay, but there's also... I'm curious as to what's up here. Because I can walk on this bridge.
Oh. Okay. You see what's there. I'll see
Oh,
what's...
there's a hole in the roof, which seems important.
Bug. Okay, this is a chapel of some sort. With bug.
Oh, this leads me into the rafters of the chapel.
Oh, okay.
Is there any purpose to this? Ow, 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 ow. Who's stabbing me? I'm up high. Oh, I can get to this chest. Ow! Oh no!
Oh,
okay.
wait. There are people. Oh, there are people up there. Okay, well now he's below.
Well, there were. I mean, there still are, because I died. But there's a chest.
Okay. Now, how can I touch? Ooh, hello? Can we not?
Hello? How? Oh no, this is it.
Alright, I'm going down.
Yeah, there's a chest up there.
Okay. Bugger. Oh my god, so many bugger. I hate those bugs. But they're a little... Yeah, but it's okay, because I'm just gonna go right back up the branch. And then I'll go up with you that time. Yeah. Strudel.
Strudel?
A strudel. Yeah, the Pokemon's strudel.
Yeah, that's not popping up in my chat for some reason. But that's okay. I am waiting.
Okay. So you went here, and then you went up.
Yep. And then there's another branch at the top of there.
Okay. Yep, I see it.
And there's a hole in the roof.
From joint chat. Yeah, but it's not for everybody, which I feel like an asshole, because the other day I was doing a, I wasn't in the co-stream, but I was like guest starring on somebody's stream. They were co-streaming, and I was like, yeah, my bot doesn't show in like my, when I do co-streams anymore, and their bot did, and I felt like an asshole.
Get fucked, tiny bugs.
Why did it... Okay, well there goes my runes. I don't know why it just...
Where did you die?
I went through the hole, but for some reason she just didn't land on the platform below. She just went right next to it.
It's Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman.
Oh, that's actually pretty decent. I think I have the other version on.
Enormously boosts physical damage negation.
Mm-hmm.
That
Not
seems
for
good.
bot. Yeah, I need to figure that out. Like, are you seeing my like Pixelbot like commercial break messages still?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Interesting.
I'm seeing those.
But not the Pokebot.
I wonder if it's just like known
like
bots?
known bots on Twitch, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. So I went in here. Now, are you gonna land on this thing? Okay, so this time you land. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for landing on it this time and not last time. Just sliding off last time. Just another 100k runes gone. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Now what's here?
Or I should have jumped over to the other side because there's something up there.
That might just be the guy I killed, honestly. Okay, that's an elevator. So what's here? Oh my gosh, my nose is so itchy. Okay,
An
this is
elevator.
outside?
A bug.
But why? Oh, there's lots of bugs
Careful,
out
bugs.
here. Okay.
Ah! Ah! Ow, ow. Don't. I said don't, you bitch!
Ah, oh man. No, it's gonna be a strong man again.
Okay, emergency thing. Oh, for a fucking butterfly. Okay.
Yep, I knew it.
Oh, no.
Dude, what is with these Erdtree soldiers that do so much damage?
Where did you die?
Yeah, keep going that way. Keep going that way. Yep, over there.
Ow! Don't. Oh my god, it did nothing to him. My blood means nothing.
Why are these random guys
Another man!
so tanky?
Another man! A second man!
Too many men.
Too many men.
Okay.
Don't breathe fucking poison. Okay. Okay. Don't.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Why is he so strong? Get your runes.
Yeah. At this point, it doesn't matter. I'll never get my 316,000. Okay, sir.
Oh, guys, no, don't you fucking get wrecked,
Okay.
bitch. Okay, I got the stronger man.
There's another strunk man here. And I kind of hate it.
Number 2.
Yeah, but only the one with the tall shield is the strong guy.
I'm using so many healing potions.
Oh, relax
Stop
with that
doing
shit.
fucking magic. You've got a spear. You get one thing. Okay. Okay.
No, don't drink a flask. Oh,
Just the-
you son of a bitch. I didn't know they drank flasks. That's such a cheap shot. They do so much damage. They take so much damage. And they drink flasks. That's fair.
And we get, like, no fucking runes from murdering them.
Not enough. That's for sure. Stop!
Comparatively.
You're so cheesy. And you have a small penis, most likely. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Did you die or did you kill him?
No, neither. He just keeps putting his shield up like a pussy bitch. Stop with the magic. You get like holy and magic. Okay, he's dead. But seriously, pick one or the other. Holy and magic. Like, come on. What are you overcompensating for, buddy?
Get the CRT TV that you want. I mean, would it be really so terrible if the one that you want does show up? Then you just have 2 TVs. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna murder this man.
Yep, another strong man.
This one's a not strong man. A perfectly reasonable strength man. Having a budget? I mean, that's fair. I ignore my budget. Two men. Okay, okay.
Fuck you.
Okay, okay.
Oh, come on with that. You stood up way too quick for that riposte. That's not fair. Okay, I got one.
There's no purpose for this.
Where are you? Oh my. Why did you come up here?
Me?
No, this guy, he was all the way down there. Oh, and now, okay, yep. Shoot me literally in the face with that arrow and then use your sword. Yep.
There's nothing here. Why were you here? Unless I'm supposed to jump down from there, but that looks like I would die.
Oh my god. Gigi, where are you?
I went down. I got distracted by a different man. Okay, I'm fighting the man who murdered you. Okay.
Running all the way back now.
No, I'm healing. Don't. I'm healing, you bitch. Okay. Okay, I'm dead.
Okay.
He murdered me.
Yes. He does that really well, unfortunately.
Ugh. I have so many runes. So many. Hey, like a tree. I need another grace.
Ew, he drank a potion, didn't he? What a little whore.
Ew. And now we go this way. Oh my god, this is my nightmare. So many things to jump onto. So many opportunities for me to fuck up.
Don't. Oh my god. I got him like 2 hits from death and he drank a fucking potion. How many potions do they have?
like,
Just 2?
Fully heals them.
I know.
Ridiculous. Mine doesn't fully heal me. Why do you have a fucking big ass bow? You have a shield, you whore.
Okay.
And he didn't drop anything. But there's a rune
A
here.
big ol' rune.
Yeah, I murdered all the dudes that were down here.
And there's nothing down here other than these lilies?
Oh, wait, these are different. This is a different down. Wait, where was I then? Oh, there was just like a little pathway that was up.
Oh. Okay.
So I guess that's how I would get to up where that man is. I guess I can drop down. I thought it was too far. I think everything is too far though, because I'm afraid.
Also fair, because gravity just does whatever they want in this game. Oh, there's another man? How?
Where?
Right here.
Oh yeah, that's the man that I was just talking about. Ow! Fuck you. I've returned to the it was the dishes. Now you can read the book. Okay. Well, fuck.
Don't
Drink.
No.
Oh, you whore! Oh my god. You're not even the strongest of the men. Why do you get a potion? You're just a regular man.
You're a nobody. Good. Jeez.
I don't know if there was stuff to loot up there.
I don't think there... I mean, there wasn't for me,
I
but...
was very focused on murdering that man. Because fuck that man.
No, but for real.
Well, don't. Actually, don't fuck that man because he doesn't deserve it.
True. Also true.
Okay, there was literally nothing down there. There was no purpose except for murder. Murder business. Murder purposes.
Murder purposes.
Murder porpoises.
Bug.
Where? Oh, where did we go?
I just continued the other way.
What other way?
There are bug.
Wait, where?
I'm coming back to you. Are you below?
Just, I'm down here.
I know.
I'm where I was.
I'm coming. Okay, I see you. I see you.
Oh, there's an up.
Yeah.
Up. Got it. You left me.
I left. It's dangerous getting separated here. What?
Where did you come from?
Wait, where?
There was no man! You little
Where
bitch!
was he?
He was just sitting here against the tree. Fucking napping on the job.
He missed all of his friends getting murdered because he was taking a nap.
He missed all of his friends getting murdered. That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, imagine waking up from your nap and all of your friends and yeah.
Are dead. Yeah, it's kind of sad, honestly. No. Get fucked. Oh, there's a little bug. Ah! Ow! Ow! Boom! Fuck you! I will avenge you!
Thank you. Yeah, it's the when they do the sploogey and it tracks you.
Yeah, it's the worst.
It's the worst.
Okay. I avenge your death.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see all of the dead bodies below. It's very funny, actually.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I almost just rolled off. This is almost a disaster! Oh my god.
I think I can just... Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm back.
Ow, 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 ow. No, 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 no. Bug. Stop it!
Get murdered, bug.
Bugs. God, are these all bugs?
Hey, why do they have their booties up like that?
I don't like it.
Okay.
Ow, ow,
Not
ow,
necessary.
Ow, 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 ow! Okay, honestly, I need you all to calm down. You're being too loud.
You're bugging me.
Calm down. Stop it!
Stop it. Don't. Wait, is there one more? No, he fell. Okay.
What's up here?
Oh,
Nothing.
really? Nothing?
Literally nothing.
What? I feel bamboozled.
I feel betrayed.
Nothing on this side either? Do you guys even know how to hide treasure or what?
Okay, listen.
So I was right. I did see another bug.
It was one of the little mans.
Oh, here's another. Yeah, here's another bug. Don't.
Don't
do that. Ooh, the ghost glovewort bell pickers. Yeah. That means that we can buy the flowers now and whenever we need to.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I think everyone is finally deceased over here. We can progress.
Simply deceased.
Simply deceased. Oh wait, there's a ladder. Where does that go?
A ladder?
A ladder, look.
Oh yeah, a ladder.
Oh look, and another platform that we definitely can't jump from the ladder to.
We can always try.
We can try, but I do not recommend it.
Oh, I murdered there. That was
Oh
just
my gosh, this ladder goes so far.
It does go really far. Jesus Christ, why is it going so far?
Okay, so now where? But what is here? Why? Why is this? Do we go to there? Or do we go down? Do we go up?
This goes to like where we were.
Oh yeah, this is the roof area of where you were.
but it's higher.
Yeah.
Ugh. Do we go onto that platform? Do we go this way? Oh my god. This is stressful. Climbing on this is the worst.
Oh, I think this is back to the drainage channel. Or maybe not. It's pretty far. Did you slip? Oh, no.
There was a gap.
Oh, no.
I didn't see the gap. And I was just walking.
Oh, no. Mind the gap.
That was so many runes! Fuck!
I don't think I've made back the amount of runes that I've lost yet. Like, genuinely, I don't think I've made back the amount of runes I've lost in the Erdtree.
Yep, there's my runes all the way over there. Okay. The only way to get them is to reverse our trajectories. Oh my god.
Wait, can't you go? Oh no, that doesn't connect there. That doesn't connect there. Never mind. Shit.
That's how I died.
Yeah.
And up there, yeah, that's too low. Okay, okay. Do that. No, something smells delicious. I think dinner is being dinnered.
Dinner's being dinnered?
Mm-hmm. It's got a while, though.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say. We can call it probably in like a half hour-ish. I think if we just make it through this area and the next area, we can call it.
Sounds good.
Probably Malenia will be next week.
I hear cooking sounds, and that means that we've got plenty of it.
Do you know what is being cooked?
It's like a pasta, like casserole thing. Oh my god! Oh my god! I jumped almost.
Oh my gosh! My mom made a one-pot pasta the other night in the crock pot, and it was so good. It was like ground beef and like linguine and like this creamy garlic sauce. But because it was like in the crock pot, it was just like so gooey, and oh my god, it was so good. I had like 3 bowls of it. I felt so fat after.
I'm so stressed about this. Okay. Okay. I got my runes. Where did I fall? Here. I have to jump. There we go. Okay, 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 okay.
So where does this go?
Where are you?
Oh, I was following you, and then I was like, oh, what's over here? Ooh.
And no, it's so many. I can't spend my runes. If I do, then all of the bugs will come back. We need to find a new place. Unless we're going backwards.
No, we're gonna find a new place. Oh, no, we go back to the drainage channel, and then we go back up. But what is this? Where does this elevator go? Can you go back into the chapel where the bugs were? There's an elevator we never checked.
There's an elevator?
Mm-hmm.
Gonna check the elevator. I know. I have so many runes. This has been an exercise in trying desperately to not lose all of our runes. This entire...
No, this has been an exercise in learning to move on and accept defeat.
Fair. Oh yeah, that's right. We were like, let's murder everything, and then we'll come back to this elevator.
Yeah. Okay, where does it go?
Down.
Oh, thanks. We're here!
Oh my god,
Wait, we're here!
Is this where we need to be?
Yeah, do you want to try her a couple times?
Sure. Let me level up.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. I didn't know this connected here.
Look at us go. Oh shit.
I always went all the way around the drainage channel. That's kind of funny.
I just need to get 16k.
Well, there's a couple things in here.
Let's do Dex. There's things?
Well, I meant like there's like butterflies to loot in here, and then where does this go? There might be enemies. Oh, there's another elevator. Where does this one go? Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, let's see where this one goes. Because that down there, that boss is Malenia.
Oh.
You've probably know of Malenia just because
I
I'm sure
just
you've
know
heard.
the name.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about anything.
Okay. So we'll do the cutscene then when we get there. But yeah, where does this go? Okay, this is someplace different. Why is this?
Wait, this is the place that when we were here, we went down the big long ladder.
Yep.
And then there was the elevator.
Yep.
And we couldn't get to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Elevator.
Okay.
I need to smash a couple of runes and level up again.
Okay. We got a couple of the big ones, so you're probably all set, honestly.
Yeah, it's 16k, so it's not very.
Oh yeah, I would crack some big ones then.
Yeah.
112, and I'm at 23. Do I have two 50k ones? I should. 35, 50. So let's do 2 of those.
Do I have, like, I'll do 3 of these 5s.
Okay.
Oop, I said no.
Okay.
Smash.
Do I have another combination of 100? 35, that's 7. That's 70. Okay, so I can do 2 of those. And then...
Are we doing a big level up? Are we doing like a lot of level up?
I just don't want to go in there with like very much at all. Cause
oh, just as far as like your runes in general?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna pop until I can level. Alright, how far am I? I think I need like 5,000 more. I need 8,000 more, okay. 8,000. 25, 3,000, 38. So we'll do 2 of these.
I have 793 runes.
And then, yeah, that's gonna be good because she's probably gonna take a few attempts easy.
Level 134.
Okay. Let's go. I have 431.
Perfect.
Okay. So you go in first so you can cutscene.
I'm just prepping. Okay.
Okay, guys, it's Malenia time.
It's a tree. Hello? Hell yeah. Do you like women with swords? I do. Am I not going to anymore after this fight?
No. You're not.
Okay.
Because we're gonna hear her snipe ass remark when she kills us 7,000 times.
Hello, lady. Are you dead? Oh, no arm.
I dreamt for so long.
Hello. Oh, that
My
those have to
flesh was
be
dull gold,
very
and my blood rotted.
uncomfortable. Dead bored. Yeah.
Corpse after corpse left in my wake.
Oh.
As I awaited his return.
She's a tall lady.
Mm-hmm.
Heed my words. I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella.
Sure. Well, that's a big long sword. That's a
And I
big
have never
long
known
sword.
Defeat. And I have never known defeat.
You will now, bitch!
Okay.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
She's so fast. I hope that you like that line, because you'll be hearing it.
No. Oh, no. I haven't even locked onto you yet, bitch. Hello.
There's a reason.
Why are you so fast?
There's a reason why she's the hardest boss in the game. Oh my god, we've done no damage to her.
Don't.
Don't let her hit you, because she gets health back when she hits you, okay? Thanks.
Wait, really?
Yes.
That's bullshit.
I know, it's bullshit. I know.
Okay. Does that count for the mimics too?
Yep.
Oh no. Don't!
Waterfowl, back up. Okay. She waterfowled nobody. We couldn't even get to the stun. I love that.
Why is she so fast?
She's very fast.
Okay. Don't. Okay. Ow. I let her hit me. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No.
Just don't let it happen again. It happened
Sorry.
again.
It happened again. I'm so sorry. I hit people with swords. I am up close and personal. Oh, I died.
Oh no. Okay. I'll try again. Waterfowl me, mommy. Thank you. Yes, we don't want to mimic in here, unfortunately. We're gonna have to take her ourselves. Because the mimics don't have the AI to know to not get hit. So she'll just be getting chunks of health back from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a reason why she's the hardest boss. There's many reasons why.
Fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
fine.
It's fine. We're fine.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and I have never known defeat. I've never known my feet.
Oh no. I've never known these feet.
And now she's like waiting, and she's like, hello, bitch. Yep.
What up? You may now challenge the area boss.
Stop dodging my magic. It's rude.
Stop being too far away from my blood.
Nope. 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 No.
Stop getting hit.
I'm trying so hard.
She is hard focused on you right now. Oh, my rune. Oh wait, it's only 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was like, we are not going, because she's not going to wait for us to get our bearings when we walk in here.
Kind of want my 7.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Don't die,
She
don't
hits
die, don't die.
very hard. Okay. Okay. That was 2 hits, and that was almost my full health bar.
Do not be so far away. I would like to hit you with my blood. Oh, I under.
Mommy.
Oh.
You were impaled.
Okay. That was impressive.
That was kind of sexy.
That was kind of hot. Was that kind of hot?
Wait,
that was kind of hot.
I'm confused.
Excuse me?
What? Enjoy that?
Oh no. I know I died, but
but I kind of liked it.
You could do that again. Okay, we
Lady.
low-key did better when we had my mimic was out. We got this. It's fine.
I know.
This time.
I know. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
This time. This is the time.
I might switch my weapon though. Let me see what Moonveil can do. Probably not much, but let's see.
Moonveil.
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 Oh, my eye. Although actually the freeze is probably still better. Maybe not. I don't know.
Blub blub. Oh, we actually went in together.
Yeah, it's because we actually activated at the same time.
I like never had this. Hello. Hello, lady. You're after me. Full stop. Full send. Yeah, just come after me and I'll just dodge your shit.
Yeah, just dodge. Easy.
I won't. I'll try to dodge your shit and fail.
No, not me.
No! Come back! I'm trying to hit you with my blood.
Stop doing the same move, cheesy. Who are you, my brother playing Tekken?
Oh, snap.
Ugh. Waterfowl?
No. No.
I'm fucked. Oh, okay.
No. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're doing great. We're honestly doing
Waterfowl?
amazing. Okay. Ow. But actually.
What the fuck? Okay, I didn't know she could just jump across the map like that during Waterfowl. Okay.
Get bleeded on, bitch.
Waterfowl?
I
Yep.
died.
It's very hard to dodge that one.
I managed to dodge it the first time.
Fuck. Damn.
She gets stabby. She's so stabby.
Yeah. If you get hit by one of them, you're most likely gonna get hit with the rest of the chain. It sucks.
Yeah. Because like you get like not necessarily stun locked, but you get caught and you just can't dodge out of.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's a pretty little fight. I don't care.
We haven't even
don't
seen her
care.
phase 2 yet. Just wait.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's fine.
No, I'm excited because I love it. I love her phase 2.
Okay. I don't know why I just dodged. It's fine.
Okay.
Hello, Malenia. Blade of Miquella.
Hello, Malenia.
Maladia. Blade of Miquella.
Alright, I'm not close enough apparently.
No.
Yeah, just stay there and let me hit you.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Waterfowl?
Yep. I tried. Ah!
Yeah, it's okay.
Fuck you, bitch!
Okay, you lived.
That was all of them were just at me. Okay. Ma'am. Why are you
She's so focused on you?
She's so focused on me right now.
I'm running out of
Like,
stamina
sure.
just trying to chase her down to hit her.
Stab
Because she's
mommy,
so
but,
focused
like,
on you. Waterfowl?
Okay. I thought she was focused on you.
I did
and then
too.
She came after me. Sure.
Fuck!
Uh-oh. I got her. Don't worry. I'm just gonna bleed her out a little bit. no. Okay. I was gonna bleed on her more.
Oh, nice damage. Waterfowl.
I know, I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard.
Good dodges.
Oh my god. How did I survive that? I don't even know. I was gonna stay
She
back
can cross
here.
the gap real quick. Be careful.
I know. Hello, ma'am. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, no, amazing. You're doing awesome, Malenia. You're crushing it, truly.
She has never known defeat.
Never known
She's
defeat.
never known defeat.
Thank you, Ferret.
Yes, I know. I know.
Do you just have it copied, ready to paste it again next time we die? Because that's amazing.
Oh, God.
Maybe. Yes, good. Thank you for that. Okay.
It's doable. It's doable.
This one.
This is the
Got
one?
it.
Okay.
All right.
This is the one, chat.
All right. This is the one. This is it. This is the one. Hello, ma'am. Get bleeded on, bitch. Hello? Oh, no.
Okay, chill.
Don't hurt my friend.
Chill.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, she gets up way quick though. It's hard.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I didn't think she was going to me.
It's okay. This can still be the time. I just have to
Clutch.
solo.
Oh my gosh, why is my range so bad? Okay, sure. That makes so much sense. Okay, that was decent damage. Oh my god! Stop it! Hi. Hello. You don't have to walk so slowly. You can walk faster if you want. Okay.
She's like, I will. I'm so scared. Okay. Let me heal, please.
Oof.
No. Well, I did heal. Okay. The blood does decent damage.
Yeah, she
against
can be
her.
bled and she can be frozen, and she can be burned.
Burnt.
So. But yeah, basically stance breaking her is kind of it. So, getting the hits in, the bonks in. Oh my gosh, why is my eye so itchy? I can't figure it out.
Okay. This one. This is the time. This is the one.
Okay.
Don't worry. This time. This is the time.
You may now challenge the area boss.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Ma'am, you've got a beautiful tree. We're just exploring.
I'm just hanging out. Like, okay. Could you not? Don't.
Waterfowl.
Don't stop it! Stop! Okay.
Oh. I hate waterfowl so much.
Oh, so. Is it better to try to dodge it or run away from it?
If you have enough space to run away from it, that's best. But if you can't because she starts it too close to you, then you gotta learn to dodge it, yeah. Run like hell.
Run like hell.
I believe the strat is to run to the left, but I might have to Google that.
This time. This is the time. This one. This one right now. This
Hold
is the
on.
one.
I want to see if it's to the left or to the right.
Turn off my little air conditioner. Whee! Whee!
Yeah, run to the left when she first jumps up and prepares. Roll into the second wave and then out of the third wave. Like, I'm gonna fucking be able to do that in the moment.
I'm not gonna remember
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Okay, you Elden Ring sweats. Ain't no fucking way I'm dodging into any attacks. I'm sorry.
Certainly not instinctively.
Right.
No. Hello, ma'am.
I like how she can just walk so menacingly because we just like know that she's just gonna fuck us up. Yep.
Okay. But did you dodge into the second one?
I didn't. I dodged out of it. It's true.
Ow. But don't. Okay. But don't.
But like, what if you just didn't?
But what if
do
you
that?
didn't? But what if you just didn't
But
kill
what if
me
you
with...
just didn't do that?
Have you considered not? Have you considered just not doing that? Okay.
But like,
This one,
don't. But
This
don't.
is the one. This one.
This
one's
one.
the one.
This is the one.
Yeah. This is the one. Considering we haven't even made it to phase 2
Nope.
yet.
We have not.
This one's the one.
This is the one that we make to phase 2.
Right. And then win.
That's what we meant. Yeah, and then win.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I forgot the and then win afterwards.
It's important. It's a very important step. Okay.
I took longer on Fire Giant than Malenia my first playthrough, and now I'm like, how did I get so lucky? Hey! That's rude.
Okay. Oh, she is hard focused on you.
Yep.
Oh, I died here again.
Can you get frozen, please? No. I was casting. Okay. Freeze. Waterfowl.
Oh, no. No, I didn't dodge into it. Ah!
Damn. Why is she waterfowling so early? And how am I not hitting her? Am I really that far? Oh, great.
You lasted a really long time.
I just like, by the end of the second wave, I have no stamina. So
Yeah.
how are you supposed to dodge?
You dodge into it.
Obviously.
You run and then you dodge into it and then you dodge out of it, duh.
Oh my gosh. I just wish I was such a gamer.
I can't remember. I can't even tell
Let me
what
see
she's
what
doing
my,
with it.
what you call it even is. My Wondrous physic. Magic attack. Alright,
Uh-oh.
let's not do magic attacks then, because I'm not using that.
What? Uh-oh.
Makes attacks more likely to stance break enemies, maybe?
I think that's... I have that one on.
Or do I want... Oh,
Did my stream cut out?
it
No,
looks
my
like it
stream
might
didn't
have.
cut out.
It's frozen.
It doesn't... Is it frozen?
Yeah. At least on mine it is.
It's not on the multi-twitch.
Malenia killed her so hard her stream died. Nope, it's back up for me. Just tell everyone to refresh.
Yeah, do a refresh. Which is crazy. Like, I don't have any dropped frames. Yeah, I don't have any dropped frames, and it didn't restart my count. So that's weird.
I think I'm gonna do this one. The one that attacks are more likely to break enemy stance. Let's try that.
Maybe Twitch being weird. It's gotta be, because it's not on OBS, is it? It's not on my end.
Yeah, it did lag for a second on the multi, but looks back. Oh my gosh. Why does my eye itch so freaking bad?
Allergies.
It feels like there's makeup in it, but like, how did it suddenly...
So you won? Uh-huh, yeah. We totally won, which is why we're going right back in. We did it at the same time, oh my god!
Oh my god, twinsies!
Twinsies. No, look over there. So I can bleed you.
Stop dodging everything! Oh man, if we could have gotten her, like, with her back to the tree, we could have stun locked her. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh my god, again? Can I get an unsheath to save my fucking life, please? No? Cool. That's cool.
Oh, nope. Oh, you decided to go after me now?
Oh, fucking cool. Thank you.
Fucking cool!
Dude. Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
Don't.
Okay.
Don't.
That's the grab.
Don't.
There you go. Good job.
Okay,
Nice.
But don't. Let me kill you, bitch! Okay. Let me heal, please. Oh,
Waterfowl, run!
yep.
Good job.
Dodge into it!
You
And then dodge out of me!
Let's go!
I remember we joked about it so many fucking times. Oh my god.
GG stands for God Gamer.
No. I don't need to heal. Why did I do that? I panicked.
It's okay.
I was like, she hit me. I'm gonna need to heal.
Nice.
Don't. Okay, now I need to heal. No, stop it, bitch.
It's okay. Just take it slow.
Hurting me right now. Oh.
Okay. You did good damage, though. You did good damage. And dodging into waterfowl, brave.
Dodge in, then dodge out.
That's crazy that you even tried that.
Listen, you know what? I figured, why the fuck not?
This is the time. This is the time to try.
Bitch. That was the best. So yeah, you just gotta dodge into waterfowl.
Into waterfowl. Yeah, just dodge into the blades flying at my face.
Mm-hmm.
Attached to the woman flying at my face.
This is the best you've done so far. The best is made with panic. Did it kick me off of? No. Okay. No, it brought it back. Never mind. We got this.
Alright, can she be stunned with Rock Sling? Let's see. I'm gonna guess no. Because I can't hit her because she doesn't stay still.
It definitely knocked her out of whatever she was doing. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. So does she get all the way through her health bar and then phase 2?
Correct.
That's
So she has 2 full health bars.
Oh, good to know. Don't. Oh my god. She keeps getting stunned at least.
Yeah, but she doesn't stay down long enough to riposte her, which sucks.
But at least it knocks her out of whatever she was doing.
Okay, me dodging in.
Dodge out! And then dodge out! Oh!
How did you? It doesn't seem like it should work.
It does not. It does not at all, but it does, apparently. Don't. You bitch. Hi, ma'am. Oh, okay.
No.
There's a woman flying at your face. Listen, you know, it's not a terrible thing to think about. The rocks seem to be working when they hit. When she stands in one fucking place.
Yeah, but I have to stand still to cast it, which is super dangerous.
Yeah, that's not great.
Fuck.
No.
No. I needed to drink blue.
Oh. This time for sure. This isn't as annoying as the fire giant, even though it's taking us as many attempts.
Yeah. She's actually fun to fight. Fire giant sucks to fight.
Yeah. And also, we don't have to, like, travel to get to her.
Oh, yeah. We just go down to the door. Mm-hmm.
Traverse the mist. Okay. She is focused on you. Well, she was. Good night, Andy. I would do a tuck-in for you, but I am focused. Oh no, dodge in, and then dodge out!
You lived!
Okay, I missed the first one, but I got this dodge in and then dodge out, so. Good night! Oh no. Oh, fuck. I'm alive. Oh shit, I used 3. I didn't mean to do that. Well, that's a shame. She is hard focused on me. So I can do the second and third parts of it. It's the noticing that that's what she's doing.
It's when she goes up in the air and she hangs there for like a half second.
Yeah. The problem is she's got other attacks that do a
she
similar
does.
thing.
She has like the stab one, but she doesn't go up in the air for as long during the stab. It's when she hangs there for a second that's going to be waterfowl.
Don't. Oh, you bitch. We got this. It's fine. Dodge in. Dodge out.
How the fuck does that work? It doesn't seem like it should work. Hi, Key. I hear you. I can't see you.
Hello. I will say hi on Pink's behalf. Her hair is beautiful and glorious. No.
Yeah. See, the stab is only a quick jump up. The waterfowl. She's in the air for a second. Hi, Key. Thank you so much. I'm like super obsessed. The camera doesn't do it justice. It kind of dims it out a little bit. It's very bright in real life. Okay.
Turn up that saturation, girl.
I know. I'm gonna have to or something.
It's so pretty, yeah. I just like how you popped into my stream last night to be like, I sent you a DM and it's very
important and it's just a picture of my hair.
It was good. It was perfect. It was very
important. I needed validation.
Hug. Bestie.
I know. I keep trying to plan it so we can do it at the same time. Okay, Key. Yeah, you definitely want to lurk because this is a boss that
it's a little sloggy.
We're gonna get to eventually.
Hello. Don't. Oh no, she stabbed me.
Mommy, no.
Oh my god. Or mommy, yes. Yeah, I basically have to be at full health when she does that, or else it's a problem.
Stunlocker. Oh my god, the rare Malenia.
Oh my god, no. I did like nothing, but it worked.
Waterfowl.
Yeah. And then dodge
in
and then
out.
It didn't work. I was stuck, so it's okay. No. Oh, get her, I'm right here, Fuck you! Okay. Don't! Bitch! So you're pretty and your sword is cool, but that doesn't mean you can just stab people.
I'm actually not a mod in her Discord. But I'm sure she can take care of it herself.
Yeah, sounds like she did. No. Yeah, she's literally down for like half of a second. So you have to have basically already been stabbing her in order to get it. Oh no. Oh, see, that I thought was the thing, but it wasn't the thing.
That's it. Okay.
That's the thing.
Yep. Okay.
No. run and then in and then out.
Yeah. But if you're too close, you're just you're too close.
Yeah, you're just kind of fucked.
You're too close.
You're too close for comfort. Fighting this bitch.
She hasn't been around. Yeah.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dang it, ding.
Oh, we didn't time it. Dang.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll get it. Next time. I mean, no. This time we're gonna kill her. This is the time.
Get bullied, bitch. That's a waterfowl. Oh, we're fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. So fucked.
It was going so well until she did that. Yeah, just keep stabbing Finn's dead body.
Bullying her, and she's like, enough of this.
She's like, fuck you.
That's a waterfowl.
No. Dodge in. Dodge out.
Nice.
I still can't get the first part, but I can get the next one. Hello, Heartsman. No. Do not stab me.
Horseman, are you planet crafting?
Giant sword. Ooh, planet. Don't. Fuck you. Oh my god. How did I survive that? Don't. No. Fuck.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't.
It's all good. It's all good.
You had to stop listening with this battle, or you had to stop and watch this battle?
Oh, no, he had to stop playing Planet Crafter to come watch Malenia.
That's what I was asking for the clarification about. Yes. You're like, I can't listen to you yelling at this bitch.
I don't think that was it at all. I think he was just like, I gotta pay attention.
I know. This is important.
I gotta see what happens.
Let's go. We did it!
Sometimes I can time it, and sometimes I can't. You like rocks? I don't know if the rocks are better than the ice.
It's hard to tell because you also just changed your talisman too, so it's hard to know if it's the rocks that are stunning her more, or if it's the
Or my physic, yeah, my physic tier.
That's what I meant. I don't like when she gets us back
door, though?
arena. Because when she does her waterfowl, then we're fucked.
Yeah.
No, don't! Excuse me, bitch. Oh no! Fuck!
She's still fouling
right
all over your dead body.
I was right on her business.
No, that's
not again.
Fair. What?
Yeah.
Across the whole fucking arena.
You gotta dodge in and then out.
I thought I was on the other side of the arena.
There is no other side.
Oh my god.
All is foulable.
Jesus. She was like, I see you over there. I'll be right there. Hold on.
Kiss me.
Hold
I'll
my
just be right
beer.
there. Just a minute.
How do you dodge? You dodge out, then in, then out.
No. You run.
You run,
then
and then you dodge in,
out.
and then you dodge out.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm really good at the second two parts.
Have you tried not you know what? I'll try that this time, Wolfie. Thanks for that.
You know what? That you're right. I don't know why I didn't think about that.
You're right. I'll try it.
I should have tried that the first time. Okay.
Oh, I didn't time it at the time. Dang.
Oh,
Right,
look,
I'm gonna
I died right
switch back
here.
to
Let's
ice and
get
just see.
0 runes back. Oh no, my 793 runes! Don't. Yeah, this one's for real.
Oh, you see.
Oh no! Fuck! Dodge in! Nope. I was stuck in an animation. Oh, she's doing it again! Dodge in! Dodge out!
Didn't touch you once, bitch!
Amazing.
Look, I was casting. Oh, come
no.
on.
Oh.
A little swipe. Swipe.
A little swipe-a-rooney? A little swoop.
A little swoop. She's
So
so
this
fast.
has definitely taken more attempts than Fire Giant, but I don't think it's been as much time.
Oh, because we're dying faster.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're dying faster, and it doesn't take us so long to get to the actual fight.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
I'm gonna try Briars of Punishment. I'm gonna hurt myself to hurt her.
We're just gonna fucking blood. We're gonna bleed all over this bitch.
Oh, I didn't time it that time. Okay.
Like how our new goal is not to beat Malenia, it's to walk into the Malenia fight at the same time.
I feel like that's a very respectable goal, honestly.
It's certainly more achievable.
Oh, come on.
That was across the whole fucking map. That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Mommy, no.
Mommy, no. Mother. Okay. Listen. She just was
okay,
like
Briars
all...
of Punishment, not it.
No, she
not
was
the
all
answer.
up in my business.
My friend has passed away. You can stop waterfowling all over her dead body.
Did she waterfowl on my dead body? At least she wasted it on me. Oh, we got it. Oh.
I can't get the swish swish. The double swish swish I can't get. The swish swish.
I can get it sometimes. I did not that time. Clearly, since I perished.
The double swish
swish. Simply
all right.
perished.
I'm tired of this. I'm throwing a moon at her.
Throw the moon!
I grow tired of this. Where's the moon?
I have no other options.
I don't have the moon yet. Oh no. Do I have to go get the moon? I'm gonna Comet Azure her. Let's see what happens. This one's a throwaway, chat, because this is a test. Sorry, I literally just got turned around like a dumbass.
I did too.
I like how you followed me too. Like
where are we going? What's going on?
We're going. Okay, let's go.
Listen, I never claimed to be smart.
Yeah, buddy.
Hell yeah.
All right, Malenia. You dodged my laser.
Where is my sword? Oh my god.
It does no damage to her though.
Because she walked out of it. Well, it knocked her over. Oh.
Lady. I'm trying to laser you. It doesn't do enough damage. It literally doesn't. Like a glintstone ice crack does more damage to her. And that wet wastes way too much of my FP. The moon!
The moon!
Where did
That,
I...
this was...
How did I not have Ronnie's Dark Moon?
First of all...
Oh, apparently I didn't get Ronnie's Dark Moon. How did we miss that? I am gonna go grab that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't have that. Do you want to... Apparently we haven't gone over here. Do you want to come with me?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to the Moonlight Altar in Liurnia of the Lakes.
We'll be back.
We'll come back for her, guys. I'm gonna get a moon to throw at her. Sokka's girlfriend, what did she do? No, she didn't do anything to me. She's gonna help me. I'm gonna throw the moon at her.
We're going to the moon.
Okay, so... This way, okay. I know.
Oh.
Okay, so... There should be... another tower down here. Now, how do we get to it without passing away is the question.
Without simply perishing.
Without simply perishing. I think it's over here.
Oh, there's a dragon here.
Hmm.
Is he snoozing? Oh, he's sleeping.
How do we get down here?
Oh. I tried to stop myself. Whoops.
Oh god.
Oops. Oh no.
Oh god, too funny.
Anyway,
It's fine.
So, nothing to see here. Turtle.
Gigi and Gravity are besties.
Oh god. Oh no.
Okay. This way.
I might have awoken the dragon.
It's okay, he probably won't follow us all the way over here.
We'll find out.
We will find out, but he probably will not. Why? Why, Crystallians? Why? 4. There are 4 of you. Why?
There are so many. They know you want the moon.
Oh, a wolf. A wolf.
A smithin stone. Oh, that's a big wolf.
Okay.
Another smithing stone.
Yep. We gotta keep going around.
Oh, okay. Ow. I just got fucking wrecked.
Oh, are we fighting this dog?
Ow. Apparently, because
Okay, because he's fighting us. Oh, he fell.
Oh,
okay.
fell down.
We have to go down there, so that's wonderful.
Okay. Who are you, Gigi?
But we might be able to do a little skippy right here. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Hell yeah.
And then we need to get still further down. Holy shit. Over here? Yep, over here. Yeah, no wonder we didn't do this. This is way up in fucking bumfuckville over here.
Little fucking bumfuckville over here. Hey,
Over
what are you looking
here.
at? Hey,
Get
what is
over
this
here.
Fucking Bob Fuckville over here.
Over yeah.
That was the plan. It was the plan. Make him fall down. You're
Okay.
welcome.
So I think this is one. Seek 3 great wise beasts. Okay. So there are 3 Turdurs that we have to murder.
The penguins.
Oh, I'm not hitting the penguins, don't worry. Trying to see if this is the one that's got one like chilling off the edge. Because one of these puzzles, one of these turtles is like chilling and like you should not actually be able to see him.
Turtle?
Yeah, they're gonna be like the ghosts, like the ghosts that we talked to. They're gonna look like that, but they're gonna be turtles.
Turtle ghosts.
Turtles.
Oh, turtles.
Don't know if Gigi needs to be looking at the edge. Listen.
Okay, listen. I'm out here doing my best. Providing content.
True, it is true.
Oh god. I did not fall. I did almost fall.
Ah, here's one. Okay, how do I... okay. Now how do I hit this without falling down myself?
I can't even lock on.
Okay, got one. Okay.
Turtle murder.
Turtle.
Turtle.
Turtle. Okay, now.
Hello, turtles.
Now the real question is do I remember where the other 2 are? Like, isn't one like here? I thought it was right next to the stairs. Is it next to the stairs on the other side?
Turtle.
Okay. Is this the one that's one of the turtles is in the tree?
Turtle in the tree. Can I jump this way?
One of these, the answer is the turtles in the tree. I really thought this one... Oh, no.
Don't worry, I'm back.
Turtles don't live in trees? I don't know. Some turtles do.
Have you not heard of the rare tree turtle? Rare and mysterious? Mysterious because... Ooh, there's a well here. Could the turtles be in the well?
Lunar estate ruins. Lunar estate ruins. Okay, second turtle is found far to the east, south of the Lunar Estate ruins. Southeast of Lunar Estate ruins is a corner curve in the road. Okay, right there. South of that is a cliff with ledges. So right there. Okay, head towards the edge of the plateau. Okay. Okay.
How the fuck?
Third turtle is found southeast of Ringleader's Everjail, flying high above. Okay. Okay. This is not the tree one. This is the one that you have to get in the spirit spring, which is still stupid. Don't tell them how to live their lives. Yeah, what if they want to be tree turtles?
Yeah, what if they want to fly?
Turtles in a half tree, turtle power.
Turtles at a half tree.
Turtle power.
There we go. Now I'm back.
Okay, now. Oh. I guess I can still go over here. But the question is, I'll just have to get a bow and manually shoot. You might have to manually shoot this turtle. Because I don't think I'll be able to target it.
I far, but
I know. I'm almost where we need to be, and then you can just go to my marker.
I see you. I see you.
Listen, I'm surprised I remembered that one of these turtles was hanging off the cliff.
That is quite impressive.
Which means that there still is the turtle puzzle where there's a tree turtle. Just saying.
I'm surprised that we have to go so far.
Yeah, it's because this whole area, this whole like land piece is one area, the Moonlight Plateau. Apparently we have to go up. Oh, it's literally right here is the up. Okay. Oh, yep, up this rock. Wait, there's no way we can make that.
No, that attitude.
Oh, no, it goes here. Okay.
Sophie.
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 Okay, we're almost there. So now
Ma'am.
we should... Yes, because here's turtles, which tells us there's turtle. So now it should be below us. There, he's right there. Do you see him?
No.
Big turtle, right there. Other way, other way. No, oh wow, okay, he's not there for you? That's great. So it means I've got to do it anyway? Why? Is it, wait, is it, do you have to read the thing?
I did read the thing.
So why can't you see the turtles?
I saw the last turtle.
But you don't see this one right here?
I don't see nothing.
What the heck? And I need arrows too, apparently. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Got him. Okay. Last one is over by the jail. So we can go up and around.
The Evergale.
Evergale.
Excuse me, Mr. Turtle, we need your help with a crazy bish.
Listen, I
She's
just
very
want to
tall
throw
and
a moon.
She's very tall and has a dress and sword.
A dress and a sword.
And she's
Oh wait,
very
there's
sweet.
a ruins here we haven't opened. Oh my god. No thank you, sir. No thank you. No thank you. Ah! What is this? What is this? Oh, the cerulean amber medallion.
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 I murdered them all. Which isn't hard because this is a lower.
This is a very lower level than where we are, yeah.
But it makes me feel good that I can successfully murder something.
That I can actually kill things again? Yeah, I get it.
Because we can't kill that bitch. No, we can. It's just gonna take us a couple more tries.
Oh yeah.
This next one for sure.
She took me a solid 2 hours of attempts when I did it solo. So that's like, it seems like a long time. You're like, oh my god, 2 hours, but it's really not bad. My concern is making sure that we can keep our resources till phase 2.
Yeah. Because all of these times I've used so many
Yeah.
healing potions.
It's kind of why I'm
They're like,
hoping the moon might help stun lock her a little bit.
Get mooned,
Get mooned on.
bitch. Oh no.
It wasn't too far.
Okay. Listen,
so
I'm a
here's the
little
turtle.
gun-shy, okay?
Here's the spring. So if I just do the spring, am I gonna just hit the turtle? I didn't hit the turtle.
Don't see nothing.
There he is. I hit him. Okay.
The seal on the rise open. Can we just fast travel back?
Yeah, now we can just go back there. Yep. Give me the moon, please. Yes.
Give it. Give me the moon.
Give me the moon, please.
S'il vous plaît.
Chalona's rise. I went inside the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turtle power.
Heck yeah, we have turtle power. We're gonna have the power of the moon.
Moon power.
I really am surprised. I thought I got Ronnie's dark moon, but yeah, we didn't do this whole area over here. I didn't realize it.
Sure did not.
I think I just was like my wife, and then we left.
Wife!
My wife! I would like the moon, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dork moon.
Rhianni's dark moon. All right, Miquella's Erdtree. Erdtree roots.
Let's go.
I'm going to throw the moon at this lady.
Give it a few more tries.
Oh yeah.
Turtle power. Turtle.
The moon.
The moon.
All right, I'm ready to throw the moon at her. All right, guys, do we think that moon is going to work?
I will find out. Didn't get it.
Yeah, I was too slow on that one. Okay. Hello, lady. Would you like a moon?
Oh shit. It's hard to know if it did anything because she fucking wrecked me. I'm still alive! I was still alive!
Moon!
Yeah, no, I'm... clearly I don't remember how to play this game.
Moon!
I'm sorry. Do you mean to tell me that throwing a moon at her does not stun her? I would be stunned if somebody threw the moon at me. Oh, that one missed.
Oh, no.
In.
Then dodge in. And then dodge out. I like how we have to yell it every single time. It's the only way.
Moon.
Oh, no.
Moon.
No. Oh. I just like, moon! Oh, like you go into the moon.
I
That's
turn
impressive.
into the moon, yes.
You're like,
No, moon,
no! But I am the moon!
Moon?
Behold, the moon!
The moon haunts you. I'm playing too much Marble Rivals.
Marble Wibble.
Okay, like moon kind of slaps.
It's not working.
Moon.
It might be keeping her from, it may not be like stun locking her, but it seems like it's kind of keeping her from doing some attacks. Yeah, the homing is definitely useful. Oh.
Apparently I ran out of FP. Apparently.
Apparently. I guess that's important or whatever.
Apparently you need magic to be able to do magic.
What? How ridiculous.
I
that I
know.
need my magical source to do magic.
I can't believe you need magic to do magic. I was just trying to throw the moon at her.
Listen, sometimes you just get distracted by the fucking moon. Oh. Oh boy. Okay, this time. This is the time.
Yep.
This is the one.
Okay.
Oh, I went so early.
It's okay. I just needed to drink my juice.
Your juice box?
My juice box. Hello? Moon? Mom!
Get distracted. Oh no 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 no!
Oh my
no,
gosh!
no,
Look at the
no,
moon
no.
just went flying because she dodged it.
Get wrecked. No 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 no! Don't Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm frightened. Okay, but don't. But don't. She is just coming after me. Hello. Oh no 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 no! I was in the middle of my animation. Oh, you knocked her out. Oh no, you didn't knock her out.
I did not.
She just went to you.
Oh come on.
Fuck. Oh, no, not a second time.
And out. Okay.
I don't like when she starts with one person and then goes
Switches? I know. Oh, come
No,
on!
not again!
In, out.
She focused all of that on you.
Yeah, she did. That was not cool.
But it meant that I'm still alive! For now. Move! Oh, she is just staring me down. Yeah. No, sure. Yeah, no, great. Yeah, of course.
Can
no,
you stop
it's amazing
dodging
what you're doing
everything,
right now.
please?
I mean, she wasn't really dodging. She was attacking me.
Yes, but her attacks dodge my magic.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I need to... Oh, fuck you, whore. And then dodge in. And then dodge out. Oh my god, it worked! As long as if I can get the first bit where you
Stop
run
dodging
away.
my moon! Come on!
Yeah, get distracted. Get distracted with her dead body. Yeah, no, spend all of your time. Oh, no. Okay. No. Don't. But don't. What part of don't do you not understand? Stop it! Okay.
The swish. The swish.
Okay. I'm gonna stab you. I hope you don't mind. Okay, no, you're gonna stab me. Quick, pull your moon out. You're right.
Yeah, where's your moon?
Wow, you don't have a moon? How embarrassing.
Wow, how embarrassing for you that you don't have a moon to throw at people.
You can't just turn into a moon whenever you want. Wow. I'm embarrassed for you.
Honestly, you should be ashamed.
Honestly, wow.
You should be ashamed of your moonless activities.
I think I do better when I actually get up in her business. Like, the blood works really well, but I need to
It does work really well. It does big chunks of damage.
I need to mix it up more.
Oh, I was too early.
Ah, dang it. I was
too early. Moon.
one problem with the moon is that I can't see where she is when it gets her. But that's okay. Yeah, like if she's like locked in on me, then she just kind of appears out of the moon. Sometimes you just appear out of the moon. That's not a weird thing to say. Okay, but ow. Okay, no, but don't. No, run! First we run! Oh, no, I didn't run. I did not successfully run. Oh, no. Then you dodge in! And then you dodge out!
Nope.
Oh. Not that time.
Not that time.
Not that time. You died. You died in parentheses.
I did.
Again.
Again. I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and I have never known defeat. Actually,
You will this time, bitch!
I'm gonna do one more flasks. Allocate. I'm gonna give myself one more.
Magic.
One more magic.
Magic flask. Magic flask. Okay. I miss my mimic.
We can try with Mimic, but it makes it so hard to know who she's focusing on. Plus the Mimics will just refill her fucking health.
It's okay.
Get mooned. No. No, I can't moon you. No.
No, focus on me, bitch! Oh, no. Bad! Okay.
Ugh.
I was trapped. It was going well until it wasn't anymore.
Oh, come on. I was a moon. I was a moon! How did you hit me? I was a moon.
But you were inside of the moon.
But I was the moon.
Good news, Gigi. If she focused on you,
Was I
you know
or
what?
was I not the moon?
I didn't realize the moon was incapable of being hit.
It's the moon.
Duh. It's the moon.
It's the moon.
The moon blood combo? Yeah.
It's the frost. The moon does frost. Do I have...
But the moon.
I don't have the Queen's Scepter, do I? Stone Digger, Carrying Sword, Gravity, Death. Yeah. If I got the Queen's one from the Remembrance of Rolana, it might help. But it will only literally help with this one spell, the Moon Sorcery spell.
Why do I have my bow? Oh my god.
The moon? Question mark?
The moon? Yeah, no, the blood does... Oh no, gotta run.
Yep. And in. Okay, I didn't get to dodge in. Oh, I was against the back of the wall. There.
Yeah, you hit the wall. Out of stamina.
Nice. Nice.
I'm decent at dodging some of her attacks. It's the big.
She still has my debuff from the moon on her, which is nice.
No.
And then in. And out. In. Out. Oh god.
Okay. What do you think? Like, they're so short. 5 more tries.
I know. We'll go till 2. We'll see how that goes. 2 a.m. I mean, not 2 attempts.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Nine more minutes. So that's probably 16 attempts in the next 9 minutes.
Probably. You know what? You're right.
That's how long I last.
Moon.
Moon.
We're doing great. Moon. Okay. No, sure. Yeah, no, great. Starting right off. What, you don't like getting bleeded on? No. Fuck.
Oh.
Yeah, if she starts it when she's right above you, then
it's
you're just
hard,
fucked.
I know. Hello, I've tried 3 times to drink a flask now. Thank you.
She doesn't ever do the grab and stab with you.
Oh, she has tried.
Okay.
She has tried to grab me for sure.
Yeah. She doesn't get you though.
No, she didn't. She hasn't gotten me, but she's tried. Yeah.
It's because I suck, or because she's just so enamored.
No, she's just into you.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. No. She's like, you're cute.
Yeah. She's like, get over here.
And stab. Okay. We got it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one. This is the time.
No, I was too slow.
I was too fast.
It's okay.
Hello, ma'am. Would you like to get bleeded on?
How about the moon?
Have you considered the moon?
Bet you weren't expecting the moon.
The moon! No.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
How you couldn't, because it's one of the brightest things in the night sky, bitch!
like you're making fun of her for not knowing what the moon is.
How could you not know what the moon is? Oh, no.
Okay, and then in. And then... Oh, okay.
Okay. She only barely got me, so it's okay. It worked out. Oh, no. She did the little swooshy swoosh on me.
She did the swish swish? I hate the swish swish.
I'm usually pretty decent at avoiding it. And then dodge in! Or just keep running away.
I was far enough away!
For the first couple, at least.
It's okay.
Moon!
No! No, I was the moon.
Serious as the dark side of the moon. You must be swift as a coursing river, with all the strength of a great typhoon, with all the force of a raging fire. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Be a man. Anyway. Oh boy.
That's it. That's the trick.
Just gotta be the moon.
Just no. We have to sing. Let's
sing
get
Mulan.
down to business.
Business to defeat
Malenia.
Moon.
Right, so 2 moons gets a big frost proc on her. So if I can get 2 moons off, and then maybe swap to this.
Never apologize Okay, 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 okay. Don't. Okay, but don't. Okay, 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 okay. Decent blood, decent blood.
Okay.
Oh, if only I
Stun?
was up in her business.
It's okay.
Oh, no, no, no. Fuck, 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 fuck. I'm focused too hard on running away from the first one. I need to at least try to dodge it. Dodge in! Dodge out! Hell yeah. Moon!
Oh, I can't stun her out of it? Bullshit.
Moon! Moon!
Okay, okay.
Oh.
I had to drink.
I'm thirsty.
Big hits, big hits.
Uh-oh. Look
Malenia,
out, look out,
stop
look
it.
out, look out. Dodge in and dodge out. Hell yeah.
You know what this calls for?
The moon! It just feels like she doesn't, like, her health bar doesn't go down at all.
Well, because remember, she gets health back when she hits us.
I know. Look at you go. Crushed it.
I'm gonna
So
be a
much better at
professional waterfowl dodger by the end of this shit.
But in! Oh no. Look out!
I got caught. Oh, my heart. I am stuck on a tree.
Actually, that was a chair.
I'm stuck behind a chair behind a tree.
Tree chair! Chair tree? Bitch, stop doing it. She's like, you think you can dodge this? Keep trying. Oh my goodness. It just went off.
Oh, swish, swish.
The swishies!
Can you just stop dodging everything?
Okay, this time, this will be the one.
Okay.
Or do you want to stop because it's 2 for you?
We can do one more. I'm not tired. I'm fine. We can do one more attempt. This is the last attempt though, because otherwise
This is the last attempt.
it'll be, this is the last one, and then it'll suddenly be like 4 a.m.
Correct.
So this is the last one, win or lose. I have no runes anyway, so there's nothing to lose.
Except our pride.
Listen.
And our dignity.
Listen. Those are things that we don't need.
You know what? You're right.
3 hours later, listen, I hope you guys all show up next week for stream.
Because that's gonna be an all Malenia
Because
stream.
it's gonna be this.
Moon! Stop
It
dodging
does
my
so
blood!
much damage though. If I can get 2 full moons on her, it does a big chunk of damage.
Oh, hell yeah. Get her. Fuck you,
Nice.
bitch! Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, she didn't like that I called her a bitch. I understand. No, 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 no. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Okay,
Nice.
okay, okay. She only hit me a little bit. It's fine. Oh, she is,
Bro, I'm
like,
too far
all
away
up
to
in
cast.
business!
I know.
God, she really likes me. Honestly. She's like, okay, she's kind of cute though. she had turned her focus, but then she turned it back. Okie dokie.
What?
I am dead. And I have perished.
Let me see that.
She was just like hard focused on me. Get murdered.
Nope. I am drinking. You're being disrespectful.
Excuse me. Okay. No more tries.
Nope. No more tries.
No more tries. No,
No
more
more.
tries.
Extra snacks for Malenia. Gonna buy a box of moon pies. The moon.
Hey, moon.
Moon.
Okay.
All
Next
right.
week,
Round table.
this bitch is going down.
She is
This bitch
going down. I'm
next
actually,
week.
before we forget, you can't end on a loss. No, Wolfie, I'm not playing that game. I'm not falling for that.
Nope.
I am gonna buy the
I might
what you call it?
try to. I was gonna say I might try to update.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can probably upgrade your weapons. We probably have enough to go to full now.
Yeah, I need to trade in
All right,
some.
receive equipment from champions. No, it's power from remembrance. All right, I'm gonna get hers. Best full moon sorcery. What does this one do? Full moon dispels all sorcery that touches it and temporarily reduces magic damage negation. I don't need that. She needs no. The other one's better. So let's do this.
Okay. So
Okay.
I just need money.
I've got a different staff now, which I'm gonna try to level up.
Okay, let me get. I need to sell him some stuff so I can.
Yeah, me too.
I knew you lay out your arms.
Let's get smithing.
Let's get smithing. That was probably far too many, but 22, 23, 24. Ooh! Upgraded any armament to its highest stage.
Oh hell yeah! I just got a Chivo.
Yeah.
Nice.
Uchi Katana can no longer be upgraded.
I don't have a somber one. Okay, let's go to the person over here and get a somber one. I find that crazy that I don't have sombers, but sure.
We've only been getting the big ones lately.
Oh, don't forget to turn your bell bearings in.
Oh yeah.
All right, somber. What did I say? I need somber 2. Get one of these, one of these, one of these. Okay, let's see if that is enough or if I need more money.
Buddy. It's a little bit on fire. Ooh, can I
2,
upgrade?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Perfect.
Is there anything else I can do?
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
that's
just gonna
plus
stick-
10. 58 plus 71. No. 42 plus 52. Yeah, okay, so this is much better. 58 plus 71. Okay.
Next time.
Okay, cool.
We'll get it first try next time for sure.
For sure. No doubt about it.
Was to upgrade our shit.
All right. And I just got a new staff that strengthens my moon.
Moon.
All right, right, Gigi, time for you to get out of my world.
Get the fuck out of my world.
Get the fuck out of my world.
I thought we were friends. Get out of my world.
I have to test my staff. Wolfie, you need to find other streamers to watch, okay?
Wow. We'll test it out really
I'm gonna throw a moon at a very, very weak man just for the fun of it.
Just to see how it goes.
Hey, moon! Beautiful.
I don't think I have.
All right, let's see what damage it does on this guy. This guy is actually kind of strong.
Kill a man. I'm just watching you. Your shit.
Okay. The moon is fun. I enjoy the moon. I enjoy the moon. Hello, would you like a moon?
Did you do a moon murder?
Okay. I would say it works, chat. We'll try it next time. Wow. I'm gonna change my I'll change my around to my talismans.
Yeah,
to make them all magic talismans. Yeah, we got this next week, guys.
We'll crush it next week. We'll be fresh and like not tired. It'll be great.
We got this next week.
First try. 5th try max.
5th try max.
Maybe
79th try max.
It'll be great.
512th try max.
Full stream, only Malenia.
Okay, so remember how I said we'll probably be done in a couple weeks? It'll be Malenia for a couple weeks.
Listen, you said a few, so that's like that encompasses a lot of.
It's
different
true.
potential.
I never said a few weeks till like what we were doing. I just said a few weeks.
A few weeks of only Malenia.
Yes, exactly. All right, it's pretty late. I might not have anybody on. Let's take a peek.
I don't think I have anybody.
Yeah. Honestly.
Oh my god, Pink is playing Elden Ring.
Oh my god. Most of the people that I watch right now are playing the Lies of P DLC, which I do not want spoilers for. So it might actually be Lies of P.
Yeah, I don't have anybody right. Well, I've got somebody playing Red Dead Redemption, but I know you're currently playing that, so.
No, I finished the first one, so as long as it's not the second one, I'm good.
I think it's actually the first one. Let me check. Yeah, it's actually the first one.
Okay, who is it?
Riggs plays.
Like Riggs, like Reagan?
Yeah, I'll type it in.
Okay.
Plays.
Okay, let's raid Riggs Plays.
He's a delight.
Gigi, they better be cool. If they're not cool.
So cool. She's so cool.
They're not cool.
Don't embarrass me, Riggs.
Don't embarrass me.
No, she's great. She's
okay,
great.
Good. All right.
Okay.
Have you put yours in?
Things. Yes. Here's the buttons.
Okay.
All of the stuff.
Going to sleep. Thanks for being here, Nikki. All right, guys. Let's go see Gigi's friend, who better be cool, or I'll never raid anybody Gigi suggests literally ever again.
So stressed.
So stressed.
Okay.
This better be the best streamer I've ever seen in my life. All right, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, okay. I clicked raid.